Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I hope everybody is doing well. I hope BLT is here. I forgot to check if BLT is up. Please. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. Hello, Ghosty. Hi, my wife. Hello, Pixels. Hello, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. Hello. Hello. Hold on, I'm just gonna... Oh, this is not... Oh, I forgot to... I just fling my stuff across the... Okay. And I just gotta make sure that... My wife is here. I am here. I'm just making sure, yeah, it's -50, and then I'm just gonna recalibrate this guy. Hi, Vex! Welcome on in. Happy Wednesday, everybody. And BLT is not here. My boy! I want you to wear your propeller hat. Will you wear your propeller hat for me, buddy? Yeah, there you go. There we go. Look at him. Wait, no, I have to keep that on or else the uppies thing won't work. That's right. I forgot. Alrighty. I think I posted everything. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, he's cute. He's so cute. I'm like a little concerned because like my face tracking is just a little bit off, so I'm just gonna calibrate on my iPhone. Okay, now it's broken again. It's like lagging a little bit. Got it. That's fine. That's okay. Alright. BLT's buck teeth really suit his hat. I know, isn't it cute? He's just a little guy. He's you guys. You know, he's a physical manifestation of my love for you guys. Which promos, thumbnails are 9th? Save. Cool. I went swimming today and my brain is kind of tired. But it's okay, we power through. I love swimming. I love doing things. Your love for us is definitely not poo and 100% fudge. Thank you. Melty chocolate. Hi, Zoe. I'm excited to play Repo today. Even just for an illustration. Like which look so pretty. I'm the bad guy, hell yeah. Oh yeah, you got the BBG! Yeah! I was wondering when someone would get the BBG one. I'm actually curious, is it possible to get a model before having the proper computer for it? Yeah. So live is pretty light. Option to be a VTuber. You can use tuber programs. Light. Like PNG tuber mix. But also, I think that's good. I've got a lot of letters to type with on the thing. you bed alone. No one taking up the phone to feel it. Oh my god! Oh my god! Our first Did You Know episode comes out today. Yippee! I gotta talk about buttholes. Over heels, no one feels when you run. Yippee! Farming, thank you. Did you know? And then you know, and then I do like a dash. Did you know? Thinker doesn't technically mean what? A type of muscle. Oh, I don't know. And we gotta do tags, which I'm only doing 6. I had like a vague memory that like Nikki told me that the first 6 I think tags are what are the most important here. I'm gonna try it with this video, but sure. Upload cover, did you know? Cool. And then but YouTube will get a art tip video because I need that to catch up. So pure rap. What number are we doing? 25. So lonely. I think it's color grade. Color correction. The next one. I don't want 3D printing, I just wanted 3D. I don't know what shadow sense is. I just wanted shadow. Oops. Oops, that's not where that goes. Hard tips. Let's see, 3 p.m. today. Lonely, lonely, I get so lonely. I think Roll for Fun is the only one we have to do today. Yeah, because we did V-Stars yesterday. Yep. Okay, so 25, so this needs 26 then. 26. I don't know where I'll put our tips once it's done though. Add another list and call it Did you know? Oh, I don't have. Ooh. Behind these stars. Okay. Need a star, a sun. Copy. And then sun. And then question mark. Nothing. Here. And then posting schedule, which I would want a calendar. Calendar. Ah, there you go. There you go. Boogie with a suitcase. Living in the disco. Hi, V. Talk about. Oh, my brain. Do up. Pop do up. Do up. Pop do up. How you doing, B? Lurk streaming. Have a good stream. Pop music. Pop music. Pop music. Shoe shine. You on top. Red lines. Talk about. Pop music. Talk about. Do up. Music. Talk about. Pop music. Pop music. Coworking. Can. Backwards. Pop music. Talk about pop music. Around you. Pop music. I'll take these guys. Put him here. Copy it. There. English. Public. Publish. Pose. Now that will upload in the background. Over there. Alright, I think we're all set for that. I think we can work on Gore's Calm now. This is repo calm. We're going to the max. Going to the me. We make it to the max. Let me check it to the max. Oh, I need to take my meds today. Repo. Okay. This will be. Okay, I should have done it like this, I think. Shakes bottle at you. like ringing keys. It's like, look here, look here. Okay. These should be on. Just hold on. Wait, I can do it. Hold on. Just wait. Mike's not picking it. Hold on. Mike's not picking it up. Can you hear it? It doesn't look like it's picking it up, but I shook it. It doesn't look like it's picking it up. Fuck. One shook. One shook. Oh. Well, just know I shook it real good for you. I wonder if BZ's streaming today. Check it to the max. Check it to the max. Okay, cool. Thank you for almost ASMR. Of course. Hold on. Now I want an ASMR. Hold on. I think it's because I need to turn this off. And then I can go. There you go. This is the ref image. Yee! Yippee! Love. Go to max. Go to me. So you check it to the max. Okay, cool. Now I just put Gore in the middle. Okay, thank you for the vocal step. Well, and thank you for the wellness check. I did drink water, but I will
eat me like a bug.
Eat me like a bug.
The salami lid ain't gonna fit.
Salami lid.
So the salami lid won't fit. The salami lid. Salami lid ain't gonna fit like that. So the salami lid, and it's the salami lid.
Is that the Grim Reaper is one I need? And then I told it's a built like a baked bean is another one I want. Okay. I will do those after if I have time. Okay. Okay. They want the needle. They want the needle. And then I'm also gonna try making the eyeball. I don't know how it'll work, but I'm gonna try it. We shall see. Okay, I'll start like this. Can you hear me? I am calling. Okay, so this goes here. And then I need to rotate this a bit more. Yeah, that can go there. And then I think I'd remove this. Alright, actually I'll do it this way, and then boop, boop. And here and here, and this one, this one. I kind of want to give it like a little bit more, but we'll see. 2, 3, 1. I would actually build empires. Bridget. No. Okay. Where is it? Report. Oh, is this a vertex? Oh, this is not, no, I need a pen to pull. This one. And then, what the fuck is that? And I need to make it like half. Yeah, okay. I might split that one so it's not so thin. Okay, well, I guess I'm doing that. You're supposed to me, but you're so far. Hi, Rainer. Happy Wednesday. Here the boot. I want to do it this way. There you go. Simone, the life, body of my shine, life in the I always say. Oh my god, be small. I don't wanna. There you go, that's better. I'm in the sun. I'm on the run. And you have. I'm gonna give a fuck. And these are all red. And back in your bed. Energy's precious. Yeah. What do I want to do? I think I want to put that there. If I shed time, I'll bring this down and bring it in. Life, nobody done my shine, nobody in I say that I should settle down, but I don't wanna. I don't wanna. I'm in the sun. I'm on the run. Sending me out. Don't give a fuck. Those are on red. I'm back in your bed. I think this should go here, and then I remove this. The way I do what I like. The Italian dreams that set me free, so let's celebrate tonight. In the sun, you're on the run. You up. I don't gonna give a fuck. Those are on red. Why does this not want to increment big? Is it because of you? It is because of you, okay. There you go. Hi, Miss Positive. How are you? Hi. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the check-in. Oh, right as the ad break. No. Hi, Pancake. Hi. How are you? How did you go so badly? Couldn't done anything you asked. Ooh. Okay, cans are returned. Thank God we have a 10-cent deposit here. Yeah, fuck yeah. We love a good recycling. Yes. My brain is not exactly working today. I'm so EB. I just spent the last few hours deep cleaning my kitchen. Nice. I'm very proud of you. Now it'll be clean for whatever you want to make next, you know? So if you did, but I'm so proud of what I did. Fuck yeah, no, I'm proud of you too. Good job. I'm like deciding if I want to smooth this. I don't think I do. Wanted you so badly. Hi, Kiwi. Make you happy. The family. About you had me. Well, I guess you fumbled the bag. Oh, was you good at now? I don't know if I like this shape. I think it's fine. I think I'm just gonna need to do work at work. No problem. Have a good time at work. Now wait till you get off of work. Smile. Yeah. Ew. Ew, why is it so weird? You wipe sadly. I think I kind of want to make this smoother. Yeah, I do. What about me? DC. What about me? What in the helly? The hellia? The helly? Oh, unlock smooth. I think that looks okay. Honestly, it's gonna have to be cut here though. And then if I here on the z-axis, there we go, and then 2 vertices. And then 64 should become 32. It does. Whoa! Hi, Buffy. How you doing? Where you came from, I will not ask you. Neither should you. Only just put you. I don't like that the taper is so large. I'm back! Welcome back! I'm sorry about the ad timing, but we're so happy to have you here. Thank you for stopping by again. I hope you're feeling better from being sick. Yeah, I remember you said you were sick, so hope you're feeling a bit better. Oh my God. There we go. I like that better. That way I already know. Ew, what the fuck? What the fuck happened here? What? What? Okay, it's all good, girly. Oh my God, I'm feeling so much better. Yippee! I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Went shopping and now discussing some side business with my roommate. Understandable. I hope everything's going all right, but we're so happy that you're feeling better. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Yeah, my mom made pasta for dinner. Yum, yum, yum. Oh my goodness! Kiwi! Thank you for gifting us sub to Miss Positive! Now I'll never be in Agile again! Thank you, Kiwi! Hope you enjoy your gifted sub! I don't want to make this sharp. I don't know. Maybe like that? Maybe that looks okay? Thank you so much, Kiwi! Pogs in chat? Pogs in chat? Poggerinos? Thank you so much. We appreciate every cent put into the milk club because it keeps my lights on. Okie, what's okie? Okie dokie? Okie dokie, artichoke. I'm gonna make this longer. It's crazy to me how most states don't have deposit on pops. Unlike soda. Yeah. I mean, Colorado didn't. Also, I saw that you had a sticker from Colorado. It was just meant to be. But yeah. No, Oregon has them, and I think it's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool. I'm not digging this shape. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. I might make this one more time. But I'm not really digging it. I'm gonna make this just one more time because I'm just not digging the way I did it. I should have done it like this first. And then took the vertex. Took the bottom half. Okay, I need less. I just kind of started it like this. Also, I'm glad you're thinking this looks cool. I'm gonna do this. I am doing it again though, just because like I feel like I can do it better. It was a little rough. I mean, Denver is on a maybe list for a place to live. It's Colorado's getting a bit expensive because everyone that's overpopulated from California and Texas are all going to Colorado because Colorado is cheaper to live. So you would get a vast variety of like you'd get a Whataburger, you'd have In-N-Out, and like you'd have a bunch of variety, but I think it's starting to become overpriced, to be honest. And there's not a lot happening in Colorado, to be honest. What you're drawing? I'm currently making a custom 3D model for Repo. I made one for me and my wife, Miyu, yesterday. So this one is mine. Oh, I don't have my mouse on screen. Oh, it's mouse pen. I made these for myself and the little bow, and then I made this for Miyu, a little headpiece. So I'm making gores right now. Because they commissioned me to do so I would like to do that before. I need like a reference of a needle. Good to know. My pain points are I want colder temps and good LGBTQ life. On God, Oregon. On God, Oregon. Like, I don't even mean that like as like oh, I love Oregon, ha 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 ha. It's like, it's actually really fucking nice here. It's so nice. How hard? Mega hard. It's so nice here. It's not like it gets hot in the summer, but like not insanely hot. I'm literally gonna visit next summer. Pog? Yes. Yes. I want you gotta tell me how you feel about it, because honestly I like it. Okay. It's more cartoony, but I think I got this time. Okay. So let's do not that. There we go. And then I just kind of want these to come in. I'm thinking also for these, I'm thinking of doing like, hi Rhino! I'll be back a little bit later because I need to focus on this business discussion. No problem, Miss Positive. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have fun with your business conversation. I hope it goes well. I'm gonna make some for some people. I want to make one for TT because I want to join her thingy. Oh, confidence, baby. Let me get cryptid colors. Cryptid. Let me get their ref. Also, I want to change what we're listening to. Alright. I want this because I'd love to make I don't know how their ears would work, but definitely like the hat. The hat with the horns and the mushrooms, I think would be cool for TT. If I wanted to go hard in the paint, I would do the wings and the tail as well, but I think I'll just stick with this and maybe the necklace. So, I'm gonna write this down. Looking in their eyes, we're down. I'm on their side. I love Mitski. Models. Is Oregon very expensive though? Because I've heard it is. If you live in like Portland, it is, but everywhere else, not really. Yeah, like only if you live in the city, and you could just live out. Like I literally live 50 minutes away from Portland, and it's not as expensive, or not nearly as expensive. Who else do I want to do? Who else does repo? People you follow. Baby, come on, losing dogs. No, they're losing in my. And also, no sales tax is fucking amazing. It'd be cool to do Gordy's, but I don't know how he'd want his to be done because the pumpkin aspect could be done like multiple ways. Thank you for the lyric, Zach. I know there's anything I finally find. Are you looking in the... Oh my god, fuck sales tax. Yeah, it is. Sales tax sucks. I'd rather just pay it out of my taxes personally. Oh my god, these are so cute. Oh my god, I love how they shaded them. Losing dogs. Who fucking plays repo? I want to make at least one more repo model. Should we do Chibi Doki? I think we should do Chibi Doki. We need her like reference sheet though. It's like the 80s. It does get podunk though, so there's deaf gaze, but sometimes it's a sus. I don't know what that means, but if I believe anyone, I believe Ghosty. So does Chibi Doki have a ref? Excuse me. I feel like it would be hard to do Chibi Dokis because I want to do her hair too. I kind of want to do Chibi Dokis. Is there anyone else that plays repo? Yeah. Just like the 80s films will look up in the best friend's con. I kind of want to do Chibi Doki, but if I do Chibi Doki, I'd have to do hair. And I don't know if I've said that I do hair. I don't have a hair add-on. Probably should add a hair add-on, huh? Hair add-on gonna be $15 though, because I don't wanna. I don't wanna do hair. Sometimes I walk into a restaurant and feel like I'm getting stared at, and the not so concealed gun makes me nervous. That's valid. It's like the 80s film. Let me see. Do they have pictures of their model? This one. I would do the bow and the horns, actually. It's a web piece. Suck my dick. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna do Chibi Doki too. Chibi Doki. Everyone, have a good stream, my love. Thank you, Chaotic Kitten. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for stopping by. We hope to see you again soon. We lurking. Thank you so much for the lurk. We really appreciate it. Okay, I did not make that right. I need to do like to here, I think. Yeah, 80s films. I'm also a California born and raised in like most progressive areas, so I am biased source. They can also get stared at by me and my not so concealed gun because I'm not gonna lose my Midwestern Miles. Okay, now I gotta start scaling this because I don't know the scale of a needle, especially because this is cartoonized. Cartoonized? Cartoon? I'm a shit shot, but they don't need to know. Oh yeah, no. All they gotta know is that you got a gun. That's all. I don't know why. I'm gonna be completely honest, and this is gonna be kind of out of the blue. I miss my grandfather. I don't know why. I just started thinking about my grandfather. I miss my grandpa. If you hold it close enough to aim, that doesn't matter. That's valid. I mean, I think. I miss my grandpa. I'm sure he's vibing, fishing somewhere. That's what my brain says. I think I like that more. I'm still into you. Am I okay? I really miss my grandpa. I can only hold a quarter-size group at 25 yards. Some beliefs say that when you randomly remember someone, it's a spirit checking on you. Aww. Oh, that's gonna make me cry. That's really sweet, though. I like super miss my grandpa. You're welcome for the feelings, thanks. Thanks. It's not that I mind. It's not, and it's also not like I like missing people. It's just like, it's a common factor of my life, and I'd rather miss people than not think about them at all. It's like my mentality towards it. It was just very random. It was just very random to me. It was just like all of a sudden, like, I'm just like, oh, I miss you. It's like, oh. That's way better. I like shape way more. I'm into you. I hope they'd be proud. He's saying hi. Yeah, probably. I miss my grandpa. I think like the biggest thing when I think about my grandfather is the fact of how I wish I knew more about his life, because I was only, he was very, I don't know if he was secretive about it. I just never asked, I guess. And it's just like, I wish I knew more about his life, because like there were so many, like, not like crazy, but like a lot of secrets that came out after he passed away. Like, the fact that like he was a bastard son, and it's just like, you know, it was hard. Apparently grandpa main lore, he was a bastard son who, when he found out, ran away from home because, you know, in that day and age, being, use the fuck out of you, brother. Ran away from home because, you know, he felt bad that, you know, he was a bastard son. And then he, never talked to anybody until, like, he got old. He didn't talk to any of his blood relatives until he got really old. And it's just like, what the fuck? oh shit, main lore, yeah, main lore. And then like I just think it's crazy that he ran away and just never spoke to him, because like his family really, like, it didn't seem like his family didn't care about him, but it was just very interesting that like he would just up and leave, because like his mom didn't love him any less, from how he would like say his stories. His mother didn't love him any less, but But anywho, I wish my grandparents moved somewhere I could visit them. That's valid. That's valid. I have both of my grandfathers are deceased. Which they're both like step grandfathers, because my dad was adopted, and then my mother, her mom remarried to my grandpa, which is the one I'm missing. I never met her real dad. But I have my two grandmas. I have my two grandmas still, but one lives in Colorado, one lives in Nebraska, the good old state of Nebraska. But yeah, I miss them both too. But you know, it is what it is. I don't know. I think a lot of it is just like part of like me missing him comes from not knowing who he was at the end of the day. And like I wish I knew more, but it's okay. I knew what I needed to know, and that he was my grandfather and that he loved me. All that really mattered to me. And I think that's all that ever matters. Is that you know who loves you. You see me, thousands, feeling lemons. Here we go. Oops, not that. Most of my grandparents live in Michigan, but my grandparents on my mom's side live in Florida. Damn, Florida? That's crazy. Florida does seem like a kind of a somewhat of an old people place, though. Like, Colorado's good for old people. A good retirement place. Also, I need to post stuff. Forgot my alarm went off because I was talking about my grandpa. Post. I have frozen grapes. I have to suck on because they're cold. Alright, test version 1 versus version 2. I like version 2 a lot more. It feels a bit broad here, though. There you go. There we go. This is the needle. We get to do the ears. Which I think the only added thing is the ball of tuff. Because the rest of this would be done in, like, texture, I think. Is my plan. So I will have to make 2 separate ears, which, that's whatever. And 20 ever. X. Blue, 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 blue. Maybe up, up. That's fine. Yeah, and then I would just first of all, I delete this hat. And then I would delete all the inner lines, I think, just so that way I can keep working with the shape. Okay. I'd probably soften this one. Oh, not that much though. Maybe not. Yeah, there you go. And then delete this guy. And then I'd probably cut it in half just so I could do like the Yeah, because I want... think my brain is braining? Actually, I just do it like this. There we go, and then... Aww. Oh wait, this is Dorian Electra in it? Dog? Get that out. Let me delete these guys. I do want to bevel this. But I think I want this to come out a little bit more. Thank you for the song request, Vex. A little bit more. Ooh. Ooh. I like the little, like, I don't know what it's called, like, almost like the boingy noise. I like the boingy noise. I don't know what it's called. Oops. It's a jaw harp. That's what I was thinking, but I didn't want to be wrong. I like it. I like the boingy noise. The good noise. Oh, hi, Shay! Shay, you're not there! Oh my god, hi! Hi! Everybody say hi to Shay! Hi, Shay! Gotta clean out, so I gotta lurk. No problem, I love you, wife! Hi, Shay! How you doing, bud? I'm glad you're not dead. I miss you. I miss you, man. How you been? Damn it. Hi, Shay. Miss you too. Dude, I'm gonna be real with you, dog. I miss playing Final Fantasy. I miss playing Final Fantasy with you and everyone. But I hope you've been well, and I hope that if you're still playing Final Fantasy that you've been having a good time with it. Dead but alive. Is work been okay? Work hasn't been killing you too much, buddy? I'm missing you lots. Nope, I quit FF sadly. That's okay. That's okay, honestly. I mean, like, work is killing me. No! No! You need a breakie. Well, if you ever need a buddy while you're working and you can pop into streams, I can be your little co-worker, bro. That's my main gig at this point. Why does no one like this video? Why does no one like my video about sphincter muscles? What do you mean? Bro, we just need to refresh. Yeah, okay. We're good. Wait, did it not post my comment?
No.
Karen! Welcome on. Oh, fuck, I forgot to move it. I also have to fix that. Thank you so much for reminding me to fix things. But welcome on in. How was your stream? How was Rocket League, my friend? How was it? How was it? How was it? I hope it was a wonderful time. Oh my god! Grim! Grimar X, welcome on in, Raiders. Open your How's it going? How is it going? I hope you had a wonderful stream. Unfortunately, I have to babysit employees and don't get time to do anything anymore. I am sorry, but I'm sure you're making that bank, which I wish I was doing. I am poor. Really, what's fun? Only a few games to end stream with. Understandable. I'm sure it was a good wind down. Great. Grim and me spent most of the stream on Sea of Thieves. How was Sea of Thieves? Did you have fun on Sea of Thieves? Also for those of you who are new here, hi, my name is Elaine, otherwise maincoow on all my other socials. I am the Whiplash of VTuber, so you know, fuck around and find out, you know? That we did. I'm glad. Welcome on in. So happy to have you here. If you need to you know, get rest for yourself, get some water, feel free to do so. Otherwise, we'd love to have you hang out. I gotta fix this alert though, because I think it's wrong. Is it wrong? It is wrong. Add media. It's this one. I want this one. And then I don't want this one. I don't want this one. Remove. And then it should be mine. Nope, that's not mine. Wait, no, this one. Preview? Okay, now we got it. I got it now. They made my croissants more expensive. No! What kind of croissants? What kind of croissants are they? Tell me, what kind of croissants? Are they like chocolate croissants? Alright, we fixed our audio thing now. So now it should play the right one. Thank you guys for helping me, reminding me to fix that, so thank you. I didn't put this in whip. Marcus whip. I feel like my headset's quiet. It is, because it's got turned down. Okay. Strawberry jam and cream cheese! Fuck! You think they made it more expensive because it's strawberry season? It's berry season? I could see that, personally. Oh, right, I have to reopen Maya. What the fuck? Alright, F1. Make it cheaper, though? Shh. Don't bring logic into this. Was in the room when it happened. That can't be it. Berries get cheaper during. Shh. Don't bring logic into this, my loves. Don't bring logic into this, okay? Okay. All right. All right. BZ should be streaming at this point. I want to watch BZ stream. Where BZ stream? Where is my rig, mama? My rig parent, the bone giver. Oh, I clicked on something else. Where's BZ? Where's BZ? She should have just. Oh, Pog. She just started her stream. Pog. The room where it happened. 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 No! No Siege 6. No, I got a Siege. I got a Rainbow Six Siege fucking. Ah! I got a Rainbow Six Siege thing. I do not want to get out of. Let me just make sure I didn't do that wrong. It's only Rainbow Six. I want to. I want is the only Rainbow Six I want is okay. That's valid. I bet there are lesbians in Rainbow Six though. Boom, it happened. Else was in the room where it happened. got? Game. Game. You get hate for it. You want nothing. You wait for it. Wait for it. I don't want to outlive me. What do you want, bird? What do you want? I'm gonna be honest, I like this cover, but I like the original more because there's more grit. I really like songs with grit. Dog? I'll be in the room. Like grits. I do like grits. My grandpa is the one that got me to like grits. He's the one that showed me what grits were like. I do like grits. I had like a hankering for grits actually, like a few months ago. I never did anything about it because I don't know how to make grits. We didn't have the things to make grits. I was lazy, so we never had grits, but I want to go shopping eventually, so maybe I'll get things to make some grits. I'm feeling, now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of want grits. Okay, translate, skip over -1. There you go. Okay, so now we have ear 1, ear 2, and then needle. Call this ear left, and then ear right, and then I just need to make this little ball. Which I don't know how I want to do it. I don't want to just take one of these and just pull pieces out of it, I think. If I go to poly model, no, sculpting, and then I go and I just... Look, how big is this? I return. Welcome back. Thank you again so much for the raid. I need a suggestion. My wife and I are in charge of dinner for the house tonight, and tomorrow we don't know what we want to make for tonight and tomorrow, and we don't know what we want to make tomorrow. Hey, BBQ! No, that's kind of hard because you need to marinate the galbi. Why not grill something? How's you today? I am good. How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm doing good. Homemade lasagna. Lasagna would be good too. You got multiple choices now. I just realized this would have been a way better way to make my ear tufts, but well, now we know. We're just chilling in bed before, chilling a bit before bed. Understandable. Understandable. Grill something. I'm voting for grilling something or make pasta. Or make some chicken parm. Chicken parm can't go wrong. Go wrong with some chicken parm. Maybe I can grill. Yeah, tacos with grilled chicken or steak. That's also a good choice. Well, I like rotate this a bit. There we go. Okay, so this will go into the right ear. Combine. Here are we had tacos Monday and spaghetti yesterday. I think grilling might be the way to go. Or chicken parm. Just saying. This would work fine. UV shell. Why is it so bright? Fix. The fuck? UV camera base. I'm leaning with chicken parm because my father-in-law will want to grill for Father's Day. Ooh, good point. Father's Day is this weekend. Yeah, go for that then. Do that then. We shall do that. And the needle. UV camera based. Pan fried rice would be good too. I vote for all of these things. Just do it all. All of it. It's this weekend. Fuck, it is. It indeed is. It's Sunday, I think? What the fuck? Yeah? The fuck? Why is it not laying it out? Modify layout. Okay. Hi, Teeny! How are you doing? Hi, hi! Alright, what the fuck? I can make these bigger. Oh wait, the button eye. Ooh. Oh my god! I need it! Hi, thank you so much for the 5 community gifted subs. We appreciate you. By the way, yeah, I will. Yeah, of course. He's the one that's more skeptical about telling me Happy Mother's Day than I am telling him Happy Father's Day. But thank you so much, TNS Teeny, for the community gifted subs. For those of you who don't know, please check out TNS Teeny if you can. They are amazing. They are having their debut on the 21st of this month. So please check them out. Please go celebrate with them when it's time. And give them a follow if you can. Thank you so much, TNS Teeny, for the gifted subs. We appreciate you. Literally keeping the lights on. Alright, let me see if I can also make this with this button. This butted dish about. I said I would try to make it at least. Because I am interested in seeing if I can. Bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Never coming home, never coming home. Let's bring this back in. Let's bring this back out. But yes, thank you so much, Teeny, for your continued support here at the Milk Club. You are very important to us here. Right, there we go. I think that's pretty good. And then we can scale it in Engine. And texture it in Engine as well. I'm just gonna put that there. And hide these. And this is the button. Then what the heck? I was gone for 5 minutes. Yeah, you did. You missed a lot. You missed Teeny giving us the amazing gifted subs. They're amazing. I think this needs to go here. No control. Shall optimize, unfold. Happy Father's Day! Guys, this is silly. On Sunday. He is, they're crushing it. Even the lights on here, really. Needle. So let's do repo. New folder. This is good old me. This will be the needle. Here L. Here R. And then the button. Which I have forgotten to do a thing. This is new good old me. Father's Day is Sunday, so they're telling you Happy Father's Day, just like Kiwi told me Happy Mother's Day. You're a cat dad. So, counts. I didn't export a texture set so I can texture it on my neck. Oh my. Texturing is the most fun because I won't overthink it because it's a 512 by 5. It's a 512 by 512 texture set. Oh my goodness, the gamer Aries, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful motherfucking day. Alright, export. Got a sub and not even followed. Lol, that happens quite a bit here actually. But welcome on in. Oh my god, hype chest. Who's this diva? Oh, this is so cute. What a little cute little emo. But welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day and I hope you enjoy being here at the Milk Club. God, 7. Choo-choo! Yum, yum, yum. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. By that, I mean advanced GG. Okay. Yes. Yes, I'm affiliated with Advanced GG if you want some cool stuff. For 10% off, you should use that code. Don't hide! The needles? Really? Render, hypershade. Assigned material. It's my god, new sub, I missed it completely. That's okay. I know people are being a god in this Christian Minecraft server. Let's do ambient occlusion and curvature because I want both of those. Alright, and then we'll go to base color. And then we're going to open Gore's reference sheet. Anything that you want. Okay, so the base color will be this pink. When I say pink, it's purple. It's purple. Like this. And then we want an AO layer. I like it rough on my neck and from my blood. And such and such. I'm gonna blur it a bit. There you go, so it's a bit softer. And then I think those are the same color. So this is the base base color, and then we're gonna add this color, add a black mask. We'll specifically go on these faces. That one, and then this. And then it's also on this button. Yes. Okay. It's really the base color? Yes. Okay. Inspiration, but again, Sony getting desperate. Probs Destiny looking weapon. I think Destiny might be getting desperate. I'll butt in and say that because we're back with the animated emote TP. Because Destiny is also doing a Warhammer collab. Yeah, Pirate Mermaid. Yes. Yes. And then do it by faces. Is he trying to hold on with every dying breath it is? Yeah, Sony's like, oh dear, we spent billions taking Bungie from Microsoft. Let's not see it become a new Concord. Yeah, but Warhammer and Destiny makes more sense. Base theme. Yeah, that's valid. That is valid. That is valid. But Pirates and Destiny, that's very valid. Yeah, so often honey bee. Get this going. Trying to decide. Let's do another base. Let's add this dot color. Let's do all of this. And then this needs a paint. That goes here. It's actually hard and inverted. It's a sweet soul. I'll just make it a little bit thinner. And then it was pie. Any mess that days. This is a brand new start. I'm gonna deserve some praise. The way that I am. In the worst, ended up comatose. But damn, the emotions go. Being a sober hoe. Mantra is my life. Till the end of the night. Yeah. I mean, is it because Marathon does not look promising? No, it does not. Destiny and Fortnite makes sense, but Sea of Thieves is a choice. Yeah, dude, Fortnite is just being a can't say the W word. Thanks, Tectone. What? What W word? And just doing it with anyone and everyone to get Fortnite to stay relevant. People will like Fortnite because it's Fortnite, I think. I think it's just at a point where, like, just people like it because everybody plays it. It's free. Actually, it's because it's free, I feel like. Mostly. No. There we go. And then the other one. This goes here. Go, and then they have it on this side. This side. Fortnite's relevant, but they want the money and know they can get it if they do 1 million collabs. They fumble a lot, though. They do. They do. This is true. Let's put that from above. Blessings, cause this is it. Letting it go. Everybody craves. And then reverse it again. Like this, so the back of the ear can have. Bro, you got your Fortnite in my Roblox. It's crazy. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome back. I hope your little working stuff you went well. Alright, and then Addicted, yeah, it's a good song. Circle. Repeat none. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Oh god. Needs to go? Yeah, it should have gone where I put it. Oh. I played Fortnite for I got bored of it. No, that's valid. I play it when my friends play it. I don't play it by myself. A lot more funs with friends. Thank you for the check. Or for the daily vibe check, sorry. My bad. Feels off. This one. Okay. You go. I play with friends, but sometimes you just gotta pew pew, and I'd rather do that than COD. Scary. COD is scary. Again, I can get behind COD because I've played it for a few years now, so like I'm not as scared of it. And I think voice chat is funny because I never talk in voice chat, so I call it listening to humanity. COD is not something I'll ever touch considering how people are in the VCs. This is true. I just like listening to how humanity is. But you know those people get reincarnated as dogs. Sometimes they can be nice, but I just like listening to it. It's like listening to a I don't like a soap opera, I guess. I feel like this color is wrong. It's the same. Cool. I think I have to make the Be smaller. Which I realized I could have done this like this, where it's like I place these first. I play some Minecraft with my boyfriend. Have fun playing Minecraft with your boyfriend. Cool. Yeah. I'd probably, honestly, I think I'd do this like this. Oops. 83. Invite from him. Understandable. What platform are you guys playing on? Are you guys playing modded at all? Ew, this one's like good, but the rest of them are not good. One more. Come on. There we go. What the fuck? What is this from? What the fuck? There you go. Look at this. I'm trying to decide if I wanna. I can try it. Let's just well try it. Night. Not at night. Green. Right, I'm gonna head off for the night. Have a good rest of your stream and maybe catch you before I go to work if you're still live. I probably will be. So have a great sleep. I'll see you in the morning. There we go. Alright, Poggin. I think this is pretty good. Save as. Kuromi asset. File. Let me see our projects. Repo. And then I just need the base color. Export. Save. Oops. Let me open Unity. Save scene. Close. Get out of here. It didn't do its thing. Okay, I can't type. I'm running away. I'm running away because I can't type. Okay. At night. Okie dokie. Close. Now and then. Image and sell. Which promos? Let's do this. And then we'll be doing that today. And then hopefully we'll finish this commission and the video editing before repo today, and then we'll do stuff after. Open our door! POV, I'm at your door. Open our door! Hi V, how was Roblox? How'd you have fun? How was your stream? Welcome on in, gamers. I am just working on a repo commission because I'm making a customizable model for Gore. But I hope you had a wonderful stream. It worked, it did. Roblox was fun, I'm glad. What did you play in Roblox? Just had a caller who was a Boston Mark or Mac. Interesting. I played Gecko Game in Roblox today. Interesting. What was that about? Again. Built a hotel, drilled some ground, and then finished it off with an escape room. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, is that what it's like? Is it like that? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. To a mob. Was a mob to a king. A king to a god. Not to a non-believer. They believe in anything. Gotta run off to dinner, but have a good stream, love. Thank you. Have a great dinner. I feel like a light pink because that's the color that Mew is. I just want to test something. How to render transparent image by Unity. You know this one? Okay. I had to do this all the time. Understandable. Is it this one? Is this one?
There's an official Unity one.
Unity transparent or PNG render?
Unity, try like Unity Camera. I mean, if you just open Unity, you can search for it in there. Window. Package menu.
Package manager.
Switch packages to Unity registry. And search try camera. Yeah, it's an official Unity.
It'd probably be in 3D? Cinematic Studio, maybe?
Try searching.
Capture saved data for you. Animation videos, images. It'll be this one.
It might be.
Install.
Yeah, I can't remember the name. Stuff because you can either green screen it or just
I don't want to grade it. And the coach. Thank you, Bob. I did. I forgot. Post it.
You're just gonna make it more mad.
Thank you for the wellness check, Neo. I have to wait, my computer is frozen. Okay, cool. What?
I just thought you were doing that, but then I saw people posting.
Okay, tools.
I think it's in window.
Window.
Rendering. Recorder. Recorder window. There we go. So, add recorder. Image. And then yeah, like so you kind of go through and select settings.
So I could bring my own, like, a new camera.
Yeah, you can make your own.
Okie dokie camera. Cool.
And then you're gonna want to add a tab.
Main camera.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Negative 180.
From here, it should be pretty self-explanatory. It's kind of similar to rendering like GIFs and stuff, where it's like you probably just want like one image, but it's an image sequence.
Wait, what the fuck I want this to be like a viewport.
You can, but also keep in mind, check to make sure your main camera. It does. So you might want to change it. I would just use one of the default ones. It'll be easy.
Okay. Finish. It's so tiny.
You can make it bigger.
I just wish I could nestle it like in here or something. Alright, well that's fine. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
This song the other day and it was an instant repeat. It does sound nice. It is David Archuleta. Will do, thank you. It reset its song.
I don't know if there's a way to make that enough.
Okay, that's fine. Making targeted camera. Active camera?
That would work. You just have to make
1080. PNG. Number 1, project recordings. How do I know it'll be it won't get the background? Hi, Gore! Okay, cool, thanks.
That should work, but I would just do text. Make sure that it's only one image, because I think it might be more. Great. So I know by default it'll do like a video on that.
Oh. Custom.
So change the playback from constant. Oh, actually, no, I guess. Well, that should work.
Okay. Thank you.
I did that.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you did. Oh wait. Head. Boop. Now is it okay? It's gone? Yeah, it is okay. It's me, it's you! Alright, let's see how this looks. And then I'm just going to put this. Our versions. Repo. Didn't do anything. What? What's the difference? Did not. Food UI, flip vertical. Me too. I even pulled my nose piercing out. I want. Is your nose okay? I didn't do a PNG. How does it look though? It looks good. I don't want it to be more this. Like eye level. Oh. PNG. Custom. Girlfriend. Target perfume. That should be. I have yogurt. Food fixes everything. It does. Haha, little sore, but I'm fine. I got it back in easy enough. Okay, well that's good. Pixels. It wasn't. It kept the background pixels. Allergies, so I think I was just rubbing it half asleep and just yoinked it off. That's valid. Makes sense. Pixels, it didn't work. Camera output resolution 1619. Let's do 1. I'll do my dinner. I'll be back. Have a good time getting dinner. Pixels! It didn't work! Pixels! 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 I'm about to fight someone. Oh my god, he really can't hear me and I actually just yelled. I need help! Bitch asshole. Recording. Not the background. It rendered, but it kept the background.
Okay.
Yeah.
single frame. Yep.
Yeah. Are you sure this is the right program?
Yeah, no, this is the right thing. There was a trick to it, and I'm like trying to remember.
Maybe it's game view?
Well, game view is just it's whatever, the main camera. So like if you do game view. I think I remember what it is. So this is probably the one I just did.
I would like to see the baby.
What? Did I kill something?
No. Buffy, the vocal stem.
No.
I would like to see the baby.
Oh. This is the new camera you made, right?
Oh, maybe don't clear? Or depth only? I could look it up, probably.
That's fair. This doesn't work well because I remember there was like a trick to it, and I don't remember what that trick was.
Oh, the trick was making it transparent. Yippee! Thank you.
I was like, you said that.
Do you think this looks okay?
I would increase the resolution
of
the image, put it at least at 2K minimum. But I would say try that, see how it looks.
Okay.
You might do 4K and then just scale it down. Yeah, do 4K and scale it down.
4K. Where it go? Doesn't really have a difference.
Yeah, it's not. It's fine.
Yeah, it's just the texture quality is actually kind of low. It's only 512 by 512, so.
There's another thing you can check really quick if you want.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I think it's good for what it's worth. Mimi? I have not seen Mimi.
The only thing is, like, if you wanted to, because it really can move the camera, so it's like head down a bit.
That's valid. So like
a little bit closer.
I just kind of wanted them to look at the camera, I guess. Begging you. I want it. I don't know what it is, but I want it. Which catfish is best catfish? All catfish. Mimi the Isla catfish. I want it. It's my son. I just DM them, be like, hey, can I have this one? Can I have number 2, please? Can I have number 2? Gonna bookmark this so I can be happy. Those are cute. I know, they're adorable.
It's very slightly.
There is a possibility for them to want other things. I want a plush of them. I do too. Yeah, this is good. This looks like a good profile. Cool. Thank you.
Do you want fronts or do you think front?
Front will, because the thing is I'll be giving them, for people that I'll be giving them screenshots of the model in Maya, and then I will texture it, and then I'll put it in here. So this is kind of more like final.
Yeah.
Final. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. You. This one, we want it visible. This one, we want it off. We want it visible. And on. Rendering. Demo recorder. I'm gonna put this in here. I'm begging you. And be so for real, this is scary. The models? You're scared of the models? That's valid. Alright. Agor, I did just finish yours though, so by finish I mean I just got done texturing it, so I can show you what they look like. Begging you, put your loving hand now. I've never seen them high res. That's valid. Is it the dead bug-eyed scare? The dead bug-eyed stare. I can't talk. I have to pee. We need to do here. We need to go back and go in here. Add these guys, and then I need to place them. So let's do that first. Who am I? So I have to pee. Okay, I have to pee really quick, and then we'll do this. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Alright, let's get Gore's bottle. Cause I wanna finish it. That's pretty good. And this one, and then we'll copy. Copy world transform. Paste world transform. There we go. Welcome back. Thank you. All right, and then we want to do this. And I'll do the same thing. Paste world transform. Might have to make it a bit bigger, but see, where is this in relativity to your head? It is a bit bigger, I'd say. That's so cute. Actually, that's kind of cute. I'm just gonna scoot it, make it a little bit bigger, and then scoot it. And then I'm just gonna make this U colored. Alright, let's try the eye. I actually don't know if the eye will work because I just realized that I didn't do the back of it. It might be okay. Oh, also, I got a DM. I gotta check my DMs in a second. Alright. We're good, okay. So we can try this. I really don't know how I feel about it. Because from the front, it would look fine, but from like the side, it might look weird. I might re-import this though. Hold on. I kind of want the back of the button. But I didn't think about it. I don't... Because you could toggle it with the invisibility. The invisibility one, but... I think it's person if I'm like, okay, cool. Okay, cool. Right, give me 10 seconds because I want the back of the back of this. UV editor, and all I would do is just take this face, UV planer, and I'm just gonna shove it right here. Repo this one, button, yes. And then we'd go to meshes, newy, and then delete it. And then we'd re-add it. So we'd go into our projects, repo, nope. I need to organize this. Matches. Actually, let's just do love you, Gordy. Have fun at worky. Okay, here at work though. We love you, Gordy. You the bomb. I'm gonna lurk for a little bit. I'm laying back and laying back and don't want to sit up to reach my keyboard. That's fine. That's fine. Let me re-add the button. Yes, and it relinked it. Pog. And then we select all of these. Dude, this is a lot of fun. Thank you again, Gore, for letting me do this. Because this is actually really fun for me. Like, I don't know if I've had this much fun doing a commission in a while. I might make it a little shiny. Look, I did like the little stitching that you have. I think it's kind of fun. Something I did learn, though, is I need to turn the submissive down. Nice. Cool. Alright, and then I've got to create empty child. And then we call this new Guromi head. Drag and drop this in here. And then I go to yours, and then I drop this in here. Cool. I close this. And then I'm gonna take a quick render of it, I think. Order start. Should I pay you in the future to make a tail? Yeah. Or we could do like an art trade or something. I don't care. I am fine with either. Maincoow. That's not where that goes, but that's fine. These ones move here. Muse goes. And then the textures, which all we need is these. And then I will just organize it. This one goes for Mew. And then textures for you will go here. Actually, I know the perfect art trade, Gore. If you wanna, if you could draw me squeezing the life out of Cat, that'd be great. Y'all ever eat a can of beans alone in one sitting? No? What? Or is that what you're doing? Is that something that you do? Oh, this is in the wrong folder. Beans is good. Yeah, but I don't just eat them alone. Make it after collab. Okay, so this is how it looks. And then I just need to change where this goes to here. Close this. I need to copy this. Yes. Yes, we are. Repo. Oh, so I just gotta do this part. Do what you want right from me. Wait, what was it? Okay, and then I gotta... And okay. Beans are yummy. Beans are good. Perchance. Okay. I mean, if it's what you want, maybe I personally wouldn't do that, but I get if you like it. Empty space. Head. Add a model list. Build all assets. All the places. Okay. And then I need to do one other thing, which is start copying these bitches to the right folders, which is every 4 of them. So it's these guys. For me, for Mew, it is this one. 2, 3, 4, and then this one, it is this one. Or it is this one, and then I gotta test it in the game. Save. And then I'm gonna do R2 modman. I'm looking for affection in all places. I'm so excited about the Silly Valuables mod. I love that one so much. Keep falling on each other. That mean more players is deprecated. What does this mean? What I'm trying to do is just don't use this anymore. Just use these instead. More players improved. Okay. More players improved. Download with dependencies. Okay, cool. And then settings. Copy. Where is it? Where is it? Attach videos. I updated the more players mod because it restricted. So new code. Done. Browse data folder. We'll keep falling on each other till the empty places. Alright, and then I should just be able to drag and drop this in here. Then start modded. And if this all works out good, then I will send it to you on VGen and then also send it to you on Discord. Let's watch the rain as it's falling. It keeps falling, it keeps falling. Okay, I'll set it up. Sounds good. I did add a new code, so if you just want to check that out. Of course! Thank you for letting me do this for you. I really like creating them, so. And the tail will be like, as long as you're okay that it's not animated, I can easily do the tail. Your tail? Yeah, that's so, yeah, I could do that. That's not a problem. Even doing like a thread back piece wouldn't be that bad either. A lot of it would just be in texture. Yeah. I don't give a fuck. Mine's not supposed to move. Cool. Yeah, because I'm not gonna I'm not one for animating those. Wait. Most game, yeah. Alright. More head. Head. And then we go Romy's head. Or let me do it on the testing one. Just like the weekend. Wish I could switch these, but it's fine. I'm not gonna be anal about it. It's at the top. Oh, it's on body. Make how body, head. Yay! It worked! Poggin. This is so fun. I love doing these. Okay, let me send it over so that way you can dress yourself up if you want to. In here. Repo commissions. I'm a little freak. One of my favorite little freaks. The rain as it's falling down. Alright, out, and then I will just do this. Final delivery, upload file. Do it this way. Oh my god. Oh, I want to listen to musicals. Repo head. Thank you for the song request. It is in the queue. I don't care at all. Sweetie biscuity pie, wanna be adored. I'm the girl you die for. Being my first week. I'm gonna pop you. And then I can add to the portfolio. Maincoow, custom repo. Here I come, straight to number one. Horns, ears, and bow. Publish. Me, you, mermaids. Custom repo. Needed good place. American Dad. Can you post the file in Discord? Oh yes, yes. Yippee! And here is photos. Cool. Now if I look at my services, it'll have those images in it, right? Yeah. Oh. Profile? Okay, cool. Hey, it didn't. That's fine. I'll do it later. I don't got 40 minutes anyway. Why did people decide that light mode is professional? My eyes? Beats me. On God, beats me. I'll just leave that open in the background for now. I have to do editing later, though. We have to do editing after collab, though. I can't just leave that unfinished. I will do one thing for it, though, while we're here, though. I love it. Vex got some good songs going on. Get away from me. I just want to click profile. Roll for one. Go timeline. Oh. Oh damn, they're so tall. That one makes sense. Man. But my why? I don't know what I want to do after. And try. Well, this would be the whole thing. Jump the. It's like there was something I wanted to do after stream, and now I've forgotten, or not after stream, after recording stuff. Oh, this is easy. It's like VTube Studio stuff pinned to my computer. Heck yeah, yeah. You can just like pin the folder, which I should probably do if I'm doing this. But yeah, it's super easy. And then luckily, because of how this works, it should just be on the top. If you go into the head section, it should be one of the top ones. So it should be easy to find. In the gig economy. However, rally your forces. Forces. Pachinko, pachinko, pachinko. File. And I think I want to try redoing line art for the lemons community art, because I think that would be interesting, because I want to try a different line art style, and thanks to my beautiful wife, she helped me with a lot of the sketching, so I want to try it again, because I want to try a different brush. If you'd like end it here. I'm gonna save. Nice. I wonder if I could do this in 30 minutes. That'd be kind of nice. I don't know if I'll be able to do that, but it'd be cool. Currently out now on Steam. Out now on Steam. This has to go to the end. And then we'll replace this with video editing. Roll for fun. This one. This one. And I'd like to have it. Alright. I think this is gonna be me, and then this one I want to have spiral wipe again because I like the spiral wipe a lot. Let's do this one to here. And then we'll do 0.73, -0.6. Cool. 0.73. We have 496. We can copy this bad boy and apply position zoom. Apply. Okay, so I close my folders. For fun, double drag this one. Oh, I need to download. No, I already downloaded Monday's VOD. So I just need to. Bloop, 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 bloop. 78, 760. 760. Blue, 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 blue. Yo, MatPat retired before he got his video about FAFNAF. That's crazy! It's true, though. That is true, though. Okay, I don't know if I want the rest of this. And here. And this one, so I have this one starting here. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I forgot someone on the thing! I forgot someone on the thing! Ah! I forgot someone on the I'm sorry, I forgot the board in the image. Ah! I'm stupid. Now a politician? A politician? Is that different from a politician? Oh my god, I'm a dick. I'm a dick, I'm an asshole. Kozab. I'm an asshole, I forgot. It's not, I just can't spell it. No, that's valid. That's interesting. I didn't know he'd be a politician. For what? For why, though? I hate no one. I don't hate anybody. I love my friends. Gore's gonna be back here. He's gonna... I feel so bad. Wait, I will put him here, but I'll put him in front, and then I'll scoot Noble. Noble, scoot your boot. Noble, scoot. Scoot and go behind Zoe's name. And then you, but you will go behind Mew. Oh, cries. Doesn't hate murderers, SMH my head. Murderers? What murderers? What murderers? Is Matt Pat a murderer? Your move. But this one will be shorter. Or I'm such an asshole, bro. You said you don't hate nobody? Oh, that's valid. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I'm right now panicking over the fact that I forgot to put gore in here. I'm more worried about that than anything else right now. Oh, I feel like such an asshole. An asshole, I forget. Cries. And onward in insert. Like I just open onward or insurgency sandstorm. I can't believe I forgot. I feel like such an asshole. That doesn't mean I don't feel like one. Oh, I'm fine. It was because I feel like an asshole. That's why. That's why. Oh, I just cry. Just cry. Ugh. Dad, I know I'm technically not an asshole, but still. Getting a second cigarette. Break it to come around tonight. The enemy don't quite hits like you. There's no patience. That's the right. Link clips. Without the system, I'd rather it end on this. I want to get used to. And then I have 15 minutes. I think I got this. VODs. Yeah, now I want to play Ark, but that's such a mood. Ark is such a big game, but I remembered really liking Ark when I used to play it. I had a dodo bird named Flubber. I needed sorta kinda drugs. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. I didn't download it? Oh, I didn't download it. Huh. I love Ark, but too big. Yep. Eat too big. If I let it down, I need it sorta kinda. Drugs, not hard ones. Ones that push my mind up. I'm just doing drugs, not hard ones. Since I didn't download that yet, I need to go. Oh, I touched my eyeball. I miss my cat boy, my boy cat bear. I thought that was cat boy cat bear, and I was like, what? I didn't know there was a cat bear. What's a cat? What does the cat bear look like? Mm. Mm-hmm. Remove this. I want this to go on all of them. Prompt, apply, retain. This one. Mm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Eat me like a bug. It's a marsupial, but it's called a cat bear by the community because it's what it looks like. Oh, fuck. Art cat bear. Ark survival cat bear. Marsupial. I can't spell. Oh, is it this thing? That looks like a saber-toothed tiger, bro. Mm-hmm. 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 If that's him, he can climb walls. That's cool. That's cool. I had a dodo bird. The dodo bird was my favorite. Mm-hmm. I miss my dodo bird. Cool. Thank you for a hair pat. If I scooted this a bit. Oh, I feel like this one wasn't that great for that. Let's get another like flip from here. Retain. Could I do like this section? Me, baby, we nothing but mammals. We like to do it on Discovery Channel. Me, baby, we nothing but mammals. How to apply video transition to entire video dubbing key. Because you want and press control T. If I do this and do control T, it's like make it in more and then go and do spiral wipe and spiral wipe. Oh, that works. And then we have that. Are you done yet? Nope. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna do like Okay, so let's do this. And then but even the save check. Save. I do like a spin. Is a spin a thing? Circle spin. Spin. No. Okay. Girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like I don't like that this is still clipping it. That's fine. What this? I like that. And then there was a section before this that I could use. Cool. 5 minutes. I'm just gonna sit in the Discord. I'm like, okay, let's see if we can fit all the names on here. Mew. Coffee. Newly good homie. At Asia. At Zoe Loveful. Why didn't that work? Zoe normal 18th at your 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and pancake. Guys, I ran out of space. Okay, let's see. Pancake. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Got it. I got it. I did it. I got it. I just need to put this in my thing or else I'll forget. Put that there. Yeah, those are or stream title. Save. Yeah. Cool. I should put the enshrined one in there again. Forgot when I took that out. Okay, cool. 2 minutes. I don't want to rush anything, so I'm just going to save this. Let's make it smaller. I could download a song really quick though. Winging it. No beef and boof today. We're about to do a collab. Literally minutes away from it. Just waiting for everyone to get here. Boofers. Right on time. We got a devil. Go to the collab. How you doing, bucko? I'm coming. We'll be waiting. Oh, I forgot what I was doing. Huh? Oh, my wife. Hello. Hello. Hi. I think Boffy's trying to like freak me out because you're like talking and I hear like every other thing you say. I think you're fine now, but I think you were doing it on purpose. Yes. Oh, it was just like I was just hearing blips. I can't hear anything. I got you. Thank you.
Saying full words. I think I was having a brain malfunction.
Oh, okay.
Because sometimes like, the mic does cut out.
I don't think it was intentional. I think it was
okay.
just my brain not
I thought you were because I couldn't completely hear you because my fucking repo was loud as fuck. And it's just like
it was because I was trying to say hi, but then I realized that I accidentally left Gore alone in a call.
Yeah, so he felt bad.
So I had to message Gore and be like, "Oops," because I forget that when I join a different server, Gore doesn't get dragged along with me like a child.
Yeah.
That's
a child. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
What's happening?
Hello. I gotta fit everybody.
How you doing today, Kozio?
How you doing?
Good, good. I just had to do a lot of cleaning today.
Ew.
Lots of cleaning.
Yeah, I had to clean up the place for a bit. But it was all good though. I'm just happy to be taking part in another repo collab. It's been like a month and a half since I last played repo on stream anyway.
So well, you're gonna have a great time, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been long enough that I can like get back on it now and play and not.
Fresh eyes. I did get
like
the
I'm-
silly items mod pack, which has a bunch of like different silly items in it. Like one of them's like a
Oh.
McDonald's thing. There was also Lightning McQueen.
Does it say
McQueen.
ka-chow when you pick it up? I want it to
I
say
don't
ka-chow
know.
when I pick it up. I just started repo
I'm
the
gonna be
dumb
honest,
way.
I don't know.
No, I need to open you through the launcher. Go away. Stop launching.
DLT, I need you to move.
Oh, I
I
bet.
need to open you
you're-
through.
My
I bet
controller.
you're
I really hope.
Well, that's a lot of names. Yes, I
Pick up
somehow
my-
fit them.
Like,
Somehow fit them all.
Yeah, this is gonna be a big collab.
Yeah, I managed
So
to
if
get everyone's
anybody-
names in on my stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
so
you ever need to drop
anybody
somebody,
needs a-
drop mine,
Mhm.
because I don't do anything.
Oh no.
I feel like other
no.
people need to be publicized more than me. I just kind of, I'm here.
Everybody can be, but everybody can fit.
Yeah, that's why I said if you need to.
Yeah.
Everybody can fit. No one needs to. Bring together.
Yeah, I mean, nobody would like leave anyone out of something like that. That's
Welcome.
The gaslight of the century.
nobody.
That title is something. This is me and I'm hard with Miyu, Bafi, Guromi, Kazuya,
Found it.
fucking Zoe, Noble, Gore.
Why
and
do you-
Pancake.
Why are you hard?
Yeah.
It's a reference to today's Papa Meat episode. By posted.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that one yet.
Me
I
either.
need to.
Yeah, I watched it. I went swimming and then I watched it and they said a line like, "This is me and I'm hard," and I'm just I liked it a lot.
You must
Hello.
on it. Crazy style.
Crazy style.
That meant to be Nosferatu.
Yeah, that's not Nosferatu.
That's crazy.
I remember when me and Chat watched that movie. That was
Yeah, I remember the long
Great time.
conversation that accompanied that movie about Willem Dafoe's penis.
Oh no.
I think I might have zoned that out. I think I might
William
have.
was-
penis.
Man, it
That
was
was a
pretty
lot
hard
of
to
trauma,
ignore.
maybe.
Just like his.
I don't know. Yeah. It does.
I have to use
work.
my crap controller mark because this one I think might have charging issues. I'm seeing.
No.
Yeah, it battery depletes
Oh.
real quick.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
we'll see.
Change my Fuji tech to the repo bot.
You can be whatever you want to be, bud. Okay, whether it's not you.
Oh, you got some new Fuji techs.
Yeah, my wife had the popping one, and so
Yeah.
and I had a popping one, so I just shoved the repo heads from that repo onto the
Oh.
popping.
Yeah.
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 Same art, just shoved it onto a different thing.
Mine doesn't have a fancy hiding state.
No.
You want one? You want one?
No, I'm good. You don't need to. I was joking.
I don't care, man. I'll do anything for my friends. I had to make the
That's
house
why we love
longer.
Elaine.
Wow, I love you
Oh,
guys.
Noble said they'll be 10 minutes late.
What?
So unprofessional.
Okay. That's fine. Not everybody's here anyway.
Yeah.
This will be reflected in his weekly review.
Ah, yes. Did I? Oh, I have to...
There we go.
I guess I can go and get the
Backpack,
game up and running.
Yeah, I'm glad the button worked out for...
Yeah, me too. It's cute. I like it. I gotta fix
Yeah.
mine. Me.
I'm glad it worked out. So I was like, I think, I don't know if you can, but I think you can make the eyes, like, invisible. But I think it might be the whole head.
Maybe.
You can make the eyes invisible, but you can only make both eyes invisible, which is...
Okay, yeah. Because, like, if you could have made it, like,
You could go for void eyes. Void eyes might work. If you look in the void tab.
Oh. Why
Right
is
at the
my
bottom.
Ringo glitchy?
Void eyes. They're not, they're still there, though, so the button would still have to say where it is.
Yeah.
But still.
But technically technically Garomi's other eye is black. Well, it's not black. It's like purple, but it's black because purple is black. And blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm. Nah, bah, 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 bah.
Damn, the game took a hot minute to load. Okay.
Yeah, I have to restart mine because it's glitchy.
Okay.
Mm,
Wait, how did I do that? Oh, I did that.
Where is mimics?
Yes.
Turn that shit down. Because it's always loud for some reason.
I got room. And then, where's Nobles? Oh no, Nobles is here. So I'm Noble there. Yeah. And BLT has to scoot. BLT, I'm sorry, buddy, we gotta go further. Scoot your boot. Off the couch.
No.
No more couch, baby.
No.
Hello.
Unless I stretch the couch more.
Welcome.
Hello, Pancake.
Hello. Hi. I'm so sorry
okay.
I was late.
You are fine.
you're
you
not-
are not
you're
gonna be
not
the
late.
latest.
I was trying to look for a collab command because everyone's name doesn't fit in my title at the moment, and I
Oh.
spent like a good 5 minutes trying to find it, and the command was turned off, which is even better because I just couldn't see it.
Oh,
One
How
time,
you
Dino
no.
guys
is Nugs
doing?
321. Thank you for the follow. Come on in.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you for the follow. 1, 2, 3 Dino Nugs.
I like your repo bot. I like how he flails his arms when you open your mouth. It's fun. I like it.
Whose?
Yours. Yours.
Oh, thank you. I'm so excited to be here. It's been a roller coaster the last few weeks. So I'm so fucking excited. I'm
excited
ready.
to have
Put me
you
in,
all
God.
here.
We're late.
Right.
What the
You're ready to
hell?
lock- you're ready to lock
It's
in.
okay.
You're ready to get to
I'm ready to
level
Lock
50.
in. Yeah.
Ready to do a 24-hour stream where we just get to the highest level possible in this game.
Let's
Cries.
fucking go.
You know, I don't have anything planned tomorrow except for cleaning. So,
Guys,
I guess it's 24-hour stream now.
Guys. That has to be paid content, guys.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I was planning on doing a 24-hour stream once I hit 500 followers on Twitch.
Not a celebration thing, you know. Not special.
I just
Yeah.
tell my chat they need to give me 10 subs and I'll do 24-hour
Welcome on
stream.
in, Benjamin Sierra. Benjamin's Iera.
My question.
Benjamin
Oh.
Let's see.
Sierra. I think I got it. Welcome on in.
Zodi, I want their. You can have someone's @ in chat, right? For their Twitch, or no? Does it
What do
have
you
to be in
mean?
the title?
What do you mean?
You know, in your title, how you have all of our lovely
Mhm.
names. You hover over them, they show. I'm trying to do that, but in my chat, because the names don't fit in my title.
You could
unless
probably
I delete
just
stuff.
add them and then pin the message if you want. Maybe. I don't really know.
Maybe. And then I have another question.
It should be
For the
perfect. Thank you.
Discord thingy, do I turn
Mhm.
down my input or the output volume?
Output.
For output?
Output,
Okay, thank
yeah.
you so
Output.
much.
Because that will make it so, you know, you can't hear us.
Yeah, I didn't know those, like, I just ask.
Yeah. Oy, oy, oy.
Sorry, I'm having
Oh,
technical
I
difficulties.
downloaded all the
Take your time.
cute heads and stuff.
Yippee! Yeah, I was thinking about thinking about doing that like last Friday, and then yesterday I was like, I haven't done that yet. So yesterday I figured it out, and luckily it's easier than I thought it was. It just takes a little bit to model
I
thing.
cannot hear. I need to turn that back on.
Oh, I can talk in game.
I don't hear
can talk in
Elaine. I
game.
hear
I can talk in
everyone
game.
else.
I got you. I can
Oh,
talk in game.
you got a lobby up?
Everyone else in the
Fine.
game.
Let's talk
Yeah,
in game.
I'm gonna-
Yeah, let's talk in game.
Invite me, please.
Turning output off.
Sounds good.
I'll just wait till everyone's in the game to do it so I can hear everyone.
Heyo.
Yeah, no problem.
Welcome.
I'm off. Hi, Noble.
Hey, Noble.
No,
I'm
boy.
gonna have to do introductions once everybody gets here. Not yet. Once everybody gets here. Oh, I need to do a thing on socials. On the socials.
Yeah, you need to do the
So what you're saying
thing.
is, I'm not late.
Nah.
Not the latest. Not the latest.
That's exactly what I want.
I think. Wait, 1, 2, 3. I think all that's left is Zoe. Zoe's the last one to join.
That's not.
No, I'm also left. My mods are being funky.
Yeah, but you're here, so you know.
Oh, but I'm in call. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Join game. I'm joining the game.
This is not my post. You do it on
I'm
this
in the
post.
game. Alright, I'm gonna turn my output down now.
Okie dokie.
I can no longer hear in Discord.
Hello.
Hi. Well, looks like I'm the last
Oh,
one to
Jesus
join,
Christ,
but
okay, I
wouldn't
need
keep
to
waiting too long.
fucking audio down in the
You are
game.
totally fine.
Oh.
That's good. That's good.
Oh.
Ooh, hi fruit
We could
bat.
probably when everyone's in the lobby, we can just probably do like introductions, and that way that'll help us adjust people's audios in games, so we're not too quiet or too loud.
Makes sense.
That's plan.
Very small.
I'm gonna move my little
Oh, did Zoe join
people
the
out
VC? Oh yes,
around.
there she is. I can't hear you right now, Zoe, but hi.
And Zoe can't.
Okay.
Zoe,
He can
oh,
hear
yeah,
me.
you can.
Say something
Yeah,
about
you can hear him.
He's stinky. He's stinky.
I already have my output turned
Oh
down.
my god. Oh my god. Kazi, you would not believe the secrets that she just told me. Oh
Wait,
my
what?
goodness.
By the way,
Oh my goodness.
he's handsome.
Make me turn it back up again.
Really? Oh my god. Oh my, very scandalous.
Alright, what's she saying? What are you saying?
I can't tell you. I can't
No,
tell you.
I've got my output back up. What's she saying?
What's this about? What's this
I'm
about
gonna adjust,
cryptocurrency?
My Fuji text you guys a little close together because there's a lot of you. There are so many of you on my screen.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh wow, yeah, I need to adjust
Try
my
and fix
Fuji
this.
text.
I love
One
sibling
big
of mine.
family.
We can be a little closer to each other. Pretend you love
Hi,
each other.
sibling.
All my brothers, sisters, and me.
Okay.
Yay.
Okay.
There's so many.
Sibling,
Oh my god.
message me later. I want to know what we're doing for Father's Day.
So many people join the lobby that it's like cutting off the screen almost.
Yep, it's great. I love it. 10 out of 10. I think we're only waiting for one more person, so no rush. And then we can.
Oh,
and then
okay. Everybody got loaded in. Oh no.
Alright.
You're good.
Trying to make sure I have you guys oriented right. Yeah, I think this is right.
Take your time. Take your time.
I want to look like a pretty princess.
Pretty
Oh.
princess. I gotta edit something in my.
Was you and me. Okay.
Yeah, the Father's Day's on the
I got
15th.
you. Yeah, I think I got you in a good spot.
Oh,
It is
we
already-
have we have a stream together link thing in the Discord
Oh,
for
good.
anyone who's also
Alright.
streaming.
Oh fuck.
Give me 1
I want
second.
to make sure Ophelia's not blocking anything. I have my little stream pet.
How do you spell
But,
posies? The fuck?
Cozies?
Posies? Like a pocket full of posies?
Oh, posies. That's P-O-S-I-E-S, I believe.
Thanks, guys.
No problem. I'm guys now.
Thanks.
I could probably put Orphelia down here, maybe.
Spill a
I
cup.
could put her up in chat. Actually, didn't realize we were gonna have quite this big a crowd tonight. I knew we had like
We
a
got
lot
a
of
big
people joining, but
pocket. We got a big pod.
yeah, seeing them all lined up like this, it's like, oh, hi everybody.
Yeah, it's great.
I put Orphelia in the
Excuse me.
corner over here. That should be fine.
They have so many new hats.
Yeah, so many
Oh,
new
yeah.
hats.
Should
Luckily,
edit my
we have
thing.
time. We have time. Everybody can set up. I want to look at them.
Yeah.
Does anybody have a
She can sit there.
Huh?
Does everybody have Elaine's new hats?
I'm just adjusting things on my stream.
I think I have it installed.
Okay.
I
People really like my
added
little
it, I
dragon, so I
I
don't
got
want to
it,
take her
yeah.
out completely.
Yeah, they're in head. They're at the very top, but you don't have to wear them. It's just they're there now.
I'm wearing
Oh, yeah, can I
everything
just join you, or do you need
that
work?
Elaine
You're
made.
wearing
Not everything
everything.
again, Not like the one that like breaks people's games. Because that was a lot.
Oh my god, there's a black hat that just says cock on it.
That's very Elaine.
I know. I should wear one of those. Hold on.
100%.
Let me just make a hat for myself that also.
Elaine, your character. Elaine, your character looks like a rapper, but is in a diaper.
The rapper.
Little diaper. I'm little diaper. I'm little diaper. If I was a rapper, I'd be little diaper.
There we go. Okay.
Little diaper.
Audio.
Oh god.
Elaine wants everybody to know that she loves diapers.
Okay.
I'm a little diaper. Let me make a hat for myself while we wait. Because me and you had to restart their computer. The VTubing assets. My assets.
Oh god. What am I doing?
You're doing the do. The sputter.
Do the do.
Doing the do. Is it okay? Like, will Twitch get mad at me for putting cock on a hat?
Probably not.
You're probably good.
I don't think they're that upset about swears.
Yeah, what if I mean rooster? You know?
I'm pretty sure every 2 seconds someone says cock on Twitch.
Okay. Making sure.
I almost spilled my coffee.
At least it wasn't your coffee.
Get out.
I'm sorry.
Oh, kidding.
Christ.
Wow, no one here likes yellow. I was about to say, oh, we got a rainbow, but then I realized, no, we've got like 2 shades of green and like.
I'll be yellow. I'll be yellow.
I mean,
I'm
you
your
can be
better
but
green.
like we almost have the whole rainbow. I mean, Gore's almost yellow. They're green, but they're like a blinding green that's almost yellow. You know.
It's okay. I'll come save the day and be yellow. I'll save the rainbow.
yellow.
We gotta do it.
Lime. Or neon. Neon or lime, depending on how you look at it.
I can't. My brain is like not understanding where I need to save this.
I like red. I'm always red.
This one. This one. This.
My kitchen
Gotta
looks so
reload
good right
my model.
now. I'm so happy about it.
That's
And my
great.
table.
I'm really proud of you.
It was so messy. I literally used all of my dishes and I couldn't clean it. And my table was just a bunch of junk on it. And it's like I cleaned it. It's shiny. I still have to do inside of the stove and the inside of the fridge.
Fancy.
Management gave us a checklist we have to do before the inspection. I'm just like, bruh, what are you looking for? Why are you looking at under the oven? I don't even know how to pull out the oven to clean under there either.
You don't know how to pull out?
No, I only stay in. I walked into that one. I'll give you that. I didn't know we were doing that type of stream. Okay, I know what I'm
fell,
doing
I swear,
now.
officer.
I thought it was gonna be like a wholesome thing. We're gonna play it that way. I was with my wife last night. I got you. I was flirting with her in front of a bunch of guys. It's great.
Damn.
What was wholesome about the cock hat?
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
Maybe I do want to know.
Well,
2, 3, 4, 5.
too bad.
Oh,
I
I
don't
think
know.
everybody's in the game now. I think everybody's here.
Yeah, I'm just muting everybody.
You can just
There we go.
turn your output volume down.
It's too late.
Okay, that's fine.
Just don't be like me and forget it for like months, because I've done that.
I'll probably forget until the next time.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Alright. Let's do introductions. I'll go in order of the Discord. Bothy, go.
There's so many people in here. I can't see the thing change colors. Hold on.
Okay, next.
Okay. Okay. And then Kazuya's turn.
Oh, why me next?
Because I went in Discord order.
No. Okay. Hi, I'm Kazuya. I'm a horror VTuber, dark entity demon. I'm British. I know. terrible. I stream all sorts of things. Like I'm pretty much like a variety streamer, really. I do like my horror games, though. You know, even though I'm a horror VTuber. Yeah, I'm looking forward to repo shenanigans.
Hagen. Hi, I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I like to be known as the Whiplash of VTuber, so fuck around and find out. Gore's turn. Gore the Goblin, I should say. Yeah. I can't hear Gore. Gore, are you talking? I see your Discord thing lighting up, but I don't hear you in. Hold on. Let
Press
me turn back
V.
on my...
Or are we? I can't hear you.
Hold on.
They're dead.
They're fucking dead.
Alright, turn back on my Discord volume.
Remember the letter V was mute in the lobbies in game.
Hello, Gore. Is everything okay in game? We don't hear you in game. Okay. Okay, we'll do you last then, my friend. Okie dokie. Other Gore, your turn.
Other Gore.
Sorry,
Newly Goromi.
Hi, I'm New Gormy. I draw art and play games sometimes, and happy to hang out and vibe. I'm still coming back from streaming because I had a surgery, so just vibing. Also, my controller's broken, so I don't know how to play anymore. No, Elaine, it's like not fixable. I'm just gonna wing it.
Okay, you got time. You got time. I believe in you.
Nah. It's like backwards. I don't know if it's the mods or something, but my controller's just broken.
Well, the settings button will be a lot easier to get to once we're in game, so
okay.
we can also wait for that. Pancake, lovely Pancake.
Hi, I'm Pancake. I'm variety streamer / fucked VTuber. I'm also a rat, so I'm also a loot goblin, and I'll probably steal stuff from you. Also, thank you for the follow.
Oh, we got
I'm just a silly little guy. I'm a little guy. Don't mind me.
Well, little guy energy.
I may also run you over with the cart. Be warned.
Oh god.
That's a but honestly, people should just get out of the way of the cart. If that's happening, it's not your fault. They should just get out of the way of the cart.
Yeah. I'll start screaming if someone's in front of the car.
That's what I told the judge when I ran over those kids. Get the fuck out of my way.
Your Honor, I just wanted the extra points.
True Beth, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you so much.
Nice.
Mew, my dear, it is your turn.
Oh my gosh, my second introduction. I'm so nervous. Hi. Hi, I'm Miyu. I'm a mermaid. I used to live in the ocean, but now I don't because I want to be friends with all the humans and, just have some fun and figure out what human stuff is, like memes. Still trying to figure that one out. Humor's not quite there yet. I'm still pre-debut, so I haven't started streaming just yet, but hopefully soon, because I just got my model back today.
Yay! Yay!
So clean. It was cut so clean.
We can show you all the memes.
That's my wife! That's my wife!
And Elaine's my wife. That's my personality. Elaine's my wife.
That's my personality too. Half of me is just a baby used my wife.
I have received a hydrate. Everyone hydrate.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh shit.
Alright.
Okay.
After the hydration, it will be Noble's turn.
Noble.
With those lips.
What?
What?
Oh, Iron Maiden, thank you for redeeming first. Hello indeed. We're hydrating right now.
Hello, everybody. Noble, are you done drinking?
I think he drowned.
Oh no!
I can see him talking in the Discord. Hold on.
No!
Wait, what?
I can see him talking in
Oh,
the
is it push to talk on, maybe?
Are you... Noble, are you okay?
Yes, sir.
I can hear you in Discord now.
Oh wait, that's not gonna work. I tried to mute myself in Discord. We're using that. No, it doesn't. Oh, all I was gonna say was congrats on getting first Iron Maiden. That is nice, getting that because you can only get one per stream.
Huh?
Are we? Which score is it that we're waiting on?
We are actually waiting for Noble because Noble's also
Noble.
having
Okay,
audio.
my
audio
bad.
technicality.
There's so many people here.
No, it's okay. Do you wanna do it in Discord? We can do it. I can just unmute.
Oh, he has a little
the
bigger.
stream.
Who vanished? Oh, it's Noble left the game.
Nice taking.
Alright, Noble.
There you go.
Okay. Alright, no problem.
I can hear it. My freaking
Noble has
not
perished to the
streaming,
gods.
My fucking audio stuff died for some reason again. I don't know why.
So, did you ever listen to Epic the Musical?
Oh yes, I love Epic.
Like,
Get in the water.
audio stuff is so hard.
Get in the water.
My shit, even though I think that I master
Get
it,
in the water.
it like changes daily, even though it's the same settings.
If I ever have kids, first thing I'm doing is bath time. Get in the water.
Excuse me?
Get in the water.
Get in the water.
Just bubble girls.
In the wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hey.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello.
Can you hear me in the game?
That's really weird.
Noble, I did not see your mouth move.
Can we hear Noble now as well, or?
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yeah, there we
Sweet
go.
Jesus. Alright, yeah, my fucking audio software died literally just before I started.
Oh,
Okay, cool. It just keeps doing that for some reason. I'm gonna have to reinstall it. Did you catch anything I said before, or do I must I say?
Nothing. You got we do
You
it.
must go again, slime boy.
Awesome. I fucking hate it. Oh god, I'm so pissed. Jesus. Okay, here we go. Okay. My name is Noble the 18th. I do a Kermit the Frog voice a lot, which is terrible, and I love it. I cook food, IRL. I play a variety of video games that make me laugh and have a good time. And I am a fucking goober that swears too much and eats the spiciest foods known to man. And yeah, I'm a slime. Let's go.
Nice.
And our goblin gore. If you
Hello.
could go.
Nice to
Since
see you
audio's
again, Noble.
fixed.
Nice to see you again. Fish.
Yeesh. Alright, we need goblin gore. We need you to
I
go,
haven't
buddy.
been able to release any energy today, so expect me to be loud.
gonna be
And if I'm
great.
too loud, please let me know and I'll turn my volume down.
That's all right.
Thank goodness there's proximity chat.
Oh, wait,
Goblin
since
Gore.
You can hear
Score
from the
got
other side of the map.
since Score's got their mic working now in game, you want to finally do your introduction, and that should be everyone,
Yeah.
right?
I just
Okay.
realized I've been muted this whole time in game and I forgot to unmute myself because there's no thing. I was like, hi, Frills. Welcome on in. Oh no. Oh no, I
Welcome,
see Gore.
Gore.
talking
Hi,
with
Gore.
Is it not working? Oh my god, is it not?
Oh,
my
I can hear
god,
you.
I figured
oh,
out
no,
what
no,
it
it
is.
was working now.
Yeah.
It's if a different application has focus, it cuts out your mic in game.
Oh, that's
Interesting.
crazy.
And
Okay.
I
Yeah.
really can't hear Gore.
Okay.
That's weird.
Okay. Anyway, so
Finally.
I'm Gore, a bit of a goblin, in some sense of the word. I make video games. I like to stream playing video games from time to time, picking them apart, and
I have
sometimes
exited
art
the game,
and
restarted stream,
wanna do
unplugged
some
the
game dev.
controller, replugged the controller in, and I restarted my computer.
Is it your controller? Thank you for the introduction, Gore.
Yeah,
Yes,
sorry.
thank you.
I thought it was weird. No, it's sorry. I'm so sorry. No, I'm trying to explain to Mark that my controller is actually
Yeah.
broken, so I
Ghost
might have
Controller's
to
doing
just
some
not
weird
play.
shit.
What kind of
'Cause-
controller do you have?
So Mark got me this like.
Gore has two controllers, and
off-brand
both of them are
controller.
broken the same way. So
Yeah, they're doing this thing where like it only lets me use one control stick, and it only lets me hit one bumper like it's the A button, which makes no sense. And I've done everything, minus this thing that Mark says, like, make a profile, but I have no idea.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What is it, like a
play with a
PlayStation controller, Xbox
It's
controller?
It's a Xbox controller, but it's like off-brand. But
Yeah.
they have a regular Xbox controller that's having the same problem.
Yeah.
Does yours have those little buttons on the very back that, like, right next to the, it's like at the very, it's hard to explain. They're on the very, very back. They're like little slider buttons.
Yeah.
Make sure they're both, like, slid inward.
Yeah, they are. And then I also have, like, these, like, other buttons, so I don't know if it's, like, I have to do something. I'm gonna be honest, because I've never had, like, this kind of controller. And my other Xbox, the only reason I don't use it is because it's, like, a piece of crap and drifts, like, bad. That's what we got.
Yeah, it's got, like, basically so bad drifting that you're basically turning at all times. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. But, like, this one specifically, for some reason, when I opened up Repo, it's just, like, only letting me use these two controls only. So I don't know if it'll adjust itself in the game, or if it's just messed up. So that's why I'm waiting to see once we get in the game, and if it is, then I might not be able to play, and I might have to reset.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's no problem, because you can always join us whenever, and then,
Yeah.
But yeah, let's start the game and, like, let's see if that fixes it.
Yeah, let's just test it.
Alright, guys, let's go!
Test time, test
Yeah.
Yay!
Yay!
I'm getting there.
Oh boy, it's repo time. I'm playing repo.
I wonder if the strength thing will happen again. I'm hoping that it does. I want the strength thing to happen
Level
again.
1.
Alright.
Look at everybody.
Pushed around by everybody.
Look
so
at
many of us.
Oh my god.
Hi.
I'm a walking advertisement. Leave me alone.
No, you have bingus now.
Having, like,
You have
one
bingus now.
cosmetic,
nice talk.
too many.
Thank you.
Yo, a lot.
Thank you. It hides
Oh
my
my goodness.
work, but no, it's fine.
Yeah.
Look at your
I
big
think-
old lips.
I don't know if it's just
Your
mine
big
or
old
if
lips.
it's
What is
everyone
that?
together. We might have to get switched.
You're a floating potato.
I'm just having fun with it though.
I'm here to advertise everything Elena's made.
Hoggers. Oh my god, I love it.
Fucking bitch.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh,
you look
you have the
cool.
cockhat on your stream and in the game?
Yeah,
Damn.
that's why
Oh,
that's why
thank
I'm
you.
wearing it.
I'm gonna try
Yeah,
to
I
pick up.
As well, but I may need to change it. I think I have a little too much going on. It's giving me a bit of
Oh
lag.
my god.
I like it.
So for me,
I'll try playing with it for a bit.
it's just the control, like,
Bud.
for me, it's like, I can grab stuff, but it's with my bumper only.
Bud.
But I can't
Bud.
Pokeball.
Which is
Nice.
I'm gonna admit, I did not look
You
at
should
the
start.
mods that we downloaded.
If you're saying,
That's
if
no,
it's-
that's good. It's good. I'm glad
If
you didn't look,
it's,
you know?
if it's really unplayable, I can try to, like, we can, like, leave for a bit and I can try to fix it.
Oh, you scared me.
I don't know, it might be
Oh,
fine,
I'm
but
so
I know
sorry.
for sure
Oh,
it's
It's
not doing
okay.
the thing where it permanently holds it, you know what I mean, Mark? Like, it's like, I
Yeah.
have to
Who's
actually grab it
glowing
again.
like that? Oh, it's you.
So,
It
What
might
is
be me.
that?
I'm emitting some light. Also, who is
Okay.
this? The yellow one. Miyu.
Me.
Miyu
Hi.
is glowing as well because we both have the fireflies. So they emit light.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Certainly.
fireflies emit light? I did not know that.
Yeah.
Of
I
course,
know that.
it probably doesn't work.
Sounds like a regular mic.
Yourself, but it works for,
like my normal mic. How do
Yeah.
you mute
Fuck.
on here since you made it like
Chris V.
No one saw that.
Chris V.
Isaac! It's Isaac! Oh my god!
or no me?
Hey, before you go running around, okie dokie, thank you for bat. Hold on, I'm drinking water right now.
Hmm.
Is there a way to turn the head bobbing off when you walk?
Bossy.
Alright, let's go
What-
look
what
for
is
more
going
Come on,
loot.
little baby. Let's take this stupid stuff. Goes me.
Oh, you have a baby!
I got a baby.
You
I'm a
got
mama now.
Bean.
Woo!
Heck is this thing? It's
The
cereal?
gas can. Wait, I don't know.
well, it was worth 700 more.
Whoa, scissor, 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 sister, scissor, sister, scissor, sister.
And try not to die.
Alright. Whoa, what the fuck is this? The fuck? The big cat. Big cat. Big cat. We're gonna need the thing for this.
Hit the ground.
I think I might sacrifice this can
I'm
to see if I
getting-
can beat the shit out of the scissors. What? Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
My bad.
It's okay.
Be careful, there might be a scissor sister down here.
Alright, I have a PS1 by the way, so
Watch out, there's a Reaper in there. There's a Reaper
Thank
in
you,
there somewhere.
Fruitbat! Thank you! Thank you for your support!
Okay, sensitivities though.
No!
Oh yeah, they can't see, right? It's just gearing? Or can they see?
No, she can see, but she can't hear you.
How do I pronounce
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to be careful. That's why we can
Baroni?
talk around her. But you gotta crouch and try to stay out of her line of sight.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Raise a tide so high.
Where'd your baby go?
Oh, I don't know where my baby went.
Oh, hello.
That's understandable.
She likes you guys.
Oh no.
Oh, there's my baby.
Look who I
Oh,
found.
Mark stole my baby.
That's cool. She needs to fuck off
Wow.
right
I can't have him. He likes you.
Child napping.
now. This can was worth
Is that a
$1,000.
Queeple?
It is now.
Is
It's
that a
a
Minecraft
penis.
Queeple? Oh.
Oh my God, this thing is gonna lose all of its value. This thing is like there's nothing left. It's 33% of what it was.
How you doing, Noble?
Oh my god, there's a Roblox Eggman. I want this cat.
Oh, shoot. Oh my god.
There's a woman with a dog.
Ow!
No!
What the fuck?
Eggman, help me! Oh fuck, it broke the whole Eggman.
What the hell?
Do you want me just to put on your stuff?
What is this? What the fuck? Oh no, that was sand! Oh, I use sands. Ah! Woo!
Reaper's coming in.
Hiding.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a weeper.
Why is there a
Man,
giant
I already gave Gorl my HP.
They don't kill us.
Oh wait.
Make sure they die out there.
Wait, I still have 20. I think that's enough. I do have enough. Yay! I thought I gave all of my health.
Holy shit, the Reaper walked right past me.
Man.
That was me.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Here, this is for you. You have
Giant
my love.
cat. What the hell?
Yeah, it's
I
a
need
giant cat. I don't know.
assistance.
Kazuya, can you do this?
Soiled it.
Hello.
Soiled my door. Soiled my door.
Oh, it's a cat!
Careful.
Hey, what's up? Oh, you got a kid.
Okay, so everything works minus I can't crouch.
Can't crouch? Oh, damn.
Nope. But, like, I
Um,
can do this, and that's it.
Have
But
you
I can
tried
pick stuff up.
remapping? Have you
I
tried
don't
remapping?
know how to do it, because when I tried it didn't do anything.
I'm in the way, I'm trying to help.
Oh, okay.
If
I
I
can
was
at
a
least
Pokemon,
grab
what
stuff, but I
Pokemon
can't
would I be?
crouch. That's the only issue.
Excuse me.
I want to be still.
I'm in the way, I'm trying to help.
I DC'd? Oh, okay, Zoe. Hold on. We'll get you back.
Oh.
Is that pushy?
Now I gotta lift.
Alright, I'll help.
Here, let me move the cart out of the way.
Oh,
Oh, I'm so sorry. You know, I'm just gonna lift you all the way over there. You know it. I was trying to move the cart out of the way. I'm so
Will it
sorry.
fit? Is it fitting?
Yeah, it's
I think
fit,
that
it's fit.
works. Okay.
It's fit.
Out
Zoe
of the way, I got a
DC'd,
very
so...
important man coming through.
Who's that?
Sands.
It's that guy.
Here we go.
Alright, let's get out of here so we can get Zoe back. Because Zoe fucking
Okay.
I'm pretty.
Oh, that's that.
go! Watch out!
Oh!
I can't, bro. I can't.
Oh, fuck, our stuff!
Hi, Elaine. Yeah, I can't hide from monsters because I can't crouch, bro.
That's there's a possibility you can just run from them, but we don't have the sprint speed upgrade.
Yeah, I also can't run.
Oh, it's Arco!
Oh, the cat's still
even
alive!
me.
The cat block
What the heck?
thing. I don't know what that is.
I thought it was
Hi, Megan.
pushing.
The dog, why is it mad at me?
No, we use 2 square. Ushin
Fuck you. I thought
Ooh,
we
I didn't know
were
if they made it
friends.
Roblox. Yeah, I don't know what's up with my controller. I'm probably gonna have.
Oh,
I got a head.
hey, that's
Oh, the cat box
Gore.
fell off.
Oh,
Hello. Here, I'll help. We should carry this to
back.
extraction.
Mark,
Yeah, we should. Let's get this stuff out of here.
I can't
Yeah, let's get this
crouch,
stuff out of here.
and I can't
Which
run.
way?
This way.
This way.
This way.
Yep.
There we go.
So, I'm just gonna die every time, so I'm just gonna
Let's get the
give myself a wipe.
Okay, yeah, this got depleted so much. We can get that in there. We can get that in there. It's
Alright.
We have the
Also,
confirmation.
I guess Mia, you've never played with mods, right? So,
I
I can give you.
There's a
okay.
little button here. There's a little button here that you push to activate it. So even if you
Go
overfill
away.
it, it
You
doesn't
betrayed
activate
me.
automatically.
Oh, I don't have that.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that makes sense.
Bro, I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
In you go.
Oh,
You
I
go,
don't
bye,
have that
Isaac.
mod. Okay.
What
Bye,
the-
It's a
Isaac.
good mod.
I like the
mimic.
Love you,
setup is
Isaac.
good.
Why is the mimic keep
avatar?
mimicking
What about
me?
It's sick.
Cause you're so sexy.
Thank you. I like your
Oh, thank
hat.
you.
You're making
Yeah.
good choices.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, you. Wait, let me see that backpack. Let me see. Oh, you the bomb, bro. Let's fucking go.
Alright.
I like that drip.
Let's get out of
bro.
here. Let's get out of
Alright,
here.
let's get out of here.
Hold
Get out of here. Get
Let's
Zoe
go.
back.
Yep.
Ow.
I should check the mod because the no, it's more the more players mod you're joining is
That's
different.
really
Yeah,
too sexy.
those are different mods. Okay.
And she felt sauce on me.
Nice.
I wonder if
I have
can-
very exciting news today, guys.
very exciting news. Yeah, what
What
happened?
the fuck is
was-
this?
I was the Rizzler,
Huh?
and I got a girl's number.
Nice! Yo, look at this sword! Buffy, come here. Let me show my sword.
No.
Oh, what
Show
is
my
that?
sword.
Holy
I don't
shit!
know. There you go.
What's it making
Shove
so
your
much
s-
noise?
I can't run.
Why are there monster energies?
Die. What the hell?
Those could be part of the silly items mod. I don't
What do
actually
they
know.
do though?
They probably give you a bit of
Yeah,
like
Oh,
stamina.
What the fuck is that?
It's a
A rocket
cannon.
launcher.
A rocket launcher.
Oh my god, that scared the shit out of my mind. Oh my god. Is that
It
deep?
doesn't
Oh,
work.
that's not.
There's so much stuff here.
Yup. It's a zero bomb.
I'm gonna get a strength upgrade. Is that okay?
Yeah, go for
I
it.
got a gun.
Yeah, we have shared upgrades on, so every upgrade you get will go to everybody.
Yeah. I just wanted
That's
to
a
ask.
good
I don't want to
outfit.
just take
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I kind of
We should
figured.
get some stamina too, because I like to be able to move.
Aiming the gun at yourself?
I don't know.
Let it
This
happen.
happened last time.
Let
No.
it happen.
No.
No, you got so much to live for.
Oh, thank God.
Oh. Oh no, no,
You're there, you
no.
died to that.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I
Oh no, Pancake, no! Oh shit.
Elin,
No.
can I give you a piece?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I
see my
I saw what you did, Kazuya.
Yeah.
No,
I
no,
saw it. I saw it with my eyes.
Oh, you're really close. Oh!
It's okay, I got you. We got you.
Yippee.
Have you guys ever seen one of these
close.
before?
There you go.
Oh my god.
I
Oh,
want to
oh
see
no.
Oh,
I just heard him see one of these before. And fucking
Yeah.
exploded.
Yeah.
You can't afford everything on the thing. You just. We want this potion.
My
Cereal.
Do we even
My-
need potions?
Wow, I see. I see.
you stay in
I'm
there.
very proud of myself, as you can tell.
The potion got thrown in. Oh.
Oh,
Sorry,
we bought
Buffy.
the potion.
Oh.
Oh my guys.
Oh,
Did we buy any
you
upgrades,
did
guys?
that.
I got a strength one.
Okay.
You want to try to go up there again?
Yeah, hold on. Let me buy this stamina thing for us. Alright.
Hi.
Oh, Bronco outside.
Ready. Put me up
Okay,
there.
I got the wife.
Captain. Go it.
Alright.
Oh. Oh, what's happening? Okay.
You're a paintball gun.
Oh.
Mm. Nothing really good up here.
Yeah. I'm saving you from
Oh my god,
Oh,
oh my god,
shit.
calm down.
What the
Let me
fuck?
go by myself.
Oh no! How'd that kill him through the car? Oh no!
I don't know, dude.
The paintball fucking shot through the car! Oh no!
Go. Alrighty, everybody get in the car. Get in the
Okay.
car. Don't forget your Happy Meals. Everybody have a Happy Meal.
Did they fix that, or is it still a thing?
It hasn't updated yet.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
haven't
we haven't
released their
updated
big
yet.
update yet.
Yeah, it's in the beta, which we could play. Ah!
Alright,
That
I'm
fucking
getting my
hurt.
hook on me.
Wait.
I
Everybody
thought
have their Happy
it was like, I couldn't hear it.
Does everybody have their
Oh,
Happy
no.
Meals?
Oh, it's a med kit. That's. Ah, it's a med
You
kit.
take the upgrade with you?
Everybody got their Happy Meals? Is everybody?
You can't do
Wait,
upgrades, we tried.
what the fuck? Who died again? We have to buy. Find pancake? Okay,
I
hold
forget how
on.
to use that.
E.
I'll
My
hit
wife.
E. Hit E
Okay.
as soon as
I don't know.
the
I don't
screen
know
goes
how.
black.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Pancake.
Pancake stuck?
Pancake.
Stuck where?
Pancake.
Oh wait, what the fuck?
Pancake.
I got
Oh.
him.
Okay, cool. Alright, put in the
Look,
car.
I can now do this.
Nice.
Yeah.
Alright, we're getting out of
That was a
here.
pain.
Everybody eat your
Yes.
Happy
Now
Meals.
kiss. Now kiss.
Hey, excuse me, that's my wife. It's my wife.
Thank God.
The fuck? Sir? Alright, we're leaving.
Don't want to play a fun game, cries. Bruh.
Yeah, I'm so glad
We
about
need devouring for the clip.
What?
Come back.
And then you just go down and you go.
Right, Zoe should be able to join back
Don't
now,
leave
right?
yet. I need to. Don't leave. Don't leave. I
Yeah.
need to invite Zoe. Don't leave. Don't leave.
Yeah.
Nobody leave. Nobody leave. Nobody leave.
Fortune healing potion. Ooh.
I don't know.
You didn't learn about it in potions class.
No, I did not
You
learn
have to be
about it in
gentle with it?
potions class.
Oh
Not
yes,
that
you
you
guys
gotta
didn't
be
go to
potion seller.
Hogwarts.
I'm going into
No,
battle.
I went to
and I
Evermorning.
require your strongest potion.
Oh, you fucking
You
nerd!
did not deserve these potions.
I bet you're a puckwudgie, weren't you? You're a puckwudgie. You fucking.
You know what? You know what? You want to fight? You want to fight? You want to
You
fight?
fucking puckwudgie.
Welcome back.
You wanna fight me?
All right,
You
let's
wanna
get out of
fight
here.
me?
You wanna fucking go? I'll cut you.
Come on, you knob.
Come on, you knob. That's funny.
I can probably remove
Oek.
fun stream view.
So much chaos.
It is
Yes, IOD.
There you go.
Alright, let's get in there. Huh?
Hello,
can
thank you
hop.
for getting me back in.
And I can shrink now.
Nice. Good job. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
It was just hard.
What the fuck are you doing? Stop this.
Okay, I'm gonna take off
Game.
this
I beat the game.
Oh,
I beat the game. I beat the game.
Run again?
I have a Charizard. I have a. No! Charizard! Are you fucking kidding me?
How much was that?
I love your hat. Thank you. My repo. Oh shit.
Oh god.
My repo character also has this hat.
No.
Okay, you gotta tell me though. How much was it?
It was worth 7,000.
the Charizard and yeah, it has it.
Excuse me. Oh, we're gonna need portable carts. That is amazing. Thank you. I also happen to mod myself and my friends. So this is my friend's aesthetic, and I modded it into the game myself. And then I got my friend Miyu's, and then I also have my own, which is pretty fun.
Oh, I don't have that mod. Okay.
Oh.
It was
The hell was that sound?
That was a squeaky toy. Where'd the cart go? Oh.
This thing is like more than half our quota. Stop!
Chocobo!
Stop taking the cart away!
This is great.
Satan was in that corridor. Bruh.
What is this?
What? Oh, is it like
It's a scroll?
Looks like a... What?
Like a little magic carpet.
It's a gay carpet. Right?
Oh, Pride.
Oh, I don't have
carpet.
that mod. Okay.
Okay, there's a monster.
I'm different.
Just floating around.
I got a gay carpet.
Very minimalist. Happy June, happy Pride.
Happy Pride! Happy Pride! Happy Pride!
No.
I'm gonna find them.
Oh.
Yeah,
it's men's mental health month. How dare you?
What mental
Aw,
health
damn,
month?
sorry.
It's also scoliosis month.
It
Oh,
is,
so I get a
because
month
nothing's
for me?
straight.
The gays are
Oh, I have scoliosis.
We're gonna need that card for the TV.
Yeah, we got a TV. We need to get the cart.
Where's the card?
It's gonna
Why
fit?
is that like? Why is that
Oh,
weird?
yeah.
Like
We may. Oh, careful, careful.
who just exploded the car?
Okay, why don't we
Alright,
turn
there
this in?
I'm gonna
in,
Okay,
guys.
I'm gonna take
Oh,
the...
that's pretty. It's like shooting out. Ah! I can't believe you've done this. We can
I'm gonna take it.
Oh,
Hey, what's up?
I can smell you.
Excuse me? You can what?
Oh shit! We got the Omnitrix. When did we get the Omnitrix?
Oh my god, we got the Omnitrix?
The fuck?
Yo, that's cool as fuck. Guys, we got the Omnitrix. I don't want to sell the Omnitrix.
Yeah, I want to keep that.
Yeah,
Think
take
about
it,
all
take
the
it.
cool repo
Yeah,
we
take
could
it,
do
take
if
it.
we had the Omnitrix. Like,
Yeah, take it.
Oh my
take
god.
It, take it, take it.
Yeah.
Take it, I'm taking them.
Okay.
Ugh.
What the?
I wish we could do something with it. Here, Boffy.
I just see you in the cuck chair.
I like
Thanks.
sitting in the cuck chair. Leave me alone.
Yeah. What's up?
I wanna go this way.
Excuse me! Don't!
Oh?
I want to hold it.
Okay, that's crazy.
I wasn't worthy.
That's crazy. I need more loot.
The other.
Check the chat. Speaking of checking, how's chat doing?
Hello.
Oh, hello, Elaine. Thank you for inviting me to join you. By the way.
Of course. It's always an open invite, you know?
Oh.
You're peeking your mic a lot today? Oh.
I love this game and I love you guys, so I'm always happy to spend time with you. Plus, I'm gonna be taking like a 3-month hiatus from streaming, not because I want to, but because I can't take my PC with me when I have to go back to America for a while. So I'm not gonna be able to do a lot of things that I normally get to with you guys.
Oh,
I just,
miss you.
I'm appreciating the time we get together. I'll miss you guys
Of
too.
course.
I'll always miss you guys.
Thank you for letting me know, Devouring. I switched my mic over to a different noise cancellation, so hopefully that'll fix it. Why did it get so quiet?
Truck maybe?
Oh no.
Is everybody still alive?
Oh.
I see.
There's a trudge down the hallway.
No.
Where the heck go?
Let's see. Oh, hello there, buddy. How you
I thought
doing?
someone died.
Here we go.
Oh.
Oh no, my wife!
Oh,
My butt, but why?
it's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
There you go.
Oh.
Go back.
I'm dead.
Can we damage that thing at all?
Oh.
I think so, but it's like it takes a lot of damage or something.
Hi, Boffy.
Hi. There's a jellyfish.
Ooh. There you go.
Functional one, do you?
Yeah, of course, I got you.
Oh god, no. It's probably just. I feel like if it was, it'd be like $1,000.
Pokeball.
Some
I
cheap
enjoy
shit.
your screams and panic. Thank you, Devouring. I hope they are forever entertaining to you.
What is this a reference to? I don't know what it is. It's like a rabbit cupcake.
I think it's just a rabbit cupcake.
Oh, yeah,
It's a reference to food.
Yeah, I mean, I just changed my mic settings back, so hopefully it's better now.
Okay,
'Cause
go
it's not
past the
doing the
trash.
thing when I play games. Oh, you got it? What the fuck?
There's another item right here, but it's
Yeah, I know. I've been
It's
trying
up here.
to get up to it. There,
Got it.
you got it. Okay, wow.
There you go.
Oh,
Fucking easy clap.
I got it. It's a jellyfish.
Oh, it's a jellyfish from SpongeBob. How cute.
Oh.
It's hard to tell in the lighting.
Is this something? Is this pizza? I found pizza.
You got pizza. Pizza.
Pizza.
Oh, I should make pizza tonight. Oh, that's such a good idea.
Yes. Do it. How much stuff we got in that
Good.
cart? How much money? How much money?
Enough is enough. I'm tired of these motherfucking snakes. This motherfucking thing.
Oh.
I've never actually seen Squid Games. I keep hearing it's really good or something.
I saw season 1 of it, but I didn't watch the newest one.
I still have a hard time watching Fallout, even though I really like some of the
Guys,
characters.
I think we have everything.
We're good to send.
Run it,
Alright.
run it down.
Click it.
Good job.
Now we have to get past the trudge.
Yay!
Not if we get past the. Not if we trudge the pass first.
Trudge the past what?
Yeah, we're like already almost there to the ship.
Is this where I last saw the trudge?
God. I wonder if you got so he's
Hello.
over there, way back there. I led him to like a.
Oh.
Hey,
We did
it!
it!
That was really good. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
No
Yawn.
problem.
Yeah,
Elaine,
save the
it
power
was
for us.
funny to hear you yell my wife earlier.
He exploded in front of me.
No!
Get in.
Where'd this
Okay,
potion
so
come?
Get in the trudge. Get in the
Door, get in the truck!
We did it last round.
Oh shit! The gnomes got it. Gnome just broke it.
Get gnomed.
I'm gonna go no.
Good no! Good job, everybody. Good job.
Birdie's halberd.
Oh, there it is.
Wait, blood.
Fortune healing potion.
Wait,
Good
it
no.
says bloodly,
yeah.
not birdly.
Wait, how did I get help?
Oh, there's the
Oh,
What the hell
We
is an
walked on the bus.
indestructible?
They like gave us health again.
It makes it so
Yeah,
objects
but I
you
got
put
like
on it.
Indestructible.
Yeah.
I had one. And
Oh.
I got 76 somehow. I got
Ow.
75.
Hey, Zoe, look, Birdie's halberd.
It's
Ow.
Bird, hell yeah! You're just like
It's a
making.
halberd.
I wanted to see what it did. Ah.
Get out of my way, I want this cart.
Why does it have an eyeball on it? That's cool.
Because it's like a
Enough for the
unicorn.
cart?
Or, no,
Oh.
I think it's meant to be his head actually. but
How
it
much
kinda
do we
looks
need for
like
the
a
cart?
unicorn.
Oh, hold on.
It's fine. No, we'll get it next time. We can get it next time.
No, hold on. We don't need that. That got blown in there by accident.
Yeah, hear me out, guys. Give me a
Get the little cart.
lethal weapon.
Now we have enough for the real cart.
Weapon.
I would like a
Give
lethal.
me the lethal weapon.
No, I don't want. I should.
No, I wanna. I wanna.
Children, stop fighting! Stop fighting, children! Children! Oh, I was hoping this would explode when I said that.
Lethal weapon.
Stop fighting, children!
with the Xbox.
Ah!
Into the
Ah, my
fucking
eye!
Oh my Jesus
Oh.
Christ.
Guys, I think I found the vibrator.
You frying pan me
What?
into the fucking
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Ian.
Damn.
That's all.
Let it rest on the ground, pick it up.
How it going?
That's okay. That was pretty funny.
Stick it in.
Oh.
Stick it in.
Stick it in. Fire plug.
Eat my sword. Put it in your mouth. Aw.
I'll say less.
You can't just be putting your saber in people's
Oh, we
mouths.
gotta put the trash in
You
the
gotta at
toilet.
least ask permission.
No, boss.
Well, you
No, I
need
know.
to fucking save
Put
it.
it. No! Ah!
Oh god!
Oh, what's happening? What's happening? Okay, I'm getting in the car. I'm getting in the car.
Alright.
And you're in, bro.
Children, it's time to go. Let's go. Ow.
Okay. How about that? You fucking knob.
The fucking war
Time
zone.
to go. You fucking knob.
Okay, I'm ready.
Time to go.
Okay.
Alright.
I got myself a big snack.
No,
This ain't
no,
no
no.
This is a big kid meal.
Don't leave me. I got you. There you go.
Fuck blew me up again. I'll kill you.
Get in the car, everyone.
When I find out blew me up, you're dead.
Thanks.
I'm putting you in the car.
Thanks.
It's all your fault, Pancake. We didn't get a weapon.
Did anyone get any Happy Meals?
Happy meals. I got
It's okay, we'll get
Happy
weapons
Meal.
next time.
You know
I'll
what?
be somebody's happy meal. What?
What?
Good.
Wow.
You
Wow.
are. You're more than a Happy Meal. You're
fucking rich.
what?
Because you
Wait,
just
hold
got
on.
a flame inside of you.
Oh, I'm getting
Hey,
shot.
girl, you're more than a happy meal. You're a full course meal.
Okay, I'm blushing now.
that-
Okay, I'm gonna go hide.
I got
Oh
a
shit, guys, hold the phone. Hold the phone for a sec. I just
What?
reached 500 followers on Twitch.
Yay! Yay!
We have to kill him now and absorb his followers.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Oh
my god.
He's become.
Hit him
It just
over
happened. I just saw
the
it.
edge.
Yeah. This is what happens when you get to 500 followers. You get stacked.
So good.
I found Flappy Bird.
Here, I got you a block.
What is that?
Hey, go.
I'm gonna eat it.
Okay, you eat that.
Eat it.
Can you press E on it? And then, like, does
If
it
I get my
open?
hands on a weapon first,
What if you break it though?
I will.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like.
You can try
Maybe.
tapping on the ground.
I
See if it
thought
works
it
in
would
your
look
gift
like
box.
the gift.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Nah.
Nothing.
Who needs a snack when I got you?
Oh my god.
Oh!
I'm just gonna. Oh, I'm gonna go over here.
Wait a second. If you're a Happy Meal, do you got the Atlantis toys? In like 2002.
Found a Nokia.
A Nokia.
Oh, you
I
missed
was
the
a
ball.
toddler when the Nokias
Found
were
a
out.
bear.
Oh, hey, look, remember?
Excuse me?
The bear.
What?
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna follow my wife.
Elaine, have you
No.
discovered the age of Mew yet?
Oh, look.
The
over there.
what?
Monster.
Monster. What does
Monster.
that mean? The age of what?
Yeah, do you know how old she is yet?
I am
No, but it doesn't
mentioned
matter
it.
because I love my wife.
Oh, fuck!
Because Elaine loves me.
I know Elaine doesn't care. Oh, Biden!
Where?
Oh,
Hey.
hi.
Yes. Oh, that's a quick ball. That's one of the best ones.
Grab this.
That's the only thing that scares me.
The head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do not like when it like turns to its side to get things underneath it.
I found a.
Oh, that's where you
man
have
is
it.
upstairs. Oh yeah, he's upstairs.
Bull balls.
I'm gonna take these back.
Well, that's a big head.
Elaine, come here.
Big head, big head.
Nope.
No!
Oh no! I'm hearing children laughter. It's probably not
My
good.
stuff! My stuff! No!
Oh, what did you have?
No, it was in a cart, so it's okay. It's all contained. I just. I saw you die. That was funny.
He came behind the door. There's also a collectible over there.
Flame hold still.
Oh, there's. Joe Biden.
It's like
Are they
very
safe? Alright, I got you.
Hello.
I don't know where it is now.
Alright, Gore. Welcome back again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you.
Thing here, plane.
Oh,
I'm gonna bed.
Oh, I see.
what the fuck is that?
Is it from this?
That's
What is happening? What am I hearing?
I don't know.
This toy is talking, guys.
Oh, it's a toy. Okay, I thought a person.
Ballerina cappuccino.
You know what? I didn't even question.
Yeah.
$3,000 chair.
This one?
That's crazy.
Oh, fancy chair.
Playing.
I feel like I could crack my back pretty good on this chair. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I see that.
I'm going the wrong way.
Oh, there.
I think we should turn in the first set of stuff, huh?
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Oh. They'll pay for that.
Yeah.
The car ain't gonna. Hold on. I'll move that on then. There you go.
Stuff.
I can put the money back in this big car.
Oh, okay, yeah. Throw it! Oh. You tried.
I didn't.
Oh. Okay. Okay. At least you're honest.
Alright. Put it in.
That's what she said.
Exactly.
Hello, baby. Listen, you little baby. You little baby. Hey, can you help me lift this cart? Wait, if you pick it up, do you lift it?
Me?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
Wait a minute.
Wait. Damn it. You got out of the cart before I...
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna do nothing.
Man. Corners suck. Corners are bad, you know.
We do.
Hey, what's up? You guys want? You need a cart? I got a cart. I got a cart. I got a cart.
Hey.
Where?
Right. Cool.
I thought it was a
I like
sandwich.
I like it when you side eye me from behind the button. It's just kind of like the extra, like, huh?
I got Glorp first. Very happy. About
Yeah,
that.
I like it. It's very cute. When you squish though, like when you get tiny, it squishes with you. It squishes. It's tiny.
I love that. I like all these dumb mods. They're good.
Yeah, I was
Honestly,
listening to them
I'm
last
glad
night, and there was
you-
just a.
No, I'm just glad you brought up the button mapping thing, because what I had to do is I had to turn my controller off and then button map it manually, and that's why it worked now. I
Oh,
also
okay. Well, I'm
prefer the
glad it
controls
worked.
now. Yeah,
That's good. That's good. That's good.
yeah. But, I mean, this works way better. I have no drift. I can tell my other one was a pro.
Nice.
For sure.
Survivability
Like, I
has
can pick
gone
up
up.
stuff. Yeah.
Two
get so
homies
much
good
money
night at the
already?
same time.
Yeah, you can kiss
Maybe the
both of
big
us
four.
goodnight. You know? Thank you. See, look at
Wait,
that.
are we all kissing?
Oh.
Yeah, we're kissing the homies
Oh,
goodnight.
okay. Oh, okay.
Wait, you guys
Wait,
are kissing?
we're kissing?
Well,
What's
we're
happening?
kissing the homies goodnight.
You're kissing
We're all
the homies
kissing.
goodnight?
Good, kiss
Wait,
your
why is-
Night.
Wait,
I'll give you a
guys
little
putting on
kiss.
both?
Yeah, it's a
There you
quick
go.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Kissing the homies goodnight, man.
Mwah.
We're all getting syphilis.
There you go, Boof. You get a kiss.
I want to smooch. I want to smooch.
Who are we kissing? Who are we smooching?
We're kissing everyone. We're kissing the homies. You know, everybody gets a kiss.
Casa, let me see your
Nice talk, thank you, Kiwi. Ew, what's happening? Ew, is this snogging? Is this what snogging is?
This is what happens when you have more than 3 VTubers in a room at the same time.
This is what every VTuber stream devolves into. Everyone makes
I love it. I'm in a good
Are
place.
we good to send her on in?
Because I love it more than
Damn,
my
bitch!
friend.
I was just asking. Damn. Oh, dude. Oh, no! No! Let me out! Ah! No, my wife! My wife! No!
I said there was still life in there!
Oh my god!
Jesus Christ!
Fucking moron! Oh my god, Mark!
What the heck did you guys do?
What the fuck? I'm scared.
Like us
What
kissing.
just happened?
He didn't like us kissing. He killed all of us.
Oh my god, that's terrible. Kiss a homie goodnight, bro.
Everybody get in the car!
That was so
Everybody get in the car, I'm leaving!
I was like staring at you guys
Oh
and
my
stretching
God.
behind you as a monster, and that's what killed me first.
I just
Yeah.
yelled like behind you.
It ganged up on Mark though. It ate him in 1 second.
Bro, it ate his ass.
Yeah.
He licked the plate.
Pretty sure I like.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Do like some of the characters? I'm just like,
No, no, no! Damn it!
Oh.
God.
Oh my god, run.
Maybe I can hop my head back.
Oh no!
It's all gonna be time to go.
Noble's
Why'd
still
you go?
alive.
God damn it!
It's okay, Kelsey, you tried. Thank you for trying to grab us.
What? I need friends.
Alright, cool.
Kazuya is being
Run,
ganged up
run.
on. Oh! He's ganging up on all of us. Ooh, what's that?
Flappy Bird.
I don't know what that is.
It was an old mobile game.
Oh, are you sure it's not cheap? This thing? Or is this
No,
Flappy
no,
Bird?
it's Flappy Bird.
Well, it died.
It was Flappy Bird. Did you know that like the people were really mad at the people that made Happy Bird? They killed his brother.
Oh, I know what you're talking
Hide.
Bruh.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! No, he's not gone, no! Is he gone now? Totally da. Let's go. I hear something. No! Oh no, my babies! No, please, put me down. No, you son of a cock! You gotta be fucking kidding me! Leave them, save yourself. I can't. Look, literally, the ghost took me. Okay, I'm coming back. Alright, I'm back. Let's go.
Oh, stop!
Oh, fuck! No! Oh, what do you mean the head was there? Oh my god, Noble's still alive and he didn't help me? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Under in the fucking car.
Wait, if we can get to the ship, we can respawn.
Yeah, get into the ship. Use your head, Bobbles. Get into the ship, my lads.
I'm trying.
I don't know how to do that.
I don't even that close.
Press an arrow key and then press space.
Yeah.
Yes! Yes, my babies!
Thank you. Oh my god. Yay!
The rest of them, they can get us. Yes! Now come get me! I swear to God if I'm the only one dead and they leave without me. Guys. 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 Guys, what do you mean you left without me?
We gotta leave that homophobic level, please.
It's so loud.
I was the only one that was like, is everybody here?
You guys left without me. What the fuck? You guys left. I went through all that work and you left without me.
Wait, didn't.
I thought
For
we
one,
got
I didn't
you.
know you left at all.
No!
Where was your head?
It was where I died! From the head!
I thought we had
What?
there were so many people to
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Those explode? It's rubber hammer.
Oh.
I'm gonna just hide
Yeah,
behind
rubber
the
hammer
counter here.
can explode.
Jesus
I am
Christ.
terrified. I'm gonna hide here.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Devouring your red and just left them.
It's a great idea.
No, fuck off.
I wasn't even gonna detonate it.
Oh god!
Oh!
Look at
Oh my
Okay.
No, please.
Hello.
I may have shot you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then we'll call it even.
Oh my god!
Psych.
I honestly just saw your stream. You were dead, and we left you behind.
Oh my god, what happened?
Shit, no.
Dude! What the fuck?
I want to see what it did.
Look at my enormous penis.
The murder.
Every time I see it makes me smile.
Yeah.
This is fun. This is fun.
Hello.
I'm sorry.
This.
I mean,
Teleport.
It's okay, Coffee.
If you didn't have such
Hello.
kiss.
Oh, hi. I'm glad I had to go pee.
No, that's understandable. I shot Noble and then
Oh, here you can
I
move in.
died.
There's space.
I'm sorry, I blew you up.
That's okay. It
I'm
was
sorry I
karma
got left
for
behind.
shooting Noble in the back of the head. Oh, that's okay. I just thought it was funny.
No.
Deserved to shoot
It was
for
funny,
the shooting.
Hello.
No.
Oh, he walked through the sword.
Oh,
What's going on over there?
I'm having fun.
how much? I'm glad. That's good. Do you need a big Happy Meal? I can go get you one.
I have 45 health. That should be fine.
I'll get you a medium one then. I'll be right back.
Okay, be safe.
It's just evolving.
What's that?
Is that a flashbang?
That's a paintball gun. Yeah, that thing is very powerful. That thing is very powerful.
My
Wait.
love, my love.
Wait.
And my wife got me
Wait.
food.
Zoe, can I see it?
AKA a health pack.
Can I see
Hold on, I need to get revenge for a second.
it? Hey, sure.
There you go. Okay, there you go. All yours. There's
Alright, fantastic. Thank you.
I think Elaine might know.
Oh my god.
Elaine, do you know that song that's like, I love. Do you know what it's called?
It is
I remember it played on your
called
Spotify.
Chest Pain. It's called Chest Pain by Malcolm Todd.
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
I thought the name was like an M, like a Malcolm or something.
Damn.
Everybody get their happy bills.
Yeah.
Everybody got their happy
Oh,
bills.
bro.
Pain.
I'm taking you to the potty now.
I don't do anything worth 1K. I don't
Running
think
at
I
level
can.
4 and I feel like I've seen God.
Oh!
Right? Like, the amount of death is immense.
I'm still like shocked by my death. This is where I wish I was streaming.
No, we don't have enough. That's unfortunate.
No.
Alright, everybody got their happy meals. Everybody ready to go?
Because he was just there for
Hold on, I
time
gotta
to
get
find
mine.
one dead.
There's stuff everywhere.
I'm just to react.
Yeah. Yeah, he wanted a snack.
There's one on the ship. Zoe, if you need one, there is one on the ship. There's a small one.
So
but
what,
there is
we
one
like
on the ship.
spam E, right?
Yeah, you spam E when
Trying to
the
see
when
one
when
over there.
when we
Is that
are
a new one?
leaving.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, I think that's just on
I'll
the
share
ground.
some with Gordy. Not Gordy. Sorry, wrong. Who did I kill? Buffy.
Wow.
Is there anybody who only needs
I'm sorry, there's a lot of people in here. I couldn't.
You can have it.
Honestly, a compliment, but he's a pretty cool dude.
Alright, we're going now. Eat
Yeah,
your Happy
Buffy's really cool.
Meals. Eat your Happy Meals, everyone.
Unless you make
Buffy
Gordon.
got that
Munch, 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 munch.
I do have a fire box.
Oh, Elaine, you didn't get help.
The cardboard.
It's okay.
I got a little health.
You have little help.
Thank you.
There you go.
Why do we have a
Thank you.
There we go.
I don't know.
wait.
Because I don't give a fuck
Buffy, how do you have full health?
right now.
Mark's God.
Like, your health's really full.
Let's go.
I was gonna give you some.
No, but how much?
Oh, it's because I had a medium level.
Which one is this one? Is this one?
Oh, wait, did someone bring you back? Like, in the shop?
I did.
Oh, okay.
I stole someone's duck.
I'm glad you're okay.
Boogie boogie. Boogie
There's
boogie.
a red box here.
Let's go.
Oh,
I'm going out.
I found
I'm going out.
thing.
It's dark out here. God damn. God damn. I found a Pokeball. Little Batman. What's this way? Pizza. Okay, I'll start taking stuff. Okay, never mind. Ba, 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 ba. What's up here? Well, this is an extraction point, isn't it? Alright, what's up here? Any loot up here? We should start getting weapons, though. What is this? What is this? Is this just a rock with googly eyes? I like it. It's very quiet now. I love her. I love. Lappy. Go back down. Oh, this is the end of a pathway, so we gotta go somewhere else. Is that a door? No, that's a bookcase. Hello.
Good thing I found this and no one else.
Hello.
Trying to not deplete the value.
Hey Elaine, let me put this in your box.
Oh.
My Rubik's Cube!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Is it still here?
Alright, I'm gonna go this way. I'll go this way.
Alright, who's being blown?
All of
Someone's
us, apparently.
getting... Oh, hey, look, more loot. $4,000. $3,000. That's crazy.
What is that? What is that?
It's a book.
This looks like a job to blow.
I think it's a toy. It's a
Looks
toy,
like a
I
book.
think.
It looks like a book, man.
Oh my god, it's Garfield!
I hate Mondays.
E!
Lasagna.
Yippee.
Looks like a pinata.
He does. Oh no! Garfield.
He didn't like that.
Yeah, that's
Didn't like
crazy.
Garfield.
That's
Homophobic,
great.
but also racist to Garfield.
Alright, I got Garfield. Alright, where's the cart? Where's the cart? Alright, so put in the cart.
What?
I'm painfully single, guys.
Excuse me.
Oh,
We'll
sorry.
get you
Put that
someone.
my
Don't
way.
worry. No, we'll get you. We'll get you. We'll get you
Oh
some
my
of
god,
that, you know?
Garfield! Put Garfield
Yeah,
in
we
the
got
cup
Garfield.
here.
There's a whatever that thing. It does not like
Yeah, what
Garfield.
is that?
Roads?
That's the one that you're not supposed to look at, or it chases you.
The
I call him No Face. I don't.
Well, yeah, it looks like No Face. So with the robe, you don't look it directly in the eye, or it will outrun. But if it bumps into you, it will still kill you. You just have to be careful because it will take 100 health points in one hit.
Oh, okay. We can turn this in now if we want to do the first one.
Yeah, because everything else is kind of far away.
Okay.
Go for it. I'm gonna go out and get more stuff.
The
Okay.
robes.
They're
The robes
moving
is
the
over
cart.
there.
Ah!
Oh,
Trying to lure
somebody's
it away
dead.
from Cassia. It worked really well.
It's like a job to blow.
Ah!
What the? Oh my god. Stop!
Oh, hello.
A guy just ran that way.
Oh no.
Oh
Wait.
fuck! I don't want to take that clock.
Wait, this is a whole ass wardrobe. What the
Whoa,
fuck?
yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Sorry. Thought I could open it.
Which way are we going?
I'm going this way, and then taking a right, and backing up, and not going. No, don't go that way. Don't go that way.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
no. Is the extraction in this room? Ah!
Oh,
Right,
sorry.
no, we can grab the
No, you're
clock and
good.
the wardrobe and move it to the. Oh, there's a robe in the room.
There's nothing up here.
It's Susie.
I'm just getting away from that.
That first one. I know it has more value, but this is more valuable. I see someone's tail's moving
The
well.
blower's in here.
No.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh no.
Please. Ow, it sucked me. It sucked me and I didn't want to be
Stop saying those words, you're right.
Oh my god.
No! Stop sucking me!
Oh no!
Oh,
What
he
the
knows me.
heck?
My Susie doll!
Leaves.
Wait, there's a. Why did I just say Susie from Delta Room?
It's because I found a
Really?
Susie doll. It makes the
okay.
Susie's down.
Oh!
Sorry, guys.
Ow!
No
Sorry,
thanks.
guys.
I know.
Mama,
Oh,
why you
no.
hit me?
Oh no.
This is because dinner wasn't cold. Run.
Go away.
Wait, where'd he go?
That's because I said I love him.
I got you.
We're grabbing the clock. I mean the clock.
Gonna wait.
Oh my god, what
until
the
it's
heck?
clear. Did he put you in under with me?
What?
Where is it? Okay, yeah, I think he got you. Want to make sure it was safe. I didn't want to res you while it was like that. Keep your head down though, because it's coming.
Imagine.
Okay.
God! Motherfucking damn it!
Alright.
Hi.
He walked right into.
Got you, Elaine.
You know?
This is
Kind of funny if you ask
What's
me.
this?
It's a
What vault is
closet.
this? Oh, don't we have a drone for this? I thought I saw one on the top.
I don't know.
Oh wait, maybe we can just pull it in through the doorway.
Yeah.
There we go.
You gotta
Gotta
say.
rotate it though.
Yeah.
Also, Gore's dead? I don't know where Gore died though.
Oh.
If it's sticking out the sides, it'll get destroyed.
I
when
can
the
help
walls
try to
comes
find
down.
Gore's head
Hello.
after we're done moving this.
Oh, hello!
I found
Never mind,
Gore.
he's a bank.
Yeah,
Dumb.
Dollface
Oh,
got
nice,
me.
nice.
Oh,
Okay.
my furniture.
What's the clock?
The fuck you guys find that IKEA? What the?
It was right next to the clock! It was right next to the clock, man!
Okay.
I'm
Oh
trying
my
to.
god!
You want to stand it up like this?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Alright, perfect. Now we just need to scoot it.
Oh!
Nice.
It actually
Good job.
Yes, you put it upside down the same way we put the clock upside down.
Yeah, that's how we roll. We're the
shit.
club.
Is that Courtney?
Dan?
You'll just say
Car.
stand.
Man.
I don't know.
Whoa. Damn, the money went a little far there.
My bud was streaming, but he.
Whoa.
Possessed by Stan.
Oh, what the fuck?
What?
Why was Noble so loud for me just now?
I don't know.
I can't get the ball.
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 What the
Ball.
What's happening?
Ball.
I don't know.
But I can hear. I can.
Oh, I see, Bob.
Noble.
I got it.
It's like what cats do.
Oh,
Why should I roll in my ear though?
I got it.
good job.
Oh.
Oh, I'm concerned.
We're not broke. I got a ton of money.
Oh, sweet. Also, the extraction's right there.
Wait.
Yeah.
Noble.
That's everything.
But
I can hear you in my head, everywhere I go.
I can too. Noble's just a voice in my head.
I haven't heard none of y'all is crazy.
Yeah, it happens. It makes your voice high pitched too.
Hello.
Hello.
I thought it was one of us and noise behind me, but I thought it also might be a
Nobody told me
What's the PSA?
I also have Noble in my ear now.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I came in here to help.
Thank you. I think that's all that was in there.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Hello. Hello. Anything else in here?
Don't think so.
I think that's everything.
Okay.
I think that's everything.
Then I'll go ahead and
I can
turn
hear
this one
Noble in my ear. I can hear Noble.
Everybody says
No matter
that.
how far I
Some
am
reason-
away from him.
For some reason, everybody can hear Noble. I can't hear Noble everywhere.
Neither can
I
I.
can.
hear Noble everywhere.
Are you?
I can hear
You want it? I'd give
I'm
it.
just on his mind,
Yeah.
man.
I was
Damn,
listening to
I'm
us sing about his.
Yeah, I can hear you twice now.
I
What's
have
happening?
I have Noble turned down. I can still hear it in my head.
Noble, you're spooking me. I can hear you twice. You sound like a BBEG, bro.
He's very loud too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear it now. Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Do you
What's
have
that
your
big yellow
Discord
thing
thing
on
on?
No,
that
it's
Discord?
off.
No, my Discord's turned down.
Oh, you need help with this? I got you.
Let me mute this.
Where the fuck do you find that?
Oh, you found the skeleton. Sweet. I found him when I found the.
Wait.
You're still on blasting game.
Man, this is God's greatest gift. Oh, this is beautiful.
Don't turn in yet.
I'm
Don't
sorry,
turn in
Becky.
yet.
No, we broke it, bro. We broke it. We broke it.
Oh.
Oh,
That's alright.
we had something cool, but Elaine broke it.
I did break it. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, maybe I'll save this until after.
I want to turn in now because Noble's just in my head so loud.
Yeah. We're turned in. We're turned in. Let's leave.
I even had him turned down in game to 0 and I could still hear him
I just
in my
want
head.
Noble to be like,
Damn.
every step you take.
Oh, wife.
Yes, wife?
Would you like a ride? Your chariot is here.
No, you get in the chariot, queen.
Oh, okay.
Noble is whispering in my ear and I don't like it. Noble, I need you to shut the fuck up. Noble, I need you to shut the fuck up. Noble, I need you to shut the fuck up. Is Noble in here?
No.
Noble, I need you to shut the fuck up. Noble, I need you to shut the fuck up. We need to leave. We're leaving.
Where's Gore?
I don't know where.
I think someone may have just died. I just heard
Gore's out there too.
The rogue scream.
Gore's out there too. It's not my problem.
Yeah, we're missing
Noble,
like
Noble is whispering to Kazuya, not knowing that I am also on that frequency, and I hate it. Stop! Stop!
Welcome back. Yay! You made it back. Good job.
No! No! Buffy, you son of a bitch!
Oh,
Holy shit. Please,
Buffy tumbled onto my ass out of the car,
please
killing
tell me it's
Pancake and throwing me
Noble,
out.
say something. Noble, say something, please. Wait. Wait, is it good now?
It was betrayed.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait. Wait, talk again, Noble? Talk again.
That I have 1 health.
He's still
No. No.
What is happening here?
Noble, stop. Stop! Stop it. Stop it. You're in my ear too. I need you to understand I'm also on that frequency and I don't like it. My cat ears are sensitive and I don't like it.
Elaine side of this.
So loud.
I will put my dick in your mouth unconsensually if you don't stop.
What?
Okay, good.
Jeez.
Don't threaten me with
Can I?
Oh my god!
He's driving me mad.
We need to
It's
reset
time.
the lobby or something. We need to
It's
reset
time.
the lobby.
It's time. Maybe killing him will fix it.
Yeah, maybe killing might help. Yeah, please.
How's
Right,
it
can we?
going?
Is it fixed?
Good, you know, just
No, Noble, say something.
Noble, say something. Noble, say something.
Oh, it's so quiet. It's so quiet.
What the fuck?
It's so quiet.
Son of a bitch! What is happening? Throw him away. Put him in the toilet. Put him in the... No! No! It's only happening to me and Kazuya and it sucks. Why? Why couldn't it be done to, like, my wife? My wife wants it. Shut the fuck up. Oh, big ass head clogging up the toilet. You stay in there. You stay in there.
Oh, that's
What the fuck?
You should use that, Mark.
Whoa.
What does this do?
Oh, Sailor Moon!
It makes sparklies.
Let's find out.
Oh my god.
IKEA.
Like,
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh.
Good job, Mark.
So afraid I'm gonna hear Noble talk. Oh my god.
How loud it is. Okay,
I want this, but it's too expensive.
How much is it?
It's 94.
Oh yeah, we just don't have enough money. I'm
I
sorry.
clipped the
That thing is an instant kill weapon. Get away from me with that shit.
I don't even know how to press it, bro.
Do you want the Roblox paintball gun?
Yeah, I don't know how to press
What
it.
is happening?
I'm being so for real.
Like,
Oh my
Can
god.
you just
oh
kill
my
me
god,
so
oh
then
my
I can
god.
reset? Mark, kill me, please.
Help! Help! You know what? I think it's time. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it. Kazuya, I can't do it anymore. Oh shit! I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. Oh shit, I'm bad at this. I can't do this anymore.
Reset
no
the
Shit,
lobby.
wrong way.
Reset the lobby. Reset the lobby, please.
Okay, I'll reset the lobby. I'll reset the lobby.
yeah, well, let's try that.
Please reset the.
That was... I can still hear you! Oh my god! Oh my god! I know what it is! No, I don't. I thought it was the... Yep. Never mind, I can't hear him anymore. Okay. Oh my god. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening, guys? What is happening? What is happening? Oh, hey.
Wow.
Hello.
Is it...
We're not gonna be able to tell until we get in game. We're not gonna be able to tell until we get in game.
Bruh.
How? What? Oh my god, dude.
Dude, I
What was he
closed the
doing?
game. I closed the game, and I could. I left the. I went to the main menu, and I could still hear Noble.
Right?
I don't know
heard him
why.
For a second, I could still hear him. Like
It freaked me. I thought it was a stream together, but it's not. He's muted in the stream.
No.
I was like, it could have been because it makes sense. It would make sense if you and I could hear him because we're in the stream together. You know,
He's
but
that
his
makes
mic
sense.
is muted.
Okay, is it fixed? Please tell me it's fixed.
I don't know. We're gonna have to.
Oh my
1,
god, yes.
2,
Okay,
3,
you're good
4,
now. You're
5,
at normal
6,
volume now,
7.
Noble. Oh.
We need
We're
Zoe.
missing Zoe.
That's unfair. I
Zoe?
wanted him in my ear.
Yeah, that's why I was screaming. I was like, why couldn't you have it, not me? I want to hear fucking Noble being like, daddy like.
I heard that part. I'm far away
I'll
from here.
just,
I'm like, what?
I'll just say this now. Like, if you guys are very curious on how loud Noble was in my ear, then you could go check out my VOD after this stream and get, like go to like
Oh, yeah,
go to
I'll be
like
checking out clips.
go to like the 1 hour and 40 mark or like whatever on mine, and you'll know how fucking loud he was in my ear.
like the thing is, it wasn't loud for me. I just could hear him everywhere.
It was like he was at 200 volume for some reason, and
You should definitely clip it on your end, Cassia. I'd love to see.
Oh
how,
yeah.
How
To
bad
put
it
in
was for you.
perspective, everyone in the lobby right now is at 20%, which is like a decent sound for like my stream and for me, like personally. But it sounded like no one was at 200.
Alright, I'm gonna start the lobby. Hopefully it'll be okay.
Oh, it made me sweat. It made me sweat. I'm fucking sweating.
Yeah, did him seductively whispering in your ear make you sweat?
I was sweating. I was stressed.
Yeah.
Alright, let's test it.
Yeah.
Let's test it.
Let's get this bread.
I think it's okay. I think we're okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool.
Holy fucking shit.
Should get more stamina. Stamina's cheap. We should get more stamina. Stamina.
Who is this? Pancake's killing everybody with the magic wand.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh.
Yeah, it kills
Yeah,
people.
You just murdered like 3 people.
I can live with that.
Alright, I think we got it.
Yeah, I can live with what I just did.
Did we ever get an indestructible drone? We need one.
Yeah, we have one.
Oh,
we can get another drone though.
Oh, hi. I'm alive.
I broke it for you, Chloe.
For my wife.
You stole him from me! Is that a wand? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's a Sailor Moon wand. Oh my god, there's 2 of them.
There
Oh
we go.
no.
Creature.
I avenged my wife.
I'll take a small.
When are we gonna get the Miyu and Elaine epic cover?
27.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
How will you sleep at night?
I want to get one of
Next
these.
Next to my wife.
Wait, why do
Honestly,
we have 4K?
you know what?
These
Elaine,
will go up
do
these?
it. Let's do it.
What did you guys buy?
Hi.
I would like
Why?
I don't even know.
Bunch of upgrades.
Everyone just.
I have one question.
Oh, okay.
To be honest.
You're cute.
Man, okay. Another time then.
Oh, I almost had you.
What is this?
I'm just a tip.
Eh.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, baby.
I'm
I'll
so
get you
afraid.
inside.
Yeah!
Oh, good. Oh wait, guys, I can't res her.
Oh, hold on.
You can raise
I'm
people by
being
just putting them in the shop when you.
I'm getting uppies.
There you go.
Thank you.
Alright, you ready for chaos?
I found something.
Oh my god, yeah.
Wait.
They keep respawning up here, so if you do that, they'll keep respawning up here. You can just infinitely do grenades.
Okay, we don't have to res her then.
Oh, there's multiple heads.
You guys really just drop it in?
After you killed 3 people?
We're in this together, baby.
Yeah! Oh god, what is that?
Fucking rocket launcher.
What did you say? You'll do it again?
Oh, why is there a head up here?
It does like when you die, you know how you become a head and you can move as a head. They're like upgrades for it, but they don't really work that well.
What's going on?
Bye. Bye, Pancake.
Oh no, no.
Oh, here, come on out.
Oh,
Go on.
they're trying to get us.
There you go. Good boy. Good boy.
I'm trying to time it. Time to whoop.
Alright, I've had my fun.
Oh.
Alright, let's get Pancake back.
Alright.
Bit's over.
Oh, hi.
Guys, are we leaving?
No.
Oh, I'm out here. Get this thing off of you. First, I was gonna hit the guy. Oh! Okay, well, she's about to get smushed. Oh.
No! No! Oh my god! This is war. Oh no!
What's happening?
I fell!
Here?
I fell out. I fell out. I fell out. I'm running away. No!
It's on the bench. It's on the bench. It's like right there.
Oh, okay. I'm eating my cereal, so my brain.
All right, let's
You wanna
go.
go up there? Do you wanna go up there?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Oh! What the fuck?
Good
job.
stuff up here. Okay.
Is everybody ready to go?
I think so.
You
Yeah.
ready to leave?
Yep.
Alright, Pinky, come on!
Oh
Here,
wait,
here.
they're dead. Oh, thank
Oh. There you go.
They'll get revived. It's fine.
I got him. I
you.
got him.
Anyone in this one? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. What are you doing?
There's more. There's more. There's more in here. There's more Happy Meals.
Yeah, I should grab one of those.
You need a health pack.
One that just rolled inside.
Okay.
Okay,
Is
got
there
it.
a large
Yeah.
one
No,
anywhere?
this ain't mine. This is yours.
I
It's
don't
fine,
think
it's
so.
fine.
I
I'll
think
get
there's
one,
only
I'll get one, I'll
mediums.
get
We
one.
got 3
No,
mediums in the
I
car though
have
if you
one.
want.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll do that.
I was saying I was gonna give you one if you didn't have one.
yeah, there's one. There's a bunch over here.
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
Alright,
Sorry. I'm just a little angry that I can't whisper in people's ears. Okay.
You can. It just takes a little more effort.
You ready?
Ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Let's go.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Yay. Eat your Happy Meals.
I choked on the toy. I choked on the toy.
Oh no! No! You're not supposed to choke on the toy!
Oh.
I choked on the toy, and not the sexy kind.
I like microplastics and macroplastics.
I got to eat one. Yeah.
Oh, we have 2 indestructible drones? Okay. Alright, I'll take one.
What happens
Are you
if
ready?
you use them on each other?
Yeah, let's go.
I don't know. You can test it out, Mark.
Whee!
Hey guys, I don't know if you view this, but ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves.
You mean ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Nice.
Yes. Are you ready, team?
Let's go!
On the way
Ow.
out, because you're naughty.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Great.
Like,
Agree.
What?
you reach the self-righteousness. That's what I hate.
Immediately fell over and broke.
Yo! Does anybody have the indestructible drone? There's a thing up here. It's a griffin. It's a griffin statue. And we're right here. We're right here. We could use the indestructible drone and just drag it.
Oh, I don't know how to do that.
Do you have it?
No.
Okay. Because all you have to do is you hold the thing and then you press E and then it just attaches.
Oh, okay. Well,
Does anybody have the indestructible drone? There's a griffin. There's a griffin statue. Put it on the
Oh, there
griffin
you go. Thank
statue.
you.
Pokemon.
Hey, Elaine.
Oh, what's up?
What'd be a funny thing to whisper?
Oh shit, that's a good question.
I thought about doing a monster noise, but I wanted to like ease into it a little bit first.
Come on.
That's valid. I ask Boffy.
Mm.
Hey, Boff,
Oh my God, look at
Boff,
that.
I need your help real quick. Come over here. Need help. Here.
So,
Okay, if I were to whisper someone into someone's ear, what should I say?
hey little mama, let me whisper in your ear. I think there's something that you'll like to hear.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I don't know the rest of the song though.
I'm gonna look at the lyrics real fast. It's gonna be awesome.
But there's a whole song of things you should whisper in people's ears by the Yin Yang Twins. Or whatever, I
whisper in
think.
the ear. Yep.
Nothing over here? Nothing? Nothing? Is this something? That looks like it should have been something. I can't believe there's nothing in this room. How come the one room I pick has nothing in it?
Ooh, I found the big room.
Whoa! I found an umbrella.
Oh, nice. From the
fuck
Umbrella
is this?
Academy.
This is so awkward. Oh, I broke it.
Oh,
Aww. Alright, well. Whoa! Found an arcade cabinet. I found an arcade cabinet. Look,
Oh, hell yeah.
Look at this arcade cabinet.
I have a drone for
It's got... I don't know what games those are, but it's
Let me see. I see Metal Slug 3.
Oh.
Hell yes.
Nice.
I got you.
Cool. There you go.
There you go. That'll help.
Now it won't break. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can bang it against walls.
You can't.
I don't know which way is back to the.
Yeah,
Forward,
forward, and
and
then
right.
to the right. Yeah, forward and right.
Okay.
Oh, I hear a clown. It's not so good.
Someone give me a hand and pick up the clown, drop it down the pit.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah, okay. Right, when the clown comes here, we can both try and... Oh, look out! Can we grab it?
Oh, get down.
Holy fucking shit.
Alright.
We...
Yeah, I got it.
No, we're not strong enough.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Don't kick him!
Bro.
Oh no, guys, yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Does anybody want a cheeseburger the long way?
I want a cheeseburger! Oh my god, cheeseburger the long way!
Does anyone have a
The
drone?
long way.
He's
I don't know. I put my drone on the Griffin and I haven't seen it since.
Yeah.
Oh, is it still there?
It's
I'm just
no,
sad about
it might be at the thing with the at the starting area with the arcade cabinet.
Oh.
Need to ask why.
I just want to find loot. Oh.
Stop, Lays, please.
I got a drone.
Okay, I found a bag of Lays, but they're being difficult.
Oh, me.
Bag of Lays, stop!
Oh
I
shit.
hear it over here, I think. Is it the clown here? Oh. There it is.
Okay.
Okay.
You know.
Hey, what's up?
No!
Here, wait. Put the bag in first, and then I'll put this one down. There we go.
Yeah. All right, I'll take the little cart.
Okay.
You having fun? Oh my god. Oh my. Hey, what's up?
Looking for thing. But nothing can replace the Teletubby I lost.
You lost a Teletubby?
Yeah, the freaking mouth ate him.
Damn.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I got it. I got it.
I got it.
Okay.
Oh.
Ow, face.
Wait, do you know where the...
No, my wife. Oh. Okay, we'll bring you back in after the shop because it won't let us invite you until the shop. Oh, hey guys. Oh, hey.
Hey.
Can I pick it
Oh,
up?
let me move this a little bit.
I mean, if I could just pick this up, if I could just pick it up and put it on top. Yeah.
Okay.
And then we had the big part.
That was really difficult to get in.
That's valid. I think we should just turn this in, actually.
Yeah, I'm also gonna move this arcade cabinet just in case it's too close to the edge.
Yeah, good idea. Nice.
Wait, where's the drum?
You put it in your inventory.
Oh, I didn't do that on purpose. If I did, I don't have one.
Yeah, at the bar at the
How do I-
bottom, it should. You just
I
press
see
1,
one.
2, or 3. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pressing 1, 2, and 3, and nothing's changing.
Oh. Well,
That's
it's
a good
somewhere.
chunk of money.
Yeah, it's 41,000. Why does this card keep turning?
Oh, Lordy. Hey, we just had a war with a clown.
Honestly, I could hear the. Hi.
Oh wow, we are rich.
I see a
I
card.
can hear you, yeah.
Big money.
Kazuya, can you hear Noble at all?
Good. No.
Okay. Oh.
Wait, is he alive? Or is he?
I think so. My
Oh.
Miyu disconnected. My wife, she disconnected though.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh.
There's a loot. There's a loot over here.
Oh wait, there's something over here. Oh.
Hearts, yay! We need that.
Oh,
Right over
is there
here,
stuff?
fellas.
There's stuff?
There's more stuff. There's a stuff.
Wait,
over
where's
here.
the stuff though? Where's stuff? Oh, it's over here.
I hear a ducky.
Wait, here, we can turn in the second one. You can just activate the third one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That works.
Alright. I'll run over there now. Oh, I can.
Oh, it's in this room? What the fuck? I have never seen one of these in this room.
Yeah.
Hey,
He had
it's
peace
weird.
offerings for it.
Nice. I will put it in the safety cart. There we go. There's one over here. You wanna open it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's go. Button.
Click the button.
Yeah.
Dog. Beep. Beep, 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 beep.
I don't think I can.
Hi. Bye, Zoe.
No.
Nice.
Hi, Pancake.
Yeah, I know for the
Hi.
time everyone
Yes.
is
Hi.
not using it.
Hi.
Hi, Pancake.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You son
Yeah,
of a
I
bitch.
didn't I didn't know that was you can adjust the volume on it. That's why it was so loud before.
I adjusted the volume on the mic because I didn't want to blow your eardrums again.
Yeah, it's alright.
Man, the bit's dead. It's very
Oh,
sad.
I'm sorry, bud. It's okay. We can do it next time.
Yes. Yes.
What is it?
Duck.
The duck's on the second floor, but we have to, so we can get it to it, but...
Oh, why don't I
Oh,
just lift you guys up?
Yeah.
Wee.
Nice. Nice. I'm putting this in the thing.
Oh, you got it? Damn.
Okay. Oh, fucking. What the fuck?
ready to leave? Or...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
I
everything.
think we got everything.
Yeah.
We still
Nice time
Got
to
a
go.
lot of money this time.
Oh, this is the last one.
Wait, we don't have everything.
What?
You don't have me!
Aw.
Take me.
Last chance to give me your health before you die.
That's actually a good idea!
I know where the other one is somewhere. It's like far away. Oh. Oh, okay.
Bleep, 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 bleep.
They need to add the wee cat. We need it.
We do need that.
I didn't know the thing on Kazuya's head was not just chicken breast.
Oh my god!
Okay, Mark, help.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Good job.
Son of a bitch, I knew it.
Good job.
No, I'm not touching that. I'll break it.
It's okay. We've turned everything in, so it doesn't matter if we break it. Look.
Yeah,
It
this
feels
is
good
true.
'cause it's a soul.
Oh! My face.
Mark, there's a freak coming after me, bro.
Oh, that's the guy we just killed. Pick him up and smash him.
Oh, it's good in the car because the car's so small. No, get back here, bitch! I ain't done beating you.
Oh, bruh!
Throw him into Gore's face.
Bruh!
There. Now
Here
we
you
go
go.
again.
This one's for you.
Fetus. Give me. No!
Hello. I'm alive.
Hello.
Right.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, how are ya?
Hi.
Hello. Good job. Thank you, wife. We'll bring you in. We'll bring you. We'll do the shop episode very quickly.
Cloud.
Oh my god, there's so much!
Oh!
What the fuck?
Dude!
Oh, we gotta leave, guys! Stay alive, hide and stay alive!
Nope. Hi.
Hi, there are like 3 monsters in the car right now, so...
Brother.
What is happening?
Bro! Attack the dead ones, you fucker!
This'll be fine.
No.
This'll be fine.
I was
This'll be
attacking
fine. This'll be fine. As long as one person lives.
No!
Well... I don't...
I'm pretty sure that's a clip.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
okay.
what happened?
Oh my god, we live! Yay!
Okay, so
I
Nobi and I were just
thought-
walking back and talking. Why were we left behind exactly? Like, what led
There
to
was
that?
three monsters inside
Yeah,
the car.
The
and we were all
clown,
hiding,
the
and people
animal,
were
and then
dying.
the
People
spewer were all
dying.
in the car.
Okay, good
Yeah.
to know. Good to know. That's an
Bruh.
acceptable answer. This is fucking cool weapon. I'd
Cool
like to use
monster.
this against the clown. Or the tried.
Sick.
Can we get the stick? Can you get the stick?
Whoa, I
want the
want this.
stick.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah,
Ultraviolet
It's a sniper
blast?
Stick.
Does a lot of damage. It like instant kills.
I mean, I only
Ooh.
have 1 health anyway.
Yeah.
Get on my sick ass guy.
I'm gonna secure my
You have an
happy
ass
meal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same.
look.
I need one bad.
It shoots him in the ass.
What the fuck?
Ah!
Ow.
Bruh.
I was running in here. God damn. What's this? What's this do?
That's not giving me PTSD. It's not like the Scissor Sister.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
This one is cheaper.
Thank you. Yeah, it's expensive. No! Ah!
No. Kazuya, come with me to my office called the bathroom. We must have a private discussion. Okay. This isn't the bathroom.
This isn't the bathroom.
Get in here. Okay. So just gonna. We're gonna do a performance review. Okay. All right. So this is the thing. Okay. I would like to do this secret stream called.
Oh.
Oh, ow.
So,
Wait, give me that. Wait, I want to do something funny.
I'm trying to let go. Oh, kill me.
Was there anything else you guys want to get, or like I just kind of put a couple things on there, but if you're not.
I said nothing. I said nothing. I said nothing. I said nothing.
I thought you shot a rocket at me and I shit myself.
She did.
I technically did. I did.
Wait, who did I hit?
Oh.
Where are you?
Nobody,
Oh, I'm
actually.
sorry,
I just hit
thank
the
you.
door.
Are we good with this?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Damn.
We have plenty of like.
Free health. Free health.
Oh my
Come over here. Come back. Back to
I didn't realize that. I probably should have done that
the door
too.
anymore.
Yeah, he's come back with 20.
Really unfortunate. I'm sorry for.
I took all of the big med packs and put them in the car, and they're in the ship.
What I want you.
Free health?
That was a nice nap.
I want free health.
Ooh, welcome back.
Yay, free health. Although we're gonna get free health anyway, but whatever.
No.
It's not working.
Yay!
I don't even want.
I didn't have much.
Oh, what the fuck? How did I kill myself?
Oh.
Hey.
Death.
Let's go, everybody. There are Happy Meals in the car. Buffy brought Happy Meals in the car.
What the goddamn audience wants.
Oh.
Excuse me. Oh.
Not you.
Zero gravity drone seems like a really funny way to lose an.
Yeah, it's fun. Come on.
Damn it.
Join that.
Damn it.
Damn it.
That looked like some skills right there.
Alright, let's get going so we can invite you back.
You skills.
No. Let me grab a medkit. Is there a medkit I can grab?
There's some in here. There's some in here.
Yeah.
Oh, is there a level 3 medkit?
Yeah, there's loads.
Yes.
Oh, sweet. Okay, I'll get one.
I collected all of the level 3 medkits and put them in the cart and brought the cart in.
Thank you, Buffy. That's awesome of you.
Need help, buddy?
No, I'm fine.
There's level 2 medkits in the car.
Is me in the game still? Where'd she go?
She disconnected.
They're joining back. They're joining back.
Yeah.
Alright, everyone get a level 3. There's enough for all of us to have a
Hell
free,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Let's get out of here. Eat your Happy Meals!
No. My Happy Meal. My Happy Meal.
Damn!
Yeah!
God damn.
Okay, nobody leave. Nobody leave.
Bruh.
Nobody leave.
I didn't have a Happy Meal because I was too busy laughing.
Here, come here, buddy. Here.
I was too busy laughing at fucking Noble.
What?
I didn't eat my Happy
Do
Meal.
I look funny? Do I look
laughing too
funny
hard.
like a clown to you?
Yeah, actually.
Thank you.
Okay.
So kind.
Whoever
Oh my
takes
god.
Whoever takes him,
Can I-
please promise
Okay.
use it for good against the monsters and not each other. Okay. But we have a moon stick. The moon stick.
Hello? Can I not
Alright.
be gay?
Hello. Oh.
Hey.
Well,
Don't leave
use it on others.
No!
Oh no, it's fine.
Don't leave.
It's fixed, it's fine. I couldn't hear you when I answered, but now I can hear you guys.
Yeah, when
Yay.
you join in after, like, join late, you won't be able to hear until we load into the level.
Oh, okay. I was about to click the quit button, but it loaded before I could, so it worked.
Miu, get over here. Miu, get over here. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna talk to you over here, okay? Well,
Okay.
done.
It's Odysseus.
Am I in trouble?
Right.
Am I in trouble?
Yeah, you're definitely in trouble, okay? We just
Oh,
need
man.
Be nice to my wife!
Okay.
to vacate the fucking.
I'm gonna try and see if I can kill something with the moon stick.
I believe in you. Basement. Basement. Is this something I can have? No.
Down here every time.
Is this something I can have? Ooh, yes.
Wait, it has the E function?
Oops.
Damn!
Slurping.
Well, at least there's nothing big down here like last time.
Yeah.
Cause that shit sucks.
It kills things.
Oh? What kills things?
The Sailor Moons.
Oh.
Try and get up close to one and just do it like that.
Probably shouldn't be just aiming it randomly and eating.
Yeah, no, I pressed it once because I didn't know what it did, and now I know.
You could have asked.
Excuse me, sir.
You could have asked.
Yeah, you should just.
Although Lane's in there too, so it's even better.
There we go.
Yeah.
To the right.
Was he mean to you, wife? Was he mean to you?
No,
Yes.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I deserve
Struck me
it.
down.
You fucking bully my wife. I'll fucking shove fucking Sailor Moon's whole fucking 10-foot wand pole up your ass.
Don't promise me with a good time, God.
God damn it. God damn it.
Thank you for protecting me, boy.
Of course.
I was gonna say you don't fuck around, but that's quite the opposite.
Yeah.
What's this way? It's a clock. I don't want to deal with a clock.
Guys, check out this present I got.
Oh, I found
Is this Perry?
Drop it on my head.
Found Perry the Blood.
Drop it like a song. Drop it like a
His
song.
tail looks like a weird
I
one.
want to know his face. Shoes. They're
Okay.
shoes.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
I've seen this movie. It's called Hole.
Yeah?
Oh, bro, I found something that's like stuffed to the wall. Hey, do we have one of those black?
Fuck your weird environment. I actually like it a lot. I'm not
Elaine,
Yeah, what's up?
do we have one of those instructable thingies?
Somewhere. Zoe might have it.
Okay. Because I got a big grandfather clock over here.
No, I'm perfectly fine just putting it in game over.
It's the clock, I think.
How did he die?
Okay, hold on. Let me...
If you back it up a little bit, I can try taking the clock off.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm gonna diddle his butthole. Oh, hey, look, there's
Yeah, I
a
got it.
frog over here.
Oh.
That's probably bad, right?
It's okay.
There's like a giant frog. There you go.
Get it on there for you. There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, I found a big grandfather clock.
I need one of those thingies.
I underestimated, or I overestimated how far I could fall.
It's okay. Do you think you could job? Yay! Buffy got it!
This is a good field trip, guys. I think I should call all my collabs field trips. Cause that's kind of what it feels like. Alright, where? Oh, I can just do it like this. I keep forgetting. I can just. Whoop. Perry.
Okay.
Oh,
That's good.
I just perished him.
Hello.
Gore.
Hey, Pancake.
Yeah.
Where did
I
Gore
found
go?
Odysseus.
Hi, I'm up here.
Where? Oh,
one?
nice.
Wait.
Okay.
Perry. Nothing. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm not dealing with that. No, sir. No how. Ooh, what's in here? Park my little cart down on. Is this a gaming PC? Oh my god, guys. I can play all the AAA games now. I got the dual. I now have a dual PC for my dual PC setup. Yes. Went to Best Buy and I got myself another PC. It was on clearance.
I fall over.
Oh. Oh. Damn it.
Oh, no!
Okay.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, okay.
Oh, we need a.
Yeah, we need a thing.
Careful.
'Cause that'll break.
Yeah, that will. Yeah. We will leave that there.
Oh no! What happened here?
I screamed at Kazuya and then I fell off. I'm starting to get out of my way and I fell in it.
This is such a stranger. I like it a lot.
Alright, I like the vertical.
I saw Boffy a second ago. Where'd he go? I want to make a Best Buy joke.
Hello. Hi, wife.
Hey guys, I went to Best Buy. Look, I got a second PC for my setup.
Nice.
Yeah, cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I got it on clearance.
How many whams does it have?
It got 8 whams. Got 8 dedicated whams.
Oh
Yeah,
fuck.
as someone who works in a place that sells gaming PC, that's about the right price. Pog. What the fuck? What's happening? What the fuck? Did you hear that?
No.
Oh, I just heard a guitar.
Ooh, big exciting. Oh.
Do you just want to do the first extraction? Sounds like Team Spirit. It did,
You
didn't
just
it?
fell in there 2 times already. I'm not my help this time. You know that, right?
Hey guys, I think we should turn into the first one. I think we should turn in because we got a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yes,
Found either the
You
second
want this?
one, but it's not
my
good.
inventory is full.
Oh my god.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Oh, you already had one. Never mind.
Nope, I'll take them both.
Okay, alright.
I think that's like 3 times down.
Honest, that's my biggest fear. I keep like wide stepping it because I'm scared.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Hello.
Excuse me? What's happening?
Hello?
I think
I
I
don't
just heard Freebird. What's happening?
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
afraid.
I keep hearing it too.
Freebird?
I'm afraid.
What's
It's a song.
Okay.
Oh my god, we made 51k? Nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
That didn't sound good.
Ooh, be fine.
I'm eating frozen mango.
Oh.
Ooh.
You had the applesauce.
Oh wait,
and now
do you
frozen
want to?
mango?
Do one of you want these?
Yeah.
I have 2. Do one of you want this one?
You can take it.
Sure. I'll take the tiny part.
I'll take the big part.
Cool.
Thank you.
We can go turn in this one to the other one now.
Yes, ma'am.
I love the tiny part.
I love it too. I heard someone use the magic wand.
Hopefully for
Yeah.
good. Hopefully it was for good.
Here it goes again.
Oh.
It's a duck.
The song
It's a
on the
duck.
Twitch is Chris
Hello,
founded it,
Mr.
and I
Duck.
can't change it.
Hello. Would you like to go in there?
I think they might have opened it because it's telling me to go this way.
Bye.
Hi, Zodi.
Oh fuck, there's 2 ducks. Uh-oh. And I can't kill them. Oh, they left me. Thank you for the daily vibe check, Fruit Bat. I hope you're having a wonderful day. My door's boarded off. Okay, I feel like I just saw something. There's something this way. Oh, okay. Oh, I found the other. Cool. I found the other one. Hoggin. I think we checked out everything up here. We did. Hello?
So the reaper was right behind you, but you were good, so there was nothing to
Hello?
You got enough.
Yeah, go for it.
Is everyone okay?
The left you have.
Do a link. Oh.
Yeah, the left you have to cross this.
Hey, welcome back, bud.
Oh.
Mini card. Put the Duolingo bird in the mini
Bud? What the fuck?
Duolingo bird, yeah.
We can't get that, can we?
I'm trying to get him to sit in there.
The cog?
I think that's good enough. I can go bring it to the.
Oh, yeah, I'll try one more rotation.
That looks tasty. Like, it looks like a marshmallow.
Right?
Oh, yeah. It looks like food, for sure. It looks like
Yeah.
candy.
Hey, there you go. That's good.
Oh, it fell in! It fell in! It fell in!
Oh.
Do we have one of these inaccessible zones? Mine's locked.
I don't have one.
We gotta find the other one now.
Oh, okay.
That's a good question.
So it's probably this way.
Actually, Gore, didn't you have the lightweight like drone?
One was attached to me, but I didn't like that was in the shop.
Oh, I thought you put it in your belt when we left the truck.
Oh no, I thought
Thank you, Bossy.
in front of me.
Okay.
Good job, Bossy. Thank you.
Duolingo bird? No, Duolingo bird!
No.
Ooh, this is a nice little place in here.
Yeah, no, it's got a little couch.
Oh,
Watch TV.
chill here for the rest of the day, you know. Oh.
Yeah, well, look at that. We watch cartoons.
Oh, I rolled off the chair.
I got you, buddy. There you go.
Yeah, cartoons.
Cartoons.
Cartoon.
Cartoon. I love Sunday morning cartoons. That makes me think that like all the cartoons are like drawn by Meat Canyon. And all cartoons are cartoons.
I love Meat Canyon, please.
Oh, you want to take like a
Pop
selfie?
chair. Good job.
Oh, I fell off the couch.
Dang, I can see your crack.
Don't look at my crack! Don't look. Why would you look at my crack?
Yeah, it's just so detailed.
Hey guys.
Okay.
Hey, it's the Duolingo
Don't
bird.
forget to
When you
take your
sit,
guys.
John
you
back.
really look like a potato.
Get it?
No.
What's this little like thing? I'm a jig.
You're the wrong.
Better look at it.
It's like a UFO.
Oh, it's a UFO. That's cool.
Cute.
Yeah. It's a bit buggy
It's
though.
being weird.
Yeah, it's very
What the
buggy.
fuck? What
Be
the fuck?
careful
What the
with it.
fuck?
It's
Whoa.
glitching out, bro.
I wasn't holding it anymore. It was
Yeah, no, it was doing that when I was.
Oh my god! Peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time.
Small. There you go.
Horrible potato.
With pause here, right?
Oh my god, tiny people babies! Yeah!
I mean, I like them a little.
Stop the bit, man. Jesus.
I will never stop the bit. The bit dies with me.
Wait, guys, look up there. Look up there. You can see it. You can see the. You can see the thingy.
Nice.
It says active up there.
That's a cool detail.
Oh,
straight.
What's happening?
I got you.
What the fuck?
I got you. You get to go upstairs, okay?
Menace.
I think we have enough, guys.
Yeah.
Rolls off.
Oh, bro, you gotta go up there. You gotta go up there, bro. Bro. You gotta use your legs.
Elaine, if you sprint at somebody and then press E, you go up on them straight.
Sprint at somebody and then press E.
And Q, I mean. Like this, look.
Oh.
Hey, money. I like money.
This is where I'm nervous we're gonna gang up on
right
to
there.
the third level.
Now,
Little baby.
Oh.
Little baby.
guys, observe my giant sack. I just want you to look.
Put your sack in the cart. Put your sack in the cart.
Okay,
Nobody
I'll put
wants
my
to see
enormous
that.
sack in the cart. Everyone wants to see that. Look at that. It's huge. Beautiful.
What do you? Okay.
What have you done?
I don't know because I don't have a sack. Physically. Would that hurt? You think to have actually
Yes.
if your sack was that would it hurt? You think?
Yes. Because there's like
what?
What?
Is that
But
big?
like when you? But okay. But another question. But when
It only
you
hurt if you try to walk.
Okay,
it's
well,
like
but like
the weight
if you finish, like if you were to finish, would your dick
I go
explode like a kinked hose though? Because like it's like
No. So I think what would happen is that you would just.
I got drummed to death.
It might be painful too, but I don't think it would like explode.
oh, okay.
Yeah, no dick explosion.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It's that guy!
Somebody with it, so I had to put it in there.
I wish I was able to see it. I'm sorry. I was asking educational questions about what would happen if someone's sack was the size of our sack.
Actually, set this down. I'm gonna break it.
Alright, let's get back to this one, guys. Oh, there we go.
Frog! I don't know though, you can sit on that.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't be able to sit on it. Sorry.
There's a frog. You know what we must do?
Like if you're gentle enough, that might be fine.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't be able to sit on it.
Get the frog.
Yeah, you can't sit on a giant sack.
Up, down, up, down.
Yeah.
Damn.
Take it back up.
Oh, look out, look out, look out, look out!
Oh, we got it.
Oh.
I just heard video game noises. What's happening?
Me too.
Oh god, no.
Hey. Hey, Scarecrow.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know what's happening. I'm just gonna take this orb. I'm going to take. I have to pee, guys. I have to pee so bad. I'm gonna.
Do it. There, look, it's Lane.
Hey guys.
Hello, Elaine.
I think everyone just died to the Scissor Sister. I don't really know. I kind of walked away with the orb, so I'm gonna go
Hey,
check on it.
Elaine.
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, I don't think it came through. Yeah, I can't use soundboard.
What the
You got cooked. I took a picture of Mark and he looked awful because his mouth was open.
Yeah. He looked like Weird Potato. He looked like you kind of look like a henchman, and then he looks like a little mob boss, a little fucked up
I'm here to
freaking
advertise
mob
your
boss.
hard work.
Yeah, you weird ass potato.
Oh, there you go.
Hey.
Hey.
Who else is dead? Are you all good?
Can we manage to bring him back? Do you guys have that one or?
No.
Oh yeah, I can.
We need at least 15k. I don't have the health.
Is that wait? Is that all we have, or is there more loot?
No, there's a
There
cart.
should-
I just don't know
yeah,
where
there
I
should be
left
a
the
big
cart because I
cart.
got killed.
Angry.
It's okay. It's okay. It should be on the map.
Oh, okay. Wait,
Yeah,
I
it's
see
on-
it. I see it coming.
Yeah, yeah.
I think this is
I got
Zoe
your
with the
back.
cart.
No
Zoe,
one's
is that
moving with the
you?
cart.
Do you have the cart? Do you want to bring it over?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Does someone want to grab the money for me? Because I'm
I'll
having
grab the
trouble
money.
getting
I
both
got it.
these items staying goddamn
it.
right now. Thank you. Thank you. I put the drone on it so it's not as heavy because it keeps hitting things.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got this.
Thank you. Thank
There's so many ducks.
My stress level went way down. It turns out having friends helps reduce stress.
Yippee! I gotta pee. I gotta pee so fucking bad right now. I'm fucking pissed.
If you let Noble do the thing that he wants to do.
I'm not doing the thing. I can buy
There you go.
your shapeshift like 10 times over. I don't
But you
need
can
to.
do it for free.
I don't need to do it for free. I don't want to do the bit.
Oh, thank you.
Is that everything?
Sorry, Noble, I tried.
You can't take no for an answer.
I don't see anymore. I think that might be it.
What the fuck?
What do you say?
That's a. He called us a whore. You know, fucking. You go in there. You gotta go. You gotta come back alone. Let's all leave. Let's all leave him. Let's all leave him.
Alright.
Guys, we're going home.
Hi.
We're going home.
Right, we going?
Okay.
We're going home.
We're going.
I gotta pee like a motherfucker, dude. I gotta go pee. I gotta go to the cart. Oh no! Ah!
Oh my god, no!
Ow! Ow! Oh! Oh fuck!
Oh, there is so many enemies. Oh my god.
Gore made it. Gore made it. Gore made it. Okay, I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back.
Alright. Grab me.
Yeah.
Grab me. Grab me, please. Oh, yes. I'm alive. Thank you, Buffy.
Yippee. I just got teleported here. I don't know why.
Oh, we wait. We need to push Elaine. Elaine went to the restroom.
Oh shit.
There you go. Right, we'll put
Our
Elaine
model
over
looks
here.
very unhappy looking at
Oh,
us.
thank you.
You're welcome. I ran right past one. Oh my god.
Right, who are we missing? We got one,
I was surprised
one,
the
two,
system
three,
didn't
four,
try to
five,
murder you.
6, 7.
Literally.
We're missing 2 people, I think.
I don't know where those would be.
Yeah, I'll run out and check. One sec.
Watch out, there's sisters out there.
Oh,
Yeah.
guys, come on, let's go.
Is everyone alive?
Yep.
Oh, mine's there. Okay.
Let's go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
This is everyone.
Okay, we got everybody. Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
Oh my god.
You sound like that guy from Everybody Loves
Call
Raymond.
it here.
Yes. Deborah, your chicken sucks.
Play.
Oh, you
Bye,
calling here, Pancake? Okay, thank you for joining
yeah,
us.
You tell Elaine I said bye and thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's
I'm back. I'm back.
It's nice
I'm back. I'm back.
Oh,
Bye,
Elaine's
Pancake.
back.
Love you. Bye, Pancake.
Elaine.
Love you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for having me,
Bye.
Elaine.
Of course.
Yes.
Bye.
Damn.
Perfectly.
Let me
cut
scoot.
That was nice.
Yeah.
How we feeling?
Alrighty.
Pretty good. How about you,
Ready to
man?
go to war! I want to go to war!
Go to war.
Oh God.
Bye,
I
flag.
got beat.
Oh, fuck!
I got you, bro. I got you, bro. Don't you worry. I got you. Don't worry. If no one else, I have you.
Oh God.
We're just gonna go in here. We're gonna have a talk again. We're gonna have a talk. You can't leave. You can't leave. You can't leave. Jesus Christ.
Ooh, summit shaper. That looks dead.
God.
Oh, it is unstable when I hold it. It shakes.
Someone put me
That's
up.
pretty.
Someone put me upstairs. I will go.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you, bro.
Oh, okay.
I got you, bro. It's right. 1, 2.
Woo! Thank you.
Good job.
Hey, why you do... What?
Anybody wants
Oh.
that?
What? Oh, I got laggy for a second. Whoa, lag.
Everyone okay?
Oh.
Lag.
We good? We
Everyone
good?
okay?
We good?
Lag
Yep.
okay?
Yeah, we okay.
I don't know.
Alright, I put you back
I
up
don't
there,
wanna.
bro.
I
I
don't
got
wanna.
you.
I don't want. Okay.
I got you back up there again. Here you go. Well, why you not putting your hands on your I didn't.
Oh, yeah. I'll save you. Hold on. Oh, okay, you saved yourself. It's fine.
Good job, man. You broke my dick off.
Now I can use it whenever I like.
That's crazy.
What the fuck is this?
I thought we had more than AK. What did we buy? Did we buy something or did we lose money?
Yeah, we got a bunch
Oh,
of
okay.
strength stuff. Yeah, like
just bought a bunch of
upgrades.
stuff.
Yeah.
Wait, there's
Up-
no.
upgrades, yeah.
This
Now we're
thing's
gonna be super
attached to me. How do I? There we go. That thing was like attached.
Wait,
to
do we
my
want more health or
leg.
do we want more stamina? They're both AK.
Ooh,
I'd
stamina.
go stamina. Yeah,
Stamina.
I
Yeah,
like we
yeah.
can get stamina.
Okay. I was just,
Oh Lord.
I was just gonna say the bit's dead. I won't bring it up.
Backpack you have.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
It's
it's
okay.
a seal.
I take bits too far.
Oh,
I
that's
take
so
bits-
Yeah.
Okay, it's okay.
I want to get a. I
I will
want to make
jump
a
attack
mitt and
you.
a T so I can hold.
Yes.
I love
I
manatees.
could be a menace in
Man,
different
they're
ways.
the cows of
Oh,
the
yeah.
sea, you know.
I know.
Menace.
I thought about that the other night.
Oh fuck! No!
Oh, you're right, Georgia! I tried throwing it in the other direction.
Was everybody ready? It's time to go
Get
Disney
my health. I gotta go
World.
get a health
I
pack.
need to grab a milk. I need to grab a
Gotta
milk
go Disney World. It's Disney
some in
World
the-
time.
There's some in the truck.
What's this?
Okay,
They're
cool.
all in the
There's Happy Meals in the truck.
Oh, okay.
So we can
Nice.
go Disney.
Nice.
We're going Disney.
Nice.
Everybody, we're going
Yay,
Disney.
Disney World! Disney World!
Oh.
Not a lot of Happy Meals. That's
Watch out,
in the shop.
Ah!
No.
Fuck! Sorry.
Oh.
Perish, Mark.
I'm waiting.
Let's just to the side a little bit.
Yay.
Nice.
You ready?
I'm ready.
The pretty lady.
Ready to eat our food.
The pretty lady is ready. Yay!
I'm hungry.
Wait.
Can we stop at McDonald's?
Gore! Gore!
Shocking.
Gore! 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 I got him, guys. I got him. Don't worry. I got him. I got him. I got him. I'm about to shit my pant, bro.
I'm just gonna eat all these real fast.
Yeah, eat them
I
all.
left Gore up in the ceiling.
I missed one.
Dropped his ass.
Stick.
Drop it like it's hot.
Stick.
Drop it
The
like it's
charge.
hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Why is it so awkward?
You gotta like touch the bottom. You gotta like.
Yeah, I'm trying to angle it.
Oh,
There
There
we
we
go.
go. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Yeah, I was charging.
Ooh.
Man,
Alrighty.
I've never had so much trouble charging the toys.
Wait. If this, hold on. If this is like a staff that shoots things, could you technically do the recharge drone glitch on this?
Maybe.
Probably.
You might be able to make this infinite ammo if you use the recharge drone.
Hell yeah.
Ow! My ass.
I'm gonna get more water. I'll be right back.
Okay. Doggy.
I'm the reason you need to wear a diaper.
Because you're gonna shit in my pants.
What does
You're
that
gonna
even
shit in my
mean?
pants, dude. I think that means he's gonna take my pants and shit in my pants.
No, I will protect your pants. Don't worry.
It's okay. Well,
What's
pardon
this?
me, wife, but around you, I have no pants. A teehee.
Did anyone else want to try and use
There's a wait, I can just carry it.
Did anyone else
I
want
can
to
just
try out the moon stick, or do you want me to hold onto it?
I'm glad.
You're pretty good with it. You got good aim.
My depth perception's not the best.
Wait, you say that?
Yeah, you're pretty good with it, so you can keep it.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'll hold on to it.
I'm like a bait.
Oh wait, 2 of you are in here. Okay, you guys can take it. Alright, cool.
There's stuff this way.
Ooh,
Oh,
it's
it's
a
a
creeper!
penis! I mean a creeper!
God damn you!
I mean, I looked at it for 2 seconds. It does look very phallusy.
Oh, there's a generator here.
It definitely looked like a phallus.
I'm sorry, where's the philosophy?
Princess.
Hello,
A
princess.
princess.
Fuck.
I got a phallus for you, princess.
Hello, princess. I have a phallus for you.
Princess, I'll impress you with my cowboy though.
Excuse me?
What the hell was that?
Yo, what the fuck was that sound?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
What
horrible.
is that?
What
It
is
was inside
that?
a fucking cabinet, so imagine opening a cabinet and that's staring at you.
What the hell is that?
It's a 3D troll face. What the fuck?
Oh.
Ew. Ew. I don't like that. Don't like that.
Thinking about me, and I don't.
Listen to that.
Oh, here it is.
Hi.
Ah!
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to get
It's
out of
okay.
my thing.
What's this? Oh my god! There's a Roblox rabbit. It's like a Roblox.
It's a bunny.
I hear children laughing.
I really like the silly items mod. It's what adds like a bunch of the like just silly little items. Oh my god! Good job. I got a cart. Got a cart, so it won't break. I just hear us both go
Oh, Huntsman.
Well,
where is he? Where is he?
Cock your wand, brother. Cock your wand. Cock your
I'm
wand.
cocking my wand. Oh,
Cock your wand.
Now he's
No!
You have it?
the sweet, I guess so.
I was gonna help. Ah!
Oh, there's an alien outside.
I just got up. Are you kidding me? No, grab the alien! No!
Get the alien.
I'm trying.
Ouch!
I can't move him.
I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Get the thing
All
away
right.
from me. There's a really cool thing in there, but I don't
fucking-
like it.
Yeah. Kill this motherfucker.
Oh no!
Oh god. It's okay.
Okay, I
It's
got
okay.
it.
It's okay.
Yep. Give in.
Kill
Keep fucking him up. Take his lunch money.
Kill the alien.
I don't know you.
Oh, grab it again, grab it
I don't
again.
know you.
There we go.
Oh,
shit. Oh shit.
I got it. Let's go. Let's go. Where'd my cart go?
Elaine, I found something for the pixels.
Looney Tunes timing of that.
For what?
Literally.
Oh my god, is this a Hearthstone card?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool as fuck.
What's
Where'd my
this?
cart go?
Oh, it's a
It's a
Hearthstone.
Hearthstone card.
Yeah, you can take that strange thing.
So did anyone know where the huntsman was? Because I was going to shoot it.
There's a huntsman here?
Yeah, I heard a huntsman somewhere.
Oh, is that the thing? Yeah, man, this is fucking awesome. It's like a weird mimic. This is great.
I'm about to fucking come, bro.
Don't. Ew. Hey, did you find something?
I did. There we go.
Oh, gotcha.
Thank you. I need a card.
I got a little tiny one. Oh no, I need the big one.
Yeah, we need a big one.
Burger puppy.
Get cute.
What the Burger Puppy?
What the
Burger puppy engine.
Chicken jockey.
No,
Should we turn
jockey.
Should we turn in the first one already?
Yeah. Why are you hiding? Oh, they dropped the creature.
Excuse me?
Can someone help me lift this?
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Right? I love crazy. Like, put it this
Okay, I'm
way.
back.
Welcome back. Hey, Moira. This way. Drop this shit off. Alright.
In the rain, in the rain. All right. You go ahead.
Thank you.
Water time.
Woo. Money. Oh, son of a bitch! Oh, my fucking ass, bro! Oh, fuck!
I need this. I'm gonna take this because we need this. We got the demonic TV and it doesn't fit in the tiny part.
Yeah. We're playing with Satan.
Sorry for plowing through you like that. Here you go.
There you go.
Part.
There you go.
Hello. Trying to see if there's
Anything
any
down
more
here?
Nope. No loot.
Oh, there's more.
Yeah. There's no loot though. It looks like it's been each being ran through.
Okay. Oh, come here. Hey, Ellie. Turn him out.
Oh, I can't do it.
Stop it.
Sorry.
So heavy.
Whoa! Oh, thank you. Okay, bye, Kazia. Weirdo.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go. That should help.
There we go.
I have the zero gravity drone, but the indestructible one should be enough.
What's even in here? An Eldritch Terror.
Whoa.
Oh, you want to put it in?
Yeah.
Woo! It's a gnome.
I'm a good gnome.
Cool.
I'm a good gnome.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Cool. Oh, it's another one of those dudes. Okay.
If that huntsman will show up again.
Probably.
I'm waiting for it to show up because I want to shoot it with the wand.
Hello.
Hey. Hey.
Ooh. Look at all that piss.
Just up in the clouds.
Someone's been drinking too much Mountain Dew.
Cause man, come on through.
Imagine this is a Wizards Academy where all you can drink is Mountain Dew and they have to piss in this pond. This is the wizard piss pond. This is the Pizzard's pond, if you will.
The Pizzard's pond.
The Pizzard's pond.
Piss, dude.
I'll back it up.
Hey guys, welcome to the Pizzard
pond.
What the fuck?
Guys, the wizard's piss.
Oh, we're about to attack. We can wait. Yeah.
Oh,
Noble.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Wait, bring Noble. Wait, bring him over here. Okay. Oh.
I mean, yeah.
Got him. I got him. All right.
Let me get my drone. Fuck her. Okay.
All right,
Wait.
No, Noble.
Oh.
God
What the fuck was that? Oh, he's over there.
The door just like fucking yeeted.
All right.
Alright, I got him.
Good job.
I got him. Oh,
I don't
actually,
think
can I
you
see
can
him
let
real
him
quick
go. You
first?
may have to just put him in late.
Yeah.
Oh, here.
Yeah. There we go. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
No.
Well, that's fine. There you go, buddy.
Nice.
Nice.
Appreciate it, bro.
I thought I could make it across there. Okay, I'll be real.
No, that's valid. No, that's valid.
What? What?
Clown.
Oh shit!
Good luck, Kazuya.
How did that happen? Oh, shit, I just gave him all my health, like, so much. Damn. That's odd. No, I did Gore have like half the health.
Oh, nice.
No.
Got you. I'm here for you. Yeah, go for it. You got this. Nice, good job.
Oh, it's out.
Oh,
it's out!
Yeah! Because they're using it on the alien.
Ah, fuck, Knuckles. Gotta be more loot. More loot to boot. Let me loot up here. What's up? Hey, there's some big things over here. I think I could carry it. Which I think I could carry some. Oh fuck. Okay. So I could probably carry this guy if I'm careful. Just like this. Like fuck. Like that. Yep. Ah. Fuck. Okay, fuck. Alright, fuck.
Yeah. Alright, let me get my drone back.
There's some big things over here. It's a magic broom. I don't think that was Zoe. That might not have been Zoe. Alright, nice.
Hello. I'm back. I got charged.
What do you mean come back? Huh?
Yo, what's up, Gore? I got you, bud. I got you.
Thanks. 3 of us are dead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
People
great,
dead?
great. Oh wow, there are more of you alive than I thought. I thought you were all dead. Yay, Buffy's back!
Okay. Oh, hey, how do I drop this?
You can put it in your inventory. You can press a number.
Yeah, press 1 and that'll go into your 1 slot.
Yeah.
Well, if anybody wanted it, I charged it.
So we used the duck to kill the trudge. By the way, the duck.
Is there? Do we have an indestructible drone by any
I
chance?
charged it.
Yes.
Oh.
Here.
May I take this?
Yeah. There.
Okay, I found the huntsman. I'm gonna shoot him.
Yeah.
Nice.
The husband's like hidden up there.
Right, come here, huntsman. Easy.
What's that?
Hey, you big stupid dipshit over here!
My friends are crazy.
The huntsman's dead.
Good job. Oh fuck.
Oh, someone died.
What? Okay. I didn't know the broom could do this. Okay.
Squeak, squeak.
Apparently, you can just break the broom out of its box. I didn't know that.
Oh.
I did that
That's
before.
pretty fucking cool.
I got a glizzy for ya.
Good job.
Oh, gnomes.
Now I have to hold it here. I have to hold
Wait,
it
what?
here also.
Did someone
No,
say
it'll
glizzy?
float away.
Yeah,
You-
I'm glizzy.
Oh wait,
Wait.
no, it stays.
Did you?
Oh,
Who has the glizzy?
God damn it.
The glizzy? Who's got the glizzy?
Gone, sorry. I ate it.
Elaine!
hey.
The glizzy's gone.
Chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk. Oh, that's
The
what this is?
blizzard.
The glizzy's
Yeah.
gone, I'm sorry.
What is that?
So look, it's
Chocolate
a
milk.
huge box of chocolate milk.
Ooh, chocolate milk.
Chocolate.
This is that one character.
Who unboxed the
happens.
broom? You know that depreciates its value?
Elaine.
It was me. I didn't know you could break it out of the box. I put the indestructible drone on it and it still broke.
Hey guys, look!
Say it for, like-
I got that one character from that one anime.
It's free Rin!
Here,
Oh, Freeman!
Here, oh my god, kill me.
On fire.
Alright, well hold on.
I want to die with my waifu.
Alright, well
I
I'm
wanna
gonna put your
die with his
waifu
waifu too.
right next to you so that way you don't explode her by accident.
I choose
Thank
that
you.
man's
Okay.
wife.
I choose okay.
That's a
Alright,
lot.
let's go.
Get out of here! It's my wife! I'll kill you!
I just want the health, bro. I just want the
Okay,
health.
fine. You can stay there. Stay there.
Oh, wait. I want the health too. Gimme.
Nice. Hi, tie-dye Galaxy Wolf. Welcome on in. How's it going, Wolf?
Yay!
Train.
Money!
Oh, we still
Alright, now I gotta find the
okay.
last one.
Alright,
Yeah.
last one.
They got plenty of money
To do it.
This is a big man.
Has anyone seen Zoe? Where?
I have not actually.
I didn't see it for a moment.
I don't know what
Zoe. Zoe.
This is a message from.
I'm okay. About to have some chicken nuggies. I want chicken nuggies now. Nice. I'm pretty good. Just playing Repo with my friends.
Oh.
That was a child.
Did somebody die back there?
Try to res this guy.
Oh, I got
this
it.
silly person.
Oh.
This silly Billy.
No, I can't. Sorry.
Wow.
Hey, there we go.
It spun and hit me as I'm eating goldfish. Screams.
That's the way back. Oh, we found the next one already. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alright. Where'd the cart go?
Is the cart still at the other place?
I don't know. There's a bunch of loot over here, though.
Oh, do you need an? Oh, hold on. I got you.
Oh. We have the instructable drone.
Wait, hold on.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, we have 2 of them. Did not know we had 2 of them.
There you go.
The drone
Yeah,
go.
we have 2.
Yep.
Thank you.
Is this thing?
You're welcome.
Hey, wait, I got you, there you go.
Fuck the. What is
Now,
this?
I don't trust that. I don't trust it. I don't know. I don't trust it. It looks like nuclear waste, man.
I have a nuclear bomb.
Okay, hold your horses. Let me get this off of here.
I don't think it's actually a bomb. It just looks like some weird.
Oh yeah, nuclear
container.
waste. Oh. Sorry. Let me know when you're coming next time. I know, like, move out of your way. Okay, that'll do.
Doesn't sound good.
Ooh, this is a cool room.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Watch out for the acid. No! Right after I just said that. Oh, good cat. Oh, it didn't matter.
Oh.
It was too heavy.
No. Oh.
I had just said watch out for the acid too.
Help!
It didn't matter.
Don't let that.
Okay,
I thought I could make it.
I thought
I could make it.
Someone was just saying watch out for the acid and I fell right into it.
I just
Why are people just not being
damage.
careful?
I just took damage. Yeah, it's
What a
fine.
great room.
Oh, God damn it! At least we all relatively died together.
Yeah.
People like to ask the weirdest things.
Oh my god.
I was like looking up too when I was bringing my thing in, so I didn't even see it.
I just didn't want to take the stairs. I just wanted to jump.
All the time to that
You
thing?
almost had it. You were like right
No, see,
there.
It doesn't even make it sexy. It's literally just Mewtwo and a
So, I mean, to be fair, you were very close.
That's it. That's pretty tame.
Yeah,
Like,
if they asked me to draw like sex, I'd be like, you gotta give me like a salary.
Oh, alien.
Do we know where the big cart went?
Safety.
I thought it was there. I thought I
gonna
saw
come
it.
back
Or
for
did we
it, but I
leave
had
it
the
at
cart
the...
to put it in.
Oh, it's not there.
We had the little. We had the little cart.
Okay,
It might have been left
yeah,
at the
we
last
got that one.
extraction by accident.
The mailbox. Right, that's what.
Is anybody next to our heads?
It might have been pancake. I'm not sure.
The recent thing I saw.
Who was it? Me?
I don't think so.
Oh, it was me, you. Okay. Okay, I think that's everything. Shall we turn in? Oh, there's one more. Yeah. Get that
I
soul.
killed an alien.
Nice. Okay, I think they're saying we lost everything from the last extraction, including the card.
Oh.
Yeah, alright, so let's end it. Do we know who else is alive?
Buffy's alive.
Do you want to check on him, see if there's anything else? Oh! Okay.
They got it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Alright, well, they'll get it now.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Oh my god, Zoe found a very terrifying room.
Yeah, that is scary.
She just stares into piss.
Oh.
Yo? Buffy?
These little robots are so fun.
Where are you guys?
Yeah.
I have the car.
There you are. Hi. I can hear. Okay, good. Yeah, I was gonna let you know
money is in that
the
cart?
heads were talking. They're saying that
40K!
No!
We have
At the last
80K! Well,
extraction point.
well, maybe less now because of no
They just spawned on top of us. Jesus.
I'll treat you to whatever you want,
Grab,
baby.
grab.
Oh, hey, Noble, what happened?
Well, you know, I was running, and then the judge went
I saw
bonk,
Buffy, but
and I went, okay.
I don't know where he is.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh, I'm lagging.
It means it's okay.
Got a baby.
Oh.
I'm gonna grab another plate of food. I'm fucking hungry.
Okay.
Alright, baby's dead.
Nice.
Thank you.
I'm probably just holding you in the cart. He's trying to feed you the potion. He broke the potion.
Oh my god.
And it
Don't
did
worry, when they
nothing.
turn it in, you'll resurrect. You'll be big and
Oh, is
strong.
that how that
I
works?
promise. I promise.
Oh yeah,
Lord.
if you're in the car and you do the last extraction, or if
Oh,
you like come in
right,
with the
right,
head.
yeah. I thought the
Yeah,
potion
yeah.
was gonna do something.
No,
But maybe he
I
just
think
broke it
it's
on his
fucking
head.
around.
The light friends. Hello.
Yeah,
How many
I
of
keep
those
hearing.
left?
I think
I
Boppy
don't
was
know,
just
I
being
keep
Boppy.
hearing dead, faint screams, but I can't tell where they're coming.
Okay. I think we're ready.
All
to
right,
turn
commissioned Corey to do some art. There was a funny story.
Yeah, they told me.
Oh yeah,
We have
him and Noble are
82,000. I think
alive.
that's
Yeah,
We
I
are
was
very
like-
excited to draw your model.
We just got
No,
separated.
I was on
Alright, well,
VJ
we can
and I
probably
saw
go
their
now.
name pop up. I'm like,
Alright.
Okay.
what? And I was like, no way.
Yeah, I love their
I was like,
commissions.
That's a huntsman.
Oh,
Welcome back, you
Hey.
guys.
Thank
Another
you.
huntsman.
Thank you.
Another huntsman.
Oh, good job. Good job.
Yeah, let's go. Good job, Cassia. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, Elaine behind you. Elaine behind you.
no! No, please. Oh, Gore! Will he be okay? Will you be okay? Oh my god.
Oh, he's okay now.
I threw it in the pit.
Good job.
Let's go. We gotta get out of here. Wait, where's Gore? Alright, come on. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah. I saved you, and then I went to grab him.
Let's go.
Alright,
Let's go.
let's
Go.
Let's go. Oh shit.
Gnomes! No, I don't have enough health. No! Hey, Zoe.
Alive.
Hi.
Zoe's dead. Oh. God damn it. It was like, bruh.
Okay, I need to figure out where to go. Fuck. Yeah, that's right. There are 3 of you, so using the card is a good idea. Yeah. I'm being thrown around. What's going on? Hello?
I know he's getting kidnapped. We gotta ignore that for a second. Hey, come here, little bitch.
No!
What?
You just got sniped! You just got sniped! That's crazy!
Oh.
Wait, can we move the cart?
At least you're in death with your wife. Also, Noble donated.
Yeah,
Let's go.
True.
This sucks.
How did he move the cart? Hold on.
Yeah, I think if we just scoot, oh.
Yeah, you're removing the cart. It's okay. Gore's there. Guy Gore is there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good guy, Gore.
I was so close. I was trying to be.
What?
I was trying
Be careful.
to be good. Oh.
Oh shit!
no.
Did they leave?
I think so.
Oh, they should
I
leave.
don't think they
They
knew he was
so should leave.
alive.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Buffy's dead.
The drug.
Oh, hi, Mark.
No.
It's okay.
Not
As
this
long
way.
as
I'm fucking
Kasia,
stupid.
as long as Kasia and
Noble?
Oh.
Nobles. Oh shit.
Well, Gore's
I
dead.
tried to
Okay.
talk him out of it.
Noble's fine. Noble's fine. Noble's fine. Okay, good.
Yeah. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay, we did.
Hi.
You guys, don't worry.
Yeah, me.
You
we
guys
were-
do the end?
It's all
Yeah,
good.
we were gonna wait,
Good
but
job.
there was a trudge literally walking into the.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right. Whoa, what's this? The Moonlight Greatsword? Is this from fucking Elden Ring?
That's beautiful. Test on me. Test. I only have 1 HP anyway.
Press E.
Okay.
It might have an E ability.
It does not.
I think it's just a melee weapon. Oh. Well, you knocked me prone.
I already put a bunch in this cart.
I know.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
taking them all anyway.
Yeah.
Knocked yourself prone. It's very pretty. I like it. I like the weapon.
Honestly,
Says
I'm not
it's
gonna
called
lie.
Moonlight Race.
I
Yeah, it's
used
the Elden
a
Ring one.
health potion that round. Health potions are
I
really
mean, I know it was in.
Yeah?
I'm pretty sure a Moonlight
That's why
Race.
I saw you
Dark
slap
Souls
it against
2.
Noble's
For
head.
like 6, 5, 8.
I already used it. It was just the.
Oh,
it was just the container.
okay.
No, there's no shock.
Hey, there's a stamina for 9. Oh, these staminas are just 9.
Oh wait, can we get a recharge
The
drone?
reach? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, sounds good. Yeah.
I wanna try and use the recharge drone on the moon stick and see if I can make it go infinite ammo.
Okie dokie. Mark looks horrifying. Why?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, sort of soup? What do you mean? Wait, where is he? What do you mean? He looks
Mark
beautiful.
is just an egg.
Like, that's a face only a mother could love, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I forgot we had tumble launch. I was just trying to dump that into a baby, but because we had tumble launch, I just like ran.
Oh my god.
Ooh, another potion.
The moonlight great sword? No
Yeah.
way.
Great sword.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Is it okay,
Strike
that's
me
pretty
down.
cool. That's pretty cool.
The gun.
Strike me down with it. I said, strike me down.
I'm
It's
trying.
like, please strike
You're
me down.
weak.
Cool last weapon.
You weak. You're just like your father.
Oh my god, oh my god.
This is mine now.
I think one extra jump.
I want this.
Also, stamina would be good. Maybe one
Yeah,
Give me
stamina.
the paintball gun.
the
Give
duck
me
got
the
you.
paintball gun. Give me the paint. Where'd the paintball gun go?
Strike me down.
Alright, well.
Do it.
Wait, how many?
It's not killing you.
Paintball gun. This will kill him.
Try harder.
This will kill him. Oh, wait. This will kill him.
Oh god! Oh god!
Send it.
She got the blicky.
Oh, we
Let me
send him?
die! Let me die! Alright.
Let's go.
Oh, wait. We have too much stuff. Something happened.
Oh,
There's sword
what
got
got
kicked
going
in.
on? The sword?
We got ducks.
Oh, and the
Sword.
duck. Yeah, let's do it.
It was the duck. Okay, okay,
We already
alright.
have a duck. We're good.
Alright. Come on, Noble. Let's go, Noble.
We died together, brothers.
We died.
Yes.
Let's go!
together.
Oh, no! Oh!
Oh, god damn it, Mark.
Dutch.
What's better, the Glock or the paintball gun, you think?
I take
You want to try getting the
paintball gun
paintball
is
gun?
pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's
I don't
really
know
good.
if I want...
I vouch
Okay,
for
then
the
yeah.
paintball gun. It's fun too. We don't need this stuff because we already got one.
Ow!
Oh my-
Fuck! Sorry, I tried to put it down
we
gently.
don't need it to explode. It explodes us.
Do we want this recharge?
Do we have an anti-gravity
got
drone
one, I
here somewhere?
Maybe.
Where?
Oh, there's one right here. No, it's zero gravity? Yeah, zero gravity
Yeah,
or
yeah,
anti-gravity?
yeah. Zero.
Yeah, you want... Oh, we don't have enough money for it.
Oh, I don't need.
can get
I
it.
don't need
Maybe
to actually buy it.
Upgrade?
Oh, okay. Okay, here you go. Here you go.
Do I? Can I just like use that on something? Oh, okay. Is that
It like
different
you
from a
kind of like
drone?
put it down. It's like an AOE. Yeah, it's like an AOE. You like use it and it becomes an AOE. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's good.
And then if you
Guys,
drop it, it like has that field. And you just-
I see. I need a drone.
this thing is actually good for a situation from a large height, like an
wonder if I can do
item
this.
or a
One
person.
second.
But the drone is kind of better because you can attach it.
That's a cat.
Oh,
What?
I thought it was a roast chicken. I'm gonna be for.
It's my cat.
I see. Well, we have a zero gravity drill, so we can try that.
Los Angeles,
and I hope you have a good night.
Yeah.
When did you get your pilot's license?
Yeah.
I just lost it. I crashed
Oh.
into some towers.
Somebody explain your fucking numbers, Kim.
There you go, Mark.
Oh wait, I need
Yeah,
a
that's
healing.
okay.
I need a healing.
I don't need to use it.
Damn it.
Oh shit.
You
Look at
only
these
have one
numbers.
health?
Okay.
Only level 3
How much health you
healing?
got?
Huh?
How much health you got?
Don't worry about it.
Is it all just level 3 healings?
Come here, turn your
Stop trying to look at my butt. Stop trying to look at my
Let me
ass.
see that butt. Let me see that ass. Let me see that ass, boy. Let me see it. Let me see it. Come here. Come on. Nope. 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 Go in the car. No, fight this all you want. We're going in the bar. Hey guys. I got a little snacky. Oops, sorry. It's feisty.
Are we all ready?
Is that everybody?
Yeah, I think we're all ready.
It's okay.
We all
like
ready.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I will be.
Eat your Happy Meal.
Don't do this.
Eat. I don't trust score. Eat.
Okay. I will be departing, but I will give you my help because I am a good
Can I have your health?
There you go. You get.
Can I have your health? Can I have your health?
I
have one health. I have one health. Give it.
Yeah, I give you health. I give you health.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
You are just drained. Jesus Christ. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, by the way.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you for inviting me.
That was good bits. You had really good bits. Those were good
Thank
bits.
you. You gotta turn those into clips, man. I'm telling you, that's the spirit.
Yep. That was some good shit, yeah.
Yeah, really. Clip farming for life. I love farming clip.
Oh.
Alright, goodbye. Thank you for joining us.
Bye.
Who's going?
I will vanish now.
Noble.
Hi, Noble. Thanks for playing.
I will goodbye. I will not. I need to hit someone real fast.
Thanks for the 5 gifted, by the way, Noble. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, Leo.
Yeah?
Okay, goodbye.
Get in.
Bye.
Oh, okay.
Are you gonna do what I think you're gonna do? Buffy.
I have it.
Buffy.
I have to duck.
No,
Buffy.
of course not.
Buffy.
You want
Buffy.
the duck?
Yes, give me the duck.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
Thank you.
Duck.
Hey, wife.
Oh.
What?
Hi.
You're ours now. You can't leave.
Oh, okay.
Do you like it in there?
I do. I like it. Okay. I feel like I'm at home now.
I'm so sorry,
Nice and
Callie.
cozy.
I didn't see your redeem.
Nice and
Thank
cozy.
you for the head pats and
Thank you.
for the redeeming shapeshifter box.
Just see like your bow and eyes.
Now let's go.
I'm happy early on that. Okay.
Why?
I'll
Why?
You can do it again for free next time. I didn't hear the notification. I'm so sorry.
Alright, I'm gonna see if I can make this, I'm gonna try and make this smooth stick infinite ammo.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe in you.
Wizard.
Oh!
What did you want? I tumbled and landed on the edge.
Oh, I thought you found something cool.
Now, if I put this down, and then...
Fuck. No one saw that, it's fine. No one saw that, it's fine.
What?
It worked! I got an infinite ammo mini stick.
I don't want to deal with that.
That's those are powers.
I don't want to deal with that.
I need camaraderie.
Guys, I found big things up there. There's big things up there. I can't take them though. I don't have any drones. That's a big hole.
Oh wait, I have an invincibility drone if I need to. What? Where is these items? Are they on the floor?
Hi, Condemned. How you doing?
Hold on.
That didn't sound very good.
Where is the part?
Found some beds. Think I can parkour up here, guys? Oh, I did it. Is there any... I gotta go this way. Okay. And then... Is there anything in here? Doesn't seem like it. Squisho mode, you got it. 1 second. 1 second. Oh my god, it's Metaton! Oh my god, hold on. Wait, let me grab him. Let me grab Metaton and then I will turn into Squisho mode. Oops. Can you like fit better? There we go. Alright, Squisho mode, you got it. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, I'm so big. Oh shit, I can't. Boop. There we go. There we go. I'm ready. Alright. Wait, I'm like a little controller. Well, you guys can't really see it. It doesn't matter. Okay. got medicine. Boop, boop. Nothing there. That might be. What? Hello? I hear myself. Oops. Oops. It's stuck. Oh. I got it. Where? Oh! Oops. I got it. Okay, cool. I'm gonna take this back. I take this back. I'm gonna take this back. Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me, dude. Silent as fuck. You didn't even say hi or anything.
It's Metaton!
Yeah.
Wait, Metaton?
Hold on.
Yeah, if I'm
Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh, I was hoping you'd do the sound. Oh, okay. Some of them do.
What the fuck is this?
That's cool.
Oh, let me check it.
Found this. I found a weird potato thing.
Thank you for the follow.
This weird potato thing.
Appreciate it.
What is this? You know what this is?
What the fuck? What is that?
I don't know. Weird
You know
potato.
what that is?
Oh, the
What is
tiny
that?
creature. That's cute. I don't know what it is, but I've seen it in like short. It's like a popular creature.
Holding Poe? Who's Poe? Oh my
Poe?
god. Who's Poe? Oh. Oh shit. Found something Kazuya would like, I think. Oops. Oops, whoops.
I can't throw it in the pit. Ah, no, throw it.
Yep. Okay, I broke it.
I got you back.
you.
It's a game where you look after Poe. Oh.
Thank you. I couldn't throw him. He was fighting me. Thank you.
What's this?
I found Spampton.
Is at the bottom of the pit.
What the hell is that? Sushi?
I don't know.
I don't know what the hell. It looks like. Oh, maybe it's a Mario Kart.
I've been really enjoying throwing babies in this.
What?
I got Spampton.
There's been like I've thrown like 3 babies into
Oh
this.
hell yeah!
I know,
I gotta be
Spampton.
so fucking
I
careful.
love it.
He
I
makes
saw
it
him when it was dead. Yeah, this is shocking. Yeah.
That's so cool.
I saw a spoiler, even though I'm not caught up yet, and I love the new character so much.
He is great. Yeah.
Man,
You should check out the new chapter. It's
I
great
want
so
to
far.
really bad.
Yeah, we're currently playing through chapter 3 and 4. Well,
This way.
Sounds good.
We should probably turn stuff in.
Sounds good. Oh, that's weird.
Where's my wife?
Monster over here.
Oh yeah, it's that mouth thing. It's like pretty
My wife? So I can get up. It's like there's something. Says there's something right here. Oh, it's up on the fucking stairs. Got it. Hello? Hello? What the fuck was that?
Hello?
Oh, hey. Hey. What is that?
Hi.
Oh, it's Cartman. Oh. That's
Is
cool.
it?
Yeah.
I think-
Yeah, he's in a car.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, here, you can, oh shit.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, cool. Let's take it back.
Okay, I gotta go help those guys with the piano.
Look out, piano.
I hear a duck. Oh man, look at all this stuff. put that back. You know, I'm just gonna reorganize a little bit.
Or they haven't? Oh, they haven't yet. Okay, okay.
Oh, you might need to rotate it here. Okay, and then you just go left.
Here, I let go of it so you can get it through. There we go. There we go.
Oh, there's a car in the way.
On this, we can rotate this.
Oh, is there nobody by it?
No.
Because Elaine had that.
There we go. And then there we go, and then we can scoot it on in. Now we have more room.
I think we can. We just have to turn it the other way.
Yeah, you need to turn
Oh,
it.
it's technically
Yes.
through.
Actually.
Hey.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh
There
my.
you
Okay,
go.
sorry.
There we
Hold
go,
on.
there
I'll
we
back
go.
the fuck up. Alright, so I'm sorry.
Oh, I can jump at it and kick it.
Oh.
Right, through here.
I just...
Nudge it.
Nudge it.
Damn, what the fuck? That's crazy.
Is it? That's working, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you. Oh, sorry.
You good? Ah! Let me out!
Push it.
Alright, I'll put it right there.
There we go. In you go.
Might have to stand it up so the cart fits, though.
Oh.
Yeah. And we have our timer's running out on.
Oh, coming.
There you go. Ow, ow!
No, we need to get the drone off! Ah!
Let me get the drone!
Sorry. I was just trying to get through the door. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay.
I don't think we can fit the cart.
We might have
Wait,
to...
we can put the waste barrel on the cart. And then
Oh, yeah.
I think we could fit it.
Yeah, we can fit the little stuff on the cart.
Honestly, even if we have to put the waste barrel like in a different thing, like the cart's worth it.
There we go.
Let's try now.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
it'll fit. I got it.
Okay. Go ahead.
There we go.
We're good. We're clear. We're clear.
Wait. That is clear, right? Hmm.
Yeah, it should be. Oh.
Don't touch it.
You know what? There's this little light. Let's see. We just gotta push.
We could like rotate the piano
try pushing
a
the
bit.
cart. Try pushing the cart.
Bro, how greedy are you motherfuckers?
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up!
We've been watching because we were being
There. I think that's good. I think that's good.
Yeah.
We were being spawn camped by by Joe Biden for like 10 minutes in the corner.
Wait, there's a
And he's
Joe
like
Biden?
running-
Wait, I can go kill
I'm
it.
sorry, but that sounds like a little problem.
I think
No,
we're good.
he despawned because he got mad at Mark.
Oh.
Yeah,
I think we're good.
Keep pushing it.
Well, wherever there's the enemy, I can
I don't trust
zap
the
it.
corner. I don't trust this. Hold on.
Well, we could take everything out so we don't have the cart.
No.
That might be better.
No. I got this. You gotta
there's
believe
a
in me.
duck here.
You believe in me?
Oh, wait, I can kill the duck.
Oh.
Well, where is
We
he?
need to send this before it loses any more value.
Yeah. No, I got this.
Oh, I think we can push the piano.
Yeah, see?
Bro, you guys nearly got us killed with that stand bullshit.
Yeah.
We were hiding on the old
Alright,
man.
I think we gotta start doing it.
Yeah, we got. Just do it. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see what's get caught. I think it would be fine.
Guess we'll find out. I don't super trust the cart. Oh!
Oh yeah, it's fine.
Fuck yeah! We did it! Hog. Oops.
That way to smash that against the media.
It's fine. It only lost a cent. How's it going? Having a good time?
Yeah,
What's that?
I'm having a great time.
Awesome.
Wife has good friends. Having a good time.
Yeah.
And I'm with wife.
I will five.
And I'm also here.
Yeah,
And you're the best. You're the best goblin. You're the
I
best
found
goblin.
it.
Nice.
Fried one.
Alright, time to go
Life good.
Right, wife.
They found one.
Oh,
They found
shit.
a different one.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm safe in the truck. AFK to be. Oh, well, no problem. No problem, Gore. Okay. Donkey.
Hello.
Can you grab it from your end? Help turn it?
I have a gold bar.
Wait,
Here's your gold bar.
no?
It's the bottom that's causing trouble.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it. Push it back a little.
Hello.
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 I'm very good at finding all the loot. Cannot have this tiny barrel. No, I cannot. What is this way? What is... I found a bike. And some french fries. Ooh, and something that glows.
Oh, hi, I got a cart. Oh, you also have a cart.
I do have a cart. Do you want the... You can keep the bike if you want.
That's okay. I contribute. I don't know how to turn stuff, so I'll let you put that in.
I got it. I got it. If I could get...
Oh, here, let me move the bike.
Thank you. Oh, I don't know if I... Oh, we could just... Yeah. We can just, like, set the bike on it, maybe? Yeah, like, just on it, and then...
There you go.
Yeah, I have to be careful. I don't like all these creaking noises. The purple PNG in the middle is so adorable. That is Gore! That is Gore. Gore drew their own little PNG. But it is Nui Guromi.
Oh, we're extracting.
Oh, that's fine. We have like 2 other things.
Hello, just...
Excuse me? Ah! 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 Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, he's dead.
I got it.
Oh my god, good job. Okay, holy shit.
Everybody okay?
Yeah, everybody's good.
What's gone?
Oh.
I think he destroyed my french fries.
Oh no.
I can't fit this bike. Take this bike. Take this bike.
Oh, that was so loud.
I know where another extraction is. It's just like... Oh,
One second, let me...
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Oh, did you guys get the gold bar already?
Yeah, I got the gold bar.
Yeah, thank you. It was hard to live with just one person.
Hello.
There's a party coming through.
God, that head guy was scary. Good job. Good job, man.
Yeah, I got a whole, like, convoy going on here.
Yeah, we're effective.
We're doing great.
Check it out if you want.
Hey.
Monkey.
Why you shut the door on me?
Monkey.
That's not very nice.
Oops. There you go.
We got so much loot, guys. I think we're gonna be okay.
You want to go find the last extraction? I'm gonna find the last
Oh
one.
my god, we do.
Okay,
Shit.
go for it.
Yeah.
Good job, wife.
I think I can just retire on this.
Yeah, you know?
Mm.
Is that... Wait, is that...
What a 1K.
Wait, can we have this? Wait, can we have
I don't think
this?
so.
Oh, we can't have this.
No.
That's cool, though.
I know. I thought
That
so
was
too.
too
It
close,
looks
that
like,
was.
It looks like loot.
Oh.
Tabanos.
Right.
They're zapping.
Now we gotta find the next one.
I think Ozzy went to go try to find it.
Oh, my hair to go off.
Nice. Hey, Gore, man. How you doing? Oh my god.
I'm doing alright. I'm finishing up a pizza.
Whoa.
We manhandled the baby and it all bad.
I'm glad that you're here, man. I'm sorry that I forgot you in the thumbnail.
No,
I'm sorry.
it's all good. Seriously, I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, no, I love having you around, man. You're so cool.
Oh, yeah.
I think
You're
you're
super fun.
Really?
Oh, shucks.
Yeah, you're cool, dude.
Oh, you bitch, it's one of
Just grab it by the side. When there's something like this, grabbing it from the side is so much easier. The cart. You can just lift it like a normal object rather than pushing it like a cart.
I like pushing it like a cart. I like
Well,
role
you
playing
just
that I'm
said,
going to
oh
the store.
shit, when you looked at it. So
Well, yeah,
because
because I don't like the beam. The beam. Beam. I'll shoot you.
Look me in the...
Also, I was gonna say, sorry I haven't been too talkative this game. I'm just like, I've been really low energy today.
No, that's okay. You're just vibing. You know, going with the ride. Not everybody.
Guys,
can
I
be high
just
energy.
eviscerated another child.
No, I
Oh.
killed the kids.
Does that mean you jerked off?
Oh my god. No, I think it just means I killed a kid.
He'd have many
might
more
be.
of those.
Also, that might be the loot. That might be... Oh wait, no,
I
there's
tried
another-
asking you guys if you could stop because there was something I wanted your help getting. It's this big statue here.
Maybe we
I don't
can
know
fit
if
him
you
in
can
the
hear
cart.
me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can try.
Yeah, we were. Yeah, we. I don't know if we could hear you from a distance, but.
Well, I was saying it as you guys were leaving the room we're in. So.
Oh.
Yeah, I was trying to get you guys
Are
to
you trying to get
so
it
I can put
vertical?
it in the big cart.
Yeah.
Okay, turn it towards
We
me.
need the large cart.
There we go.
Okay, alright. Shit, nice.
Oh, you might be able to make that work.
Why isn't it fitting?
It's really close.
Like,
hitbox-wise.
just a little, like, one more keyboard tap with me. Oh.
Hold on, wait. Alright, you lower it. Wait, I'm dropping the cart there.
Oh.
It might not fit. Oh, I'm
Try rotating the card.
Hold on.
Oh, it counted as in.
Yeah. Thank you for the raid.
Yeah, try it.
Hello, Via. We're currently trying to get the statue out right now. We really need the large cart for it, but they're trying to fit in the tiny cart.
I believe. There's no way
Yay. Welcome, raiders. How's your stream?
I need someone to grab it from like the bottom.
First time chat. Welcome.
You know what? I'm gonna go get the other cart.
Hope you guys had a good time.
No.
Shove it in.
No.
Shove it in.
Take care of yourself.
yeah, I
but
know.
if you want to hang out with it, I'd love it if you would tell
Come
me.
on, get in. Fucking get in.
Well,
in there.
they're currently trying
Get
to
in the
shut
hole.
everything in a small hole, and it doesn't look like it's going well.
Get in the fucking
It
hole.
doesn't fit,
Fine.
but they're really trying, you know? They're trying.
Fuck it, whatever, man. Fucking hi, B.
Kazuya, were you having trouble getting it in again?
Yeah.
I was having trouble getting it in, really. Are we going this way?
Yeah.
Good job. I thought you needed
Who the fuck? We're just watching this lamp.
Oh, someone died.
How were you trying to get the big cart, man?
Oh, here, let's go this way. Oh.
Okay.
We'll get you in a second, buddy.
Yeah.
I'll let you finish that. I'll go get his head.
Oh, he jumped over.
Whoops.
Oh, we
How
can
did
just
you
put him in.
get
Yeah,
out?
just put him in. Just put him in. Yeah, just put him in. So I think that's everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
everything.
think so.
Yeah. We can go.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, go for it.
Guys, we're leaving.
Oh, good.
Good night, V. Yippee! I'll wait for you, bud. Don't worry. All right, let's go. Let's go. Straight and then to the right. Okay.
Oh.
Got this. Hope I missed it. Oh, thank God. Baby, get away. Stupid baby. Alright, my gun is out of bullets. I am now a pussy.
You guys good?
Yeah, we're good. Wait, where'd Gore go? Gore! Come on.
Yeah, I was like trying to deal with it.
Go. Move, soldiers, move.
Let's go. Hi,
Good job,
wife. I'm
everybody.
back.
Hi, wife.
Let's get out of
It's
here.
been away for so long.
Wait, there's still someone.
Wait.
You're still out
Buffy, no! What do you mean?
No,
Oh, thank God.
Buffy
Hey,
not
hey, dude.
here.
Hey, dude.
Oh, yay!
Bobby taking his time.
there. Oh, look out!
Wow.
You, the monsters keep copying your singing and it keeps throwing me off.
Dude, that's so on brand, though. A siren calling.
I was supposed to say that.
It was just like, oh, Mio, are you over here? And they're like, oh, the head. I was like, oh.
Why are the mimics keep copying me? Like when Elaine and I were doing the test photos for the prop she made, like we kept hearing a mimic in my voice too.
How are we all
Just like your
feeling?
voice.
By
I
the way?
guess so.
You want to
I'm
just
not
stop?
good. Bar, so I kinda wanna
Yeah, I'm okay to stop there if you guys want. We can stop for the day.
I can keep
Or
going.
we can do one.
Stop.
Or we can do
Yeah.
one more. We could do one more.
I'm good. I'm in a. Ah! Okay, well, I was gonna
Or
say
how
I was
you
in a good
feeling?
mood until I was assaulted.
I could probably do one more level, and I
Yeah.
think I'll probably
One
stop there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, one more.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Is that a fucking Halo Reach gun? Oh my god.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Looks like the sniper rifle. No.
Oh my lord.
Okay.
Oh. Well.
Damn.
Look what you did. Look what you did.
I'm so sorry,
But
Corey.
you gotta rub it in their face. Like, it
I'm
teaches
so
them they did
sorry.
something wrong. Like,
Here, let's come on, let's go. Let's go, buddy. I'm so sorry.
Hey guys, look, there's a bundle of grenades.
I'm so sorry. Here, you can sit
Oh,
right there.
you managed to drop one without, like, igniting it once.
Yeah,
Oh,
be
wow,
nice.
Wait, there's stuff in here?
Sit right there,
The
buddy.
fuck?
Yeah, but these ones don't
I
share
thought
upgrades because they're mod
upgrades that
specific.
I wanted to suggest getting. If I
Oh.
happen to get anything different,
Huh.
like health upgrade, yes.
Halo Reach mentioned. Hi, Vex.
I definitely
Oh,
love a
I
good
brought to
strength
take out-
upgrade.
There was a 15K can go because that's more expensive than the 12K ones. Yeah, we have
Okay.
a strength in here. You have two actually.
See, that one's
The
a
24 one
24.
is-
That one's a 28.
Yeah, it's a good price.
Oh, here's a 12K upgrade for health.
Oh well,
Yeah.
I'm off to eat. Good night, V.
put it on there,
Good night,
actually,
V.
Excuse
Excuse me.
Did we want the extra jump?
Oh no.
Yeah.
you're excused.
Fuck you,
I think
bitch.
that'd be good for now.
Oh, you think?
Want the big bomb?
Fuck you, bitch.
Boppy!
No, fuck off.
You can get the bomb if you want.
I think Bossy put it in. That's why I wanted to. Oh,
What?
What?
What happened?
That was not my fault.
I'm gonna take
that
the
was,
bombs out for now,
I
and then
he
we'll
killed
ask him
himself.
when he's revived.
Okay.
Boffy, you
Fair.
want bomb? Boffy want bomba? Boffy want bomba? Type it.
I
Okay.
like back up. I like back up.
You killed yourself.
Yeah. Welcome back, guys.
Hi.
I can't believe I did that.
Sorry.
I didn't do
Thank you
anything.
with the gun.
Now I killed you.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, I didn't miss. Yay! There you go. Now I killed you. Now the narrative is true. No!
Oh! Damn.
I don't have enough health to
He
fix this.
self-destructed.
Yep.
I do. Oh, I can't res him though.
You
I
can't
can't
res
res
him?
Boffy for some reason.
I think it's because it's slow. Do we need any more recharge things?
I don't know. Maybe.
How much
Okay.
do we have?
Yay.
Oh.
Welcome back.
My health is good, so I'm ready.
Okie dokie, artichokey.
Man, I can't believe how many times they
Okie
killed me.
artichokey.
You shut the fuck up. I only killed you once.
Oh, here. Elaine, do you need help? Because I'll do the thing. I'm full. I'm like
Oh.
full health.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. All right, guys, it's time to get back in the truck.
Is that what I
have
sound
to
like?
leave. No.
Is that what I sound like? I was gonna be like, God
Quite a bit of
damn.
money. We could still buy something.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Okay.
A blaster?
Yeah, the
Are there any
blaster was
health-
really nice. It was
Health
nice to use.
potions? Any health potions?
We could afford getting another one of these. We can get a health potion too.
If you want a
Yeah.
blaster, I can make it have infinite ammo for you after.
Okay.
Oh, we're 2 over now. No, we're not.
Wait,
Never mind. It
what
was because the thing went in there. No, it's because
Okay.
it's because
Okay,
when Bossy like flew by, it, like put the thing in there.
I see.
There we
Are they
go.
in more healing
Fuck.
potion?
Hey.
Or is it just one?
Hey. You good?
Yeah.
Okay. Blaine, I don't want. He's too close to me.
Just looking at your accessories.
What you doing to my wife?
What
What are you doing to my wife?
Oh!
Get away from my wife.
Oh my god, Elaine killed me again, guys.
I didn't. Stop. Don't self-destruct again. I'm not giving you help. You're gonna leave without you having happened yet. You fucking...
All right, we ready, everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Everybody grab what they need. Oh.
Alright, I'm ready.
Everybody got a health pack?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
No, I do not.
Oh, well, too late now.
Fug.
Fug. I like it.
Oh wait,
I like how
Oh my
the
God.
potions are stacked on top of each other.
Okay, that's alright. I have a good amount of health. Actually, I could take one of these health potions.
There we go.
There you go.
Look at all that health we got now.
Alright, we're ready to go?
Ready
Last
to go?
level?
Yeah.
Alright.
Mama.
Woo!
Woo!
Yay.
Alright,
You still have that infinite moon gun?
Yes, I have the infinite thing.
Hell yeah.
Well, I need to reactivate again, but who's using this? This gun. Who's using it?
You know what map we didn't get today was the space station?
Before you take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna waste all the ammo and make it infinite.
That sounds like a sick base. There's a big thing in here. I'm gonna take this back.
Oh, I hit the wrong button.
There's a big thing in there. It's one of the big boxes with the monsters in it.
Alright, I'm gonna do my thing next now.
I'm gonna blast the next fucking monster I see.
Alright, that, and then...
Wait, does that work on any of
There's
them?
never anything down there. Pissing me off.
Damn.
There you
Wait, can you do that to my gun?
go. Yeah, probably.
Oh shit. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Right, and then... Alright, try it now. Oh, fucking hell. Whoa.
Yay!
I have infinite ammo.
This was irresponsible gun ownage! That's a hole. Can I rip this door off?
If you try hard enough, I'm sure you can. You want some help?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Alright, so I wanted to block this hole so people don't fall into it.
Oh, this one. Good call.
Yeah. There we go. Now people won't fall into the hole.
Very nice.
Where is it? What's going on?
It's because it's not facing up. It starts breaking when it's not facing upright.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you some health.
Oh, god damn it. Right, excuse me.
Stop moving around!
Oh my god, oh my god. There's one more.
That was a casualty.
There was a casualty?
Yeah, no, my whole cart is gone. Everything's gone.
Oh no.
They pushed it into the acid.
Oh,
Suck my dick.
it looked so magical when I opened the door and it was there.
Oh, that is magical.
Ooh. What is this?
I'm sad my cart's gone.
What's it do?
I don't know.
I thought that was a sombrero, but it's a fucking...
Ow.
Did you not see the inflatable over here?
Huh? The what? Oh, what the fuck? No. That's not gonna fit in my cart though.
No.
I think Zoe's in the carts nearby though. Well, near-ish. What are you doing? It's not gonna fit in my car. Okay. Alright. You almost... Stop!
Or like an item, and you can't just jump.
Yeah.
Here you go, Mew.
Thank you. The door is broken.
That's fine. It's like a little... It's like a little bridge.
Well, if you put the cart over it... Oh, hey, look, a floaty! I want to put a floaty with my model. V Studios added one.
Oh.
I think that'd be really fun.
Put the ducky on Buffy. No, I gave Mew.
Okay.
Mew has a floaty in her banner. I wonder if you could put it on people, though. Take this experimental mushroom. Oh, they got the thing back here. Cool. I don't know what that mushroom does, but it's cool. What's this way? Ooh-wee. Anything up here? Doesn't look like it. This is weird. This layout is weird. Nothing up here? Damn. There's a few mermaid references with bubble floaties in One Piece if you end up drawing her with one. Oh, that's cool. Okay. You guys...
Hello.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Oh no! No!
Oh crap.
I killed myself by accident. I made a little oopsie poopsie there, chat.
It's under the sauce.
Love you, Zoe.
It's under the sauce. It's under the sauce. Oh. That didn't seem good. Just gonna roll my way back.
Oh no! Elaine.
Oh, hi. I fell in the piss and I lost all my stuff.
Oh.
Take this.
Thanks. Oh, what the fuck? Logging?
I'm just making sure that they didn't spawn near the stuff.
Yeah, sounds good. Did you increase the volume on the stims? I did. Well, not recently, but I did a while ago. Why? Ow, what the fuck? Bitch.
Just a little love tap.
That was a fucking strong ass love tap, brother.
Well, I do have tumble launch level 4 or what?
Oh, okay.
There was the skulls and then the gnome.
Look at this man's chin. I'm just gonna put this back to fix track.
He's supposed to look like he's got a beard, but it just like his face goes.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a really long double chin.
Yeah.
I can actually hear them clearly now. Oh, that's good. Okay, that's good. I think it kind of depends on the one, but I can turn them up higher, actually.
Weird.
Okay.
Actually, no, I'll take it. It's okay.
Oh,
I won't make you do that.
Okay.
I won't make you do that. I'll do it. Either of us can do it.
Yeah, no, I got it. I'll do it.
Hey.
What the fuck?
Oh shit.
If you put the cart over it. Oh, hey, look, a floaty.
The UFO thing is.
Yeah, I died and I lost all my stuff.
No, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I fell in the piss.
Here, come
That's
here.
my
Come
bad.
here. How much health you got?
I got 85. I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Don't trust me with volume opinions. I'm deaf in one ear. Well, they are quiet.
Here. I see.
Hey.
That one.
Oh, yeah, it's room.
Hi.
The ducky. Hey.
I was almost motorwayed, but I'm okay.
What? Oh my god. Oh.
Nice.
The fuck is happening?
Oh, nice.
I'm putting this over here.
Oh, the banana fell.
It's a monkey banana.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's happening. There's like fucking bananas
Whoa,
everywhere.
monkey banana. Banana. Monkey banana. Gore, get it on this monkey banana. Monkey banana. Don't shoot us. Don't shoot us. Don't do that. Monkey banana. Monkey banana. Oh, banana. Oh, shit. How's it going, Pancake? Welcome on in, Raiders. Did you have a good stream? Did you have a good time after hanging out with us? I hope you did. I hope you did. Ow, fuck. How's it going? Oh, you played Little Marvel Rivals. How was Marvel Rivals? Did you win? Did you win your games? Did you win your games? I'm glad you could hang out with us. I played a little Marvel. Oh my god, I found a Sonic. I found a Sonic. Hey, I found a Sonic.
Hey,
I hate the game. That's valid. Hey, Sonic.
Sonic.
But understandable. I get overwhelmed by Marvel Rivals, but I hope you had a good time. And if you need to get some rest, feel free to do so, Pancake. Yeah, get some good rest. I'll take care of your people. I got Sonic.
Sonic.
Yippee! I got nachos. I just got nachos. I may have came to nachos. Thank you. Thank you for the wellness check. I'm gonna drink some water.
Alright, we should probably go extract them.
Yeah.
Oh, they're already doing it, it sounds like. There's one in that room right over there, so we can go ahead and get...
Pancake Raid, welcome on in.
Yeah, get it.
Welcome on in, Lilian. Welcome on in.
There's a rain.
Oh my god. Are you gonna have like a redeem on your stream where you like sing for like 5 minutes? You have to sing everything you say.
What?
You should have like a redeem on your stream that's like kind of expensive that makes you sing everything you say.
You gotta sing everything that say.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta sing it all. Sing it all. Should we go ahead and extract this one since we have everything?
Yeah, we can. Big hearts here, so might as well.
Yeah. Oh.
I brought. Wait. Oh, fuck. Made it.
Nice.
Good job.
Good job.
I was trying so hard not to shoot you.
Oh, nice.
Alright. Next extraction.
I was trying to do
Next extraction.
and, like, grab and throw.
Next extraction.
Next extraction. I'm gonna
Dang
sit
it,
here
no.
and eat some nachos.
Thank you for.
You eat that. You eat that yummy food.
Thanks, even though it looked like I did.
Love you, wife. Eat your food.
No, I'm good. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, boo. I'll follow. I can follow.
Okay, okay.
Like, they do like 10. Oh no, I mean like if I hit you, would die. Oh yeah.
So it just was like the hit registration.
Yeah.
I thought.
Oh.
There you go.
Just watching Elaine walk over that little corner.
I'm living on the edge.
Roll.
Behind you.
White boys are roll drum.
Oh shit.
I'm afraid.
What is happening?
I don't know. I just heard behind me and then oh shit. It's nice and peaceful now, chat. We can eat our nachos. Oh. Hello? Oh, there's a gnome.
I'm a good gnome. Elaine, good news. Your wife doesn't have to die. Sorry.
What? What?
Sorry.
Don't worry.
What happened? Why did they say you have to die?
I had spray on when I grabbed the card into the hole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he lost his wand. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, I feel
Doesn't
bad. I'm
help.
sorry.
It's okay. You brought him back.
Yeah.
And now she's here.
I heard. Why is the music doing that?
Okay. I don't know.
Going the wrong way with the cart.
Spooky ambience.
Yeah.
We go on the
Oh, yeah,
car
it's
a
this way.
long way.
Yep. Oh, it's one of these.
Yeah.
One of these ones.
Hey, down there.
No, the rest of the loot we find can be for the last one. I'm gonna eat another nacho. Eat another nacho. The nachos taste really good. I wanna eat them while they're warm.
Kelsey overrated in the chat. I overrated.
Hey, what's up?
I'm ready.
Look at all those little guys.
Ow.
Oh shit. Oh,
Good job.
nice.
Also, Kasi, how about I give you some health? Because you're very.
Oh.
I
Right.
got it. No, I got a bunch of health.
Okay, you can help.
Thank you.
Actually, I should probably have at least 20 so that if anyone. Thank you. If I. No, I'm good. That's enough. I'm usually.
Behind you!
Oh, fuck.
Shit.
Oh, fuck.
No.
This is it.
Alright, yay, got you. That's why I asked for 20, so I can revive them.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
No.
Oh.
I tried to pick him up.
Get the gun!
Get the gun.
Good job.
There's still gnomes. Be careful.
I'm a good gnome.
You little fucker, get off of me. I have no health. I can't take more though.
I had grabbed him. Where'd he go?
Get this fucking gnome.
Thank you.
I keep
They're hard
looking
to
at
grab
him, trying to grab
sometimes.
him.
Thank you. Alright.
Just get you out of gnome range.
Yeah.
Did you guys get the clown?
Yeah, he's fucking dead.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm mad.
Hey. Oh, someone's dead here. Oh, welcome back.
Hello. I tried to throw the clown into the pit and he killed me.
No! Are you okay?
Yeah, it's okay. It was my fault. I kind of went head first and I didn't click the tumble button.
Oh, okay.
I think the
I found the
extraction's like further in.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Is it this one?
No, we did that one.
No, we did that one.
Oh yeah, it's to the up to the
Oh,
right.
maybe over here. To the right.
Yeah.
To the
What the
right,
fuck
to
is
the
that?
right, to the right, to the right.
So
To the left, to the left. Oh, it's a
Oh
griffin.
shit, we got a big thing.
Yeah.
Wait,
It's a little like.
wait, it's not in
candy
here. Extractions. Oh, I think it's in this room.
Okay. I'm bringing the cart.
Oh, there it is. Oh god, not this room.
Okay. It's in this one.
Guys, watch your
What is
step in
that?
this room.
Watch your step.
Oh, it's a whole different area. Let me go grab the cart.
Because your chat asked how's Repo.
I know. I already responded.
Okay, cool.
This item's really weird to carry.
Oh my god.
What happened?
What'd you step? What'd you step?
Yes. I'm taking it slow.
Rip this
How
door
many?
off.
Let's see how many.
Okay. Alright.
Oh, there's a broom in here. Another loot. There's a book. Oh, that's a deadly book. Oh my god, it's Sans. I want Sans. There's some more loot in the other room.
Help! There's
Dude,
one.
on my screen, you like when the thing was like rolling into the acid,
There's
you like
one of those weird
dropped your
thumb-looking guys
shit
with a
and
bunch
then
of
you rolled
legs.
backwards and
Oh hell yeah.
fell into
Where the
the
fuck
acid.
is he?
I don't know what
They went-
happened.
Oh!
Oh!
That's weird.
I got him!
Can you clip that? 'Cause I
Oh,
couldn't
nice.
see
Good
what
job.
happened.
Good
Yeah,
job.
I marked it. Also,
The other guy's this way.
I want that book. I want that book. That book.
God, using this thing is so awesome. How it swings around.
Guys, there's a bunch of loot in this room.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
This room has a bunch of loot in it.
I was trying to see if the door could be used as like a floating base, but it just exploded.
Oh.
Where'd
yeah.
the big cart go?
Oh, so you said you weren't scared? That's good. I hope that you're okay.
Yeah, I was just hiding up here, you know.
Oh, I see.
in
Oh, I see.
my totally not Not scared place.
I got a broom.
Nice. What happened to the big cart?
That's
I got this broom because I'm gonna clean up your fucking act.
Oh,
Damn,
so sorry. Nice. This EV can't breathe. Hey yo, what them fucking tentacles do, man? I bet we can find out. Oh baby! Lock the doors and tie objects I shoved up my arse. The quick.
There could be more loot in here. I check all the doors.
The TV.
Found a Pokeball.
Yay, Pokeball.
Pokeball.
Oh, I found.
Oh.
Hello.
Gotta catch them all, am I right?
Mm-hmm. Where did Miyu go? And where did the big cart go? Hey.
No, it's a
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, that's not the way to the extraction, is it?
Cat's name, Saturn.
This way, right?
Yep.
I knew it was a Sega.
Nice. I've never had one of these, so I didn't recognize it.
I didn't have one either.
Sega. What the fuck is this? I found a camera.
The fuck is what?
I found a camera.
Yeah.
I can get the money bag out, it's too heavy.
Oh, here, I can help out with that.
Thank you.
Found a camera.
No problem.
We could probably fit it back here behind this thing.
Orb.
Should we turn this in?
Yeah.
Grimwooded.
Yeah, I think we have enough.
Alright, let's go.
Oh wait, there's one more big thing I can see. Do you
Wait,
want
what?
to grab that, or?
Wait, where's the big thing? Oh, I see the big one.
I'll wait here. I need my nachos. My nachos.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
I have so much money. This is the last
Right?
attraction too.
Yeah. How's your nachos?
We're rich.
Crunch.
Alright, we got the last one.
Nice.
Yay!
Creature.
Yeah, there's like
Get-
somebody
get-
crawling
Get
around.
your gun ready.
Okay, that's a lot. I think we're good, right?
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
Alright, get ready to leave, guys, because everything's gonna respawn.
Oh, right.
Everything's gonna respawn.
Go home. Go.
Oh,
Let's go. We gotta go.
Waited until you guys.
Went back to the truck.
Oh, did you hit it already?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, bombs,
shit.
bombs!
Go, 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 go! Move, 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 move!
Run! Run, go!
Gore, go back. Go back. Go back. Gore, go back.
We are leaving!
Go. 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 Go.
Oh shit!
Hey, come here, little shit. Hey, no,
Oh,
turn around. Come
oh,
here.
oh,
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Grab it! Throw it in the pit!
Throw him in the pit. Throw him in the pit.
Good job.
Ow. Ow. There's so many
God.
tiny
Come on,
things.
Elaine. Come on.
I'm going. Oh! What the fuck blew me up?
Elaine? Did she die? Oh no! Where's her head? It's down there. Wait, there's a. Yeah, there's a thing on it. Oh shit!
Yeah, she's supposed to bounce out of it.
It looks like that.
The rest
of us can go back to the truck. Or maybe one of us. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a mention for a second.
I thought we were gonna be dead.
Done. You just need one person to grab her head. Alright, come on, let's go. What's up? Come on, Gore.
What's up? What are you doing?
Elaine died. I'm trying to grab her head.
Oh.
There we go. Oh,
You almost did it. Almost. Almost, girl.
come on, girly.
I'm gonna see if I can.
Is that a
Keep jumping.
clown?
Oh,
Oh, she's
oh,
on.
I gotta go, go, go,
Yeah,
go, go,
let's go. Okay.
Woo!
Careful, careful.
Actually, I have the HP to res her.
Alright, we
can
just go.
res her.
Hi, Elaine.
Hey, what the fuck? What do you mean you died?
Oh,
Bobby died! Where's
that
Boffy's
you weren't
head?
ducking into
Where's
the
Boffy?
bags. Sorry.
Let's go,
Where's
go.
Boffy?
Oh, where's Buffy?
Where's
Wait,
Boffy?
I don't know where Boffy is.
One last trial. Boffy, where are you? Oh shit. Buffy! Buffy, I don't know where you are, man. I don't know where he is.
He's here, he's here.
He's here. Get out of there.
Oh, okay, okay. We're on. Let's go, let's go.
Get out of here.
Okay.
Get whole ball.
Yeah, good job.
Gore the front line. Gore's the front line.
Yeah, good job.
Play without me. Go,
Good job. That was spicy.
Nice.
Very exciting.
Good job, everyone.
That was very good, everybody.
Good job. Good game.
Now let's waste all the money.
Next time we'll start at level 10. It'll be Pog.
That'll be very nice.
Oh, welcome back, Gore.
You know, I actually would not mind that because I don't usually get to like continue like on a game that we've already played before. We always have to start like level 1. But if you want to do this again soon and just pick up from here, I would love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
I'm thinking next Wednesday, same time, same place.
Yeah. 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 I'm down.
Oh, yeah.
You said my favorite words. Hanging out with you.
Alright, fuck out. Alright, thank you guys for joining me. I'm gonna pop out of here.
See who the most items.
Oh,
Well, no one's bought anything yet,
it's
right?
probably gonna be me.
Who broke the most?
I'll
probably
probably the
gonna be
most.
me.
I think I barely even touched anything.
Wow, I only broke 500.
Oh, I only broke
$129.
129. Okay, I
It just
don't see that bad.
scrolls on this screen.
Oh.
Huh.
Oh, sorry. Okay, never mind. I did break stuff.
The fucking toy robot exploded the moment I
Alright, well, I mean, overall, that wasn't that bad. None of us had one. Okay, alright, Buffy, stop. Buffy, stop. Buffy.
I don't see my name on there. Did I? I mean, I know. I
Maybe
broke
you didn't break
something.
anything.
Huh.
We did good.
Why are you like this,
Okay.
Mew? Why are you like this?
Good job, everybody. Good
Yeah,
game.
good job.
Good game.
Alright, I'm gonna head out of here. I'm gonna eat some dinner and then do some art.
Alright, sounds good.
Thank you guys for hanging out with me.
Is anyone else still streaming after this?
Yeah. Thank you for having
I
us,
will be.
Elaine. We love you.
Of course. Alright, I'm gonna eat dinner, do some art. See you guys. Of course.
Alright.
See you guys next week.
Yeah.
Bye.
Poggin. That's fun. Alright,
Right, turn that back up. Now I can hear everyone again.
Alright.
Yay.
Bye guys again. Bye guys again.
Hi, guys.
Bye again.
Say goodbye,
Wait, is
bye.
anyone else still
Oh.
streaming? Is anyone else still streaming?
Yeah, it's like 5 a.m. I was gonna say I could
Just Elaine, I
I've
think.
only been streaming
think so.
for about 4
Okay, I
hours.
was gonna raid into you, Elaine.
Elaine, you're streaming?
Yeah, I'm streaming, bro.
Alright,
Maybe
I'll raid into you, Elaine.
Since I do have
No problem.
video
Thank
company
you.
coming over later, I want to make sure
Alright.
that I'm actually
Not this. Not this.
Go ahead and read it.
Alright, okay. I will hop out.
Alright.
See you guys.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
Alrighty. That was fun. Alright, I want to watch something while I eat the rest of my food, but it doesn't need to be long because I have eaten most of it already. Damn, the Rise and Fall of Cow Chop a year ago. That sucks. That hurts. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Woo! Love you, Wab. I love you! Love you. Thanks for playing games with me. That was a lot of fun. I think this is the most fun I've had in Repo overall. Alright, we're just gonna listen to this video while I eat my dinner. Because I'm almost done with my nachos, but I just want to chill and vibe. I don't know if the video loads, that is. Had a lot of fun. I'm glad you did! I'm glad. Okay, well, maybe it's not gonna load. I'm glad! I'm glad you guys had fun. I had a lot of fun, too. I forgot to end the show. Okay. I just wanted that video to load, but it didn't look like it was gonna load, so I tried the best and worst hot dogs. Nope. Okay. I think it might be because of graphic accelerate. Oh, nope. Okay, there you guys go. There you guys go. Open no, hello, Zoe. Hello, Zoe and Fwez. Welcome all to the end. We're just gonna watch a little video while I eat about hot dogs. About hot dogs. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you for the raid. We love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, he's using a straw. I've never seen people use straws. I've heard of it, but I've never seen people use straws. I just kind of hug it. Okay. Damn, not the manhood, bro. Not the manhood. I need a spoon. I ate all the chips and now I just have toppings. Ooh, that looks really nice. But I eat it too much. What'd you eat? Ever see them inject cheese into a hot dog and I miss him? What? Oh, bro. That looks good. I know, right? It looks so good. Griddle a hot dog. Why is that one different? This is like a different hot dog. Okay. Chef weights. Why didn't it evenly brown? Oh, okay, okay. So the thing with hot dogs, you just want a good surface area. He's like 25 different hot dog brands. Oh, okay. 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 I need pixels in my life. It is great to have a pixels in your life. Ooh. Saute that baby. Now the best way to griddle a hot dog is to cook it in butter and then cook the bun in butter. Ew. Baby. Ooh. I feel like this is how Pixels makes hot dogs. Kind of looks like the way Pixels make hot dogs. Just without the beer and maybe Guinness, if we have sausage. White sandwich bread. Oh, okay. What's wrong with the white sandwich bread? Why? Wait, what? So fucking good. I'm good. I'd like to keep away from the diabetes. Just making like a pig in a blanket style? Oh, I have to finish editing that video. I just remember I gotta finish editing that video. What? What? Naked over the sink with no clothes on? For why? Alright, one more. One more. Ooh. I don't like the way that cheese looks. I get it, but like, it's like tripping me out a little bit. I'm not gonna look at it in my eyes. Alright. What the fuck? It's heart failure? Yeah, I'm still good. Alright. He's so good at like just going into the next one. Oh shit, okay. Fuck yeah. That was great. Had a great time with that. Again. Food is the best from people who don't care if you die at a table. Maybe sometimes. I like to not die when I eat food, you know? Most of the time. Oh, wait. Wait. There we go. There we go. Alright. I gotta finish that video editing. Is that...
Oh, baby,
Hello, Kazia. Hello, my friend. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I hope you had a good time ending your stream. We just finished some dinner, and now I'm going to remember where my commands are, so that way I can add them to the stream title. And do a little bit of co-working, and then some art. Bloop. A baloop. I don't know if I'll do art. My brain's kind of tired. My brain's kind of tired, so we'll find out, but... we're at the very least need to finish this video so that tomorrow, actually we should download them now. Actually, hold on. We made a list of games that we're gonna play tomorrow before Dragonlance. You're what? I don't remember what I said. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot what I said. Okay, so we're gonna try Neon Abyss 2. The demo. Download. Yes. Raising collab tonight, Elaine. Thanks for hosting. Of course! I'm excited for next Wednesday. That was like the most fun I think I've had in Repo. So that was great. Starbirds. Download. It's gonna download all the games. Oneway.exe. And download this guy too. And then we're gonna do... oh. And then we're gonna do Roach Post, I think. And this one. Going so fast that it doesn't want to tell me how fast and how good I'm doing it. Alright. Right, and then we're gonna do Soggy Beans. Does this look cute, right? Do I still want to play this? So, fish will come and find... Fish will come, fish will go, take photos, collect beans, decorate your seascape. I think I want to play this one. It looks cute. God damn, I'm lagging like crazy right now. Oh no. Oh no! Cast, no. Cast and chill. I have 3 programs up. Why is it so bad? Is one of them Steam, and is Steam downloading something? Oh fuck. Desk pause. Is this one of the half bar ones though? Might not do desk pause. It's cute, but I don't really like the whole being at the bottom of your screen thing. It just sounds too distracting. Fishtopia. Download. Install. Desk garden. Let me see this one. Is this another like bottom bar one? This one is. It's got a cute aesthetic, but again, I don't really like the being at the bottom of the screen. One man's trash. Download. Shuffle Farm. Thank you for having us. It was a great time. Yeah, I honestly think that was the most fun I've ever had. So I am glad that you guys would I have no internet. Well, I guess I just wait to see if that fixes itself. Is it because I'm downloading a bunch of games, do you think?
That's, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because I thought it was me, and I couldn't fix it, and then I was like, I think it's the stream.
But they're tiny games. They're tiny games.
Just pause it and see.
I did. I paused it.
Is it? Not really.
Not really.
Okay, so it's probably either Twitch or the internet.
Oh, it's better now. Not the whack is bonkers. Okie dokie. I have to add all these games to a playlist. I think I might have lagged out our internet. Manage, no. Let's do, okay, so I gotta find one of the games. Filter. Okay, can I sort by, there we go. Add to, thank you for having me, wife. Of course, I love having you around. This is going to be next fest demos. Create. Collections are hidden. Would you like to change this game? No, leave. Boop. One way. Rose pose. Shuffle. Rumble. Good luck. Egg shade. Mushroom. Just found Moon Maiden. That is 1, 2. That's 7. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I have 15 out of how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, only 16? Oh, I just need Hotel Galactic. Ooh. Just gonna add one more game to download. Just one more game to download. Install. And I'll pause it. So I don't kill our internet. And then add to next fest demos. Cool. And then I'll download all those later. Me out of my hand. It's hard for me to find. Me out of my hand. It's a kiss I love her. That girl looks poison. I think. Okay, cool. So I just need to. Bleep 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 bleep. To the queue. Stopped it. Okay. Alright, let me turn the music back up. There we go. And then music. We need music. We want Technologic. This one. Nope. That's gonna be good. Video editing. Roll for fun. This one. Save. Close. Oh, sorry. You guys can hear that. My bad. You just turn some stuff off. Alrighty. And then we'll add. Oh. It's driving me out of my mind. It's hard for me to find. You're out of my head. It's hard, guess I love that. Let's see how this sounds. Cool. What? What? Scripts, comp, snap captions, text, color, generate. Oh, my neck. Oh, my back. Oh, I think I know this song. It's in the wrong way. Yep, I do know the song. Let's see how the TikTok did today, because it was a new one. Change cover. Save. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but maybe it's okay. Oh wait, I wanted to see how that TikTok went. No, sorry. Let's go here. Let's go to settings. Let's go to roll for fun. This would be -123. Would step back from that ledge, my friend. Would cut ties from all the lies that you've been living in. Nice. Oh, damn! I must have got some loose eyes in. Takes me a while to get used to light changes. I do love a fun fact. I've known about this, and people I've told people, and they go, "What? My pupils is a hole in my eye?" Yeah, that's why it's red when you take pictures with the flash, because it's reflecting the cornea. Whoa, that's cool. I should reply to all. No, stop. Oh. Realize that I just know it's a sphincter. Also. Right? Heh. Loose eye hole. If it would be me again, I would understand. I love a good story, but my ADHD won't let me stay still. Well, why not sit down? Sit and try. Sit down and try jumping the track. It's a game where you play as Sam, a young dreamer struggling in the gig economy. However, tonight everything may change. Okay, that's a computer. Okay, we're good. Fight your inner battles. Fight your inner. Oh no, late break. I'm good now. I'm good now. I just had to change the quality of the thingy. Fight, rally, and get ready to overthrow the system. I actually put the whole game on stream. The whole game on stream, and I really love the pacing. Each decision wasn't just down to what I felt, but also my skill at pachinko. Each twist and turn of the story had me thinking, what happens if I went back and played a different route? Or would I even be able to get that route since it's dependent on my skill? Overall, though, I adored the game from its art styles to storytelling and what the fuck? What did I say? I think this is supposed to be it. And even it's that ledge, my friend. If you'd like to try this game out yourself, it's currently out now on Steam. Cool. Ledge, my friend. Understand. Alright, I think my brain is a bit tired. I was gonna do some more art, but I think my brain's just kind of tired for today, guys. I think I'm kind of talked out. So I think I'm actually gonna go take a little bit of a breaky and go get some resty poos, and then we'll come back tomorrow for some I don't remember what we're doing. Some game demos. We'll be doing some game demos tomorrow. So I'm excited for that. You wanna read Gordy? Well, they're playing Enshrouded. I love Enshrouded though. Enshrouded is fun. Whoa, what you got, boy, is hard to find. Shy's doing art. Who else is doing what? Anybody else? Anybody else I wanna... Oh, I wanna raid Nikto, actually. Little Nikto. We will go raid them. They are playing Elden Ring Night Rain. So, go hang out with them. I love you guys a lot. Thank you for hanging out with me and all my friends. I can't wait for next week where we play more. It'll be really fun. So go have fun over there. Here's a raid message. Bye, wife. Bye, wife. I love you guys so much. You don't have to use the raid message if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did so they know where you came from. But otherwise, go have fun with Nikto. They're really fucking cool. And their aesthetic, fucking pog. We're actually making a video, TikTok about them next week. So, yes, I'm actually kind of, yeah, it kind of like hit me like a wave just now. So, I'm gonna go probably get myself like a little dessert and then go sleep. But I love you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow before Dragonlance. Bye!